Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Smaug dragon in Game of Thrones? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Smaug 2. The first thing that he felt is stuffy. Anger welled up in his heart at the cramped conditions. He is the most powerful thing that ever lived. All the stuffiness is unbefitting of him. He wriggled his body, the heat of it giving him strength and warmth as he pushed with all his might to break free of this stuffiness. He wanted to be free, and the blow to his pride that this thing is constricting with his movements didn't sit well with him the least. He struggled even more and pushed with all his might. On the dark caverns on the abandoned mountains of Valyria, where men no longer walk, the silence is pervading with very few animals, mostly mountain goats and many more small mammals that live there nowadays ever since the doom. However, today would be a historic day for a species that made the Valyrians the powerful people they are before the tragedy that claimed their kingdom. At the darkest cave where even the Valyrians dare not enter, for it is sacred to them and to their mounts, the sound of an eggshell cracking are heard beside the corpse of a large decomposing gold dragon. As large as a small mountain the corpse is, and nobody, not even the Valyrians, knew its name, for they are not old enough to name it before it died. Beside it a golden egg that had lain dormant for centuries hatched, and out flopped a tiny golden blob, stumbling ungracefully on the floor, gazing at the world around it in amber eyes of knowledge. In his previous life he had been known as Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He had been killed during the final battle at Hogwarts against Moldy Shorts and his merry band of I hate death propaganda. Frankly, for him it's not even an epic death. Funny how the course of history could be ended with a loose stone falling from the ceiling and cracking open the head of Mr. Potter. Of course he's very unaware that together with him is two of the Deathly Hallows at that time. And it's just an accident that Death, who is feeling miffed by that time once more for his sacred artifacts being collected, chose to make an example of Mr. Potter. Instead of finally letting his soul be at rest after its long struggle, the manager of souls kicked the bucket over the soul of the boy who lived and fused it with the soul of an animal that is the exact opposite of it. Prideful, loved mayhem and conflict, laziness and mostly arrogance. A slap on the face for the boy who lived, who would sooner saw his own arm than entertain the values and morals such as these before kicking him randomly to one of the worlds he is watching over. Frankly, he ended up here. The result is the golden blob now faced with the indecision whether to eat the desiccated corpse of its kin. The human in him is screaming that it is bad to eat someone of his own species. However, the dragon in him are screeching in hunger and isn't exactly picky before it managed to fly on his own as his instincts yell. Morals and hunger fought with each other. Hunger won in a landslide. Don't be fooled. Despite relying on their instincts greatly, dragons are intelligent creatures that mustn't be messed with. Add the soul of Harry Potter on it and you mostly had an almost sapient creature that can learn. He's not a complete dragon per se, but he's also not Harry Potter. He is someone new who is caught in between, and probably a good thing too if he wanted to survive on this world. Of course he remembered memories. However, to him right now they're more like annoying visions flashing in his eyes instead of ones that elicited an action for him. Most of them make no sense to him, names, words, faces, spells. Good thing that the power of magic he still felt coursing through his blood. The human side of him embraced it while his dragon side reveled on it. Dragons are magical creatures. The more powerful the magic, the stronger and faster they are. A year and a half later, on the abandoned ruins of Valyria, a shadow could be seen flying on the night. The one small whelp the size of a man's shoe is not so small anymore, with his size now that of a galleon ship, as he flew over the skies where his kind once flew in freedom. He had finally left the bones of the old dragon corpse which sustained him to honor his sacrifice, even death that nourished him, until he is old enough and large enough to escape the confines of the cave and take to the skies. Brilliant amber eyes with streaks of green wandered everywhere as he took in the destruction of the dragon lords of Valyria, as they called themselves, that he had read on one of the tomes that are left from the carnage on one of the houses. Yes, he can read with great effort, though mostly involved a lot of squinting. He mentally scoffed at the arrogance of these people, feeling both annoyed and pissed with his fury still mounting. They are the rulers of the sky, the apex predator. How dare these insects call themselves dragon lords? Thankfully they are now gone, else he would have burned them to ashes or simply played with them with the words of power that unleashed his magic for such insult to his kind. Part of him wanted to go out to the world and find other dragons like him. However, he kept his peace. But something tells him, both the human side of him and the draconic one, that his time is not yet come, and he would need to grow more in strength and stature before he helps on lifting his kind from the ashes of the sand once more. For his kind, the older they get, the more prone they are to sleeping on long periods of time, especially after they had a nice day's meal to top it all with. He himself had a good buffet of screaming two-legs waving around those steel sticks, riding on four legs in great numbers. Now that's a feast he had. It's easy to find them after all. Just fly around over the great green expanse and you could see groups of them down below wandering around in groups. He made it a diet on at least beconing one group every once in a while to sate his appetite. He left no survivors. For some reason his dragon instinct is screaming at him not to. Small whimpers from the side immediately made him groan in annoyance, although for human ears, it sounded more like a hiss and a growl of anger, especially as he kicked the pillar of the building that had once belonged to a Valyrian house which he had taken refuge as his lair. A dragon normally would take nothing to his lair. However, for the former wizard and slightly different creature, he took it as a habit in his long years of being alone to bring treasures, at least anything shiny and wounded two-legs that he made sure unable to run away by biting off their legs for insurance. Life is boring, and hoarding 20 or so wounded two-legs that he managed to catch on his hunts all over the land and see spices up things a bit. It's funny after all watching them crawl away despite with no legs, as he scared them and urged them even more, like a cat playing with a wounded mouse before pouncing on it. For some reason watching them also plummet to death with their hands flapping as he pushed them over the edge of his lair is also amusing for him, at least. Moving his head at the side, he quickly gobbled up a screaming two legs with one missing leg as an appetizer, making the 10 or so remaining legless ones quiet as one of their own went down to his fiery gullet. Good, they already know the drill. He chuckled at them, making them even more scared at the sound he is making as it grumbled like falling stones as he prepared to take his nap again, now content to rest and sleep even more, only to be jolted awake without warning by a powerful lightning strike on his spine. Golden eyes blinked in disbelief and confusion. It had been so long ever since she had felt a call like this before. Dragons are connected not only by bonds of kin but that of magic. They would sense if there are any of those like them who are nearby, or if one is in severe danger where they might accidentally tap the magic on themselves. For him who had been searching for any sign of his kind for so long, this is a beacon of hope, as his instincts went overboard on pinpointing the direction of the source of the call in his soul. Golden bulk moving from its lazy position. All sources of weariness now gone. The serpentine body moved itself up, the massive wings, each the size of humongous sails, with many fathoms wide, opening in full view as he crawled from his lair to the view of the opening of the building unto the opening sky above. The entire building shook as the massive creature lifted itself up, his claws leaving cracks on the stone as he went airborne in a few slaps of golden wings, throwing powerful gusts of wind that sent 3 of his reserve meals careening down off the side of his lair to their doom, their cries barely registering on his ears as he took to the sky, his massive shadow barely being seen on the mist that covers Valyria ever since the doom. His roar echoed along the empty lands where the men sick with grayscale lived as he went west, his golden bulk rising over the clouds, hiding his existence as he flew. Speeds that a dragon can only achieve bypassed his wings as blood filled with magic made sure that his speed and strength does not waver as he struggled to reach the source of that cry. He would reach it, he swore it. He would make his race great again, even if he had to burn the entire world into ashes. "No!" screamed Elia, trying once more to bid her freedom to escape as she saw Armory Lorch catch Rhaenys over the scruff of her dress and drag her daughter to the window, still carrying Aegon, even as he drew a dagger from his belt. "Stop, please! Stop!" Elia cried out, pleading only to felt the "Please don't harm my children." The princess consort of the 7 kingdoms begged once more pathetically as Clegane filled her, and she could see Lorch ready to stab them to death, only for eyes to widen at the thing looking inside the window at them. If dragons could frown, this one just did. Amber eyes with green irises blinked in confusion and no small amount of annoyance as he saw the 4 two-legs staring stupefied at him. He is uncomfortable in his position here, hanging like bat over the wall of this building after nearly exhausting himself with his speed to get here, expecting another dragon, or possibly a baby one. Only to find this. Now he's got 2 options here. He could just leave in disappointment seeing that there's no dragon here where the source of call came. He could breathe fire on them all and hopefully pent up his annoyance on being dragged on this goose chase with nothing to show for it. Unfortunately for him, his decision is made for him by to eat piggy as he dropped that metal stick, only to draw another longer metal which he aimed at his eyes as he charged. Now that's a big no-no for him. How dare these 2 legs attack his eye? Does he know who he is attacking with? His anger boiled, and even before the 2 legs could even get close, massive jaws lunged forward, breaking stones and part of the tower as it swallowed the surprised fat 2 legs. Armor who barely made a scream, metal stick covering and all, crunching him down in 2 bites, the molten fire in his throat turning him to goo as he went straight down to his gullet. A snort from him sent 2 jets of fire at the metal 2 legs, who yelped, letting go of the female as he hightailed it on the door, leaving the 2 whelps and their mother looking over him. He's just ready to make another snort to burn this entire tower to ashes when his nose smelled something different from the child, and instinct made him lower his head to her. He sniffed. Once. Twice. It can't be. He could feel the blood, his blood on her and his sibling. That's impossible. How did this even happen? Magic is alive on the 2 of them, and every bone of his body is telling him that it's them who had called him here by accident. There's also the fact that the whelp isn't afraid of him. In fact, she's giggling and even have the audacity to pat his scales and hugging it to her as if it's the best thing in the world. His human side is making os and os, and he promptly smashed it down as the clamor on the city burning irritated his ears. Not to mention his limbs is going numb on holding his bulk on the wall. Growling, he gently scooped the whelp and his brother on his head. For some reason they are happily holding the spikes on his horns. He's confident enough to believe that, if they ever fell, he could catch them. Besides, Wingardium Leviosa is a powerful word that he planned to use if he ever made a mistake on them free-falling, not that he's planning to. He's a dragon. He doesn't fail. Shaking his head, making the whelp wea. Enjoy, which is an irritation by the way on his poor ears. He almost left only to see the passed-out mother of the whelps. Human side and dragon side argued only for the human side to win this time, which is rare in this. Now that's done though, it's highly uncomfortable. This is probably the softest 2 legs he ever munched. Releasing his limbs from the tower, he immediately freefall into open air, massive wingspans opening in its magnificence as he righted himself, the point of his wings only skimming over the waves as the burning city grew smaller and smaller in the distance. He made sure to wreck the wooden floaty with the sails of a deer design along the way with a crack of his claws. It definitely made his day a lot better. The mood is tense as the small council chambers of the Red Keep assembled, with the rare occurrence of the king making an appearance at the head chair of the table. Normally seeing the king present at gatherings like these is a good sign, with the proof that the current monarch of the newly established Baratheon kingdom is fulfilling his duties. Not so in these gatherings. Robert Baratheon, current ruler of the famed 7 kingdoms of Westeros united under the Iron Throne, is red-faced and swaying this way and that, looking ready to fall at the slightest push. His beard unkempt and half-lidded with drunkenness, and his hair looked like it could have seen better days. At his hand is a half-filled bottle of Dornish wine, and his doublet is ruffled, as if he didn't even took the time to make himself presentable before showing up. All in all, the man sitting at the head of the small council is a far-fetched person from the Demon of the Trident, riding with such savage bravery that the Targaryen loyalists panicked at the very sight of the black and yellow figure with the huge warhammer splitting the skulls of men that dared stand in his way. In fact, if you compare the current king of Westeros to that man, this one who had already a slight belly protruding from his shirt would have been mocked as a bad imitation of Robert Baratheon. "So have you found those dragon spawn yet?" demanded the king, making everyone flinch at the question. Varys, who had painfully somehow successfully managed to retain his rank of Master of Whispers by sheer luck and months of successful work to convince the king that he is no Targaryen loyalist, gulped and answered, seeing that no one is ready to brave the king's ire. "Unfortunately, the news is still the same, your grace. The children of Queen Riella is still residing at the house of Sir Willem Derry and his loyal servants at Bravos, while we still have no news of the whereabouts of Elia Martell and her children. As usual, everyone flinched hard as the bottle that Robert is holding flew across the air, nearly taking Stannis' head along with it as it exploded on the opposite wall. The drunk form of the king loomed over everyone as he seemed to turn redder than ever at the sheer amount of rage that his house is known for. I want those dragon spawn found and dead by any means. I don't care how you do it, but I want them found and their corpses brought in front of me. Understand? Sure that the stunned small council got his point, Robert waddled in the direction of the exit, leaving silence behind him as everyone began thinking among themselves. For Varys, it's a good thing he didn't dare mention the rumors that the gold dragon that the mountain that rides is spouting about to Tywin when he made his excuse that he didn't manage to kill the royal family had been seen once more at Starfall, who supposedly ate Ashera Dane halfway through her suicide jump. Goodness only knows what would happen if the king heard that rumor, and he don't want the kingdom destabilized as it is. Still, he made a mental note for his little birds to confirm these rumors. Already he could see the ruin that might be brought into the kingdom as Lannister influence continues to grow in court and everywhere else. Somewhere on the ruins of old Valyria, a very unhappy groan came from the large jaws of a very unhappy dragon. Oh, how he wished he could turn back time and simply didn't dare check the source of that magic call. His beautiful simple life is ruined, and the cause of that is none other but this two-legs dragonblood firecracker trying to teach him words from their own language, forcing him to learn. Rhaenys, that's her name, or at least that's what he thought the small two-legs with dragon's blood name is, with the way she kept repeating it for some reason believed that he's the next best thing that she had seen next to her mother. She poked and prodded his scales every time she could, either with her stubby fleshy paws, bother him with a stick, which is degrading to say the least, climb on him every time he slept and disturbing his beauty sleep and making him sleep with one eye open in worry that he might roll over and crush the whelp accidentally. She's also trying to climb to him every time he flew, much to the shrilling noise her mother made, which he silenced every time with a small puff of annoyed smoke. He had to admit, though, that she's a good rider. She never once screamed in fear but one of ecstasy as he took to the realms of the sky where none but his kind ruled supreme. At first he had been annoyed with the current disruption of his daily habits by this newfound squatters in his lair that he even considered squishing them flat, roasting them, or simply roll them off to flap around free falling to their demise. The dragon in him is completely okay with it. The human in him, however, is not. Human won in a landslide against the magical animal, and so here he is playing doll with two legs. Ahem. Rhaenys, if he had to admit to himself though, he's beginning to get used to this two-legs family, not only because dragons are possessive with anything they consider theirs cooked 2x, but also because as much as it threw a wrench over his well-oiled lifestyle, it at least alleviated his boredom. The dragon blood on Rhaenys and Egg, at least that name's easier to remember, thrummed with his, and as fierce as the winged beasts of legend may be, having whelps around tend to temper their rather more fierce attitudes. The two legs may not be dragon whelps, but they're the closest he could get with the dragon blood flowing from their veins. Still, he did not know what to do with the woman. The only reason he let the pretty and soft two legs is the fact that she is the mother of the whelps that wormed their way to his heart, both draconian and human. Not to mention that the human mind in him enjoyed peeking every time she bathed pervert cough 2x, much to the indignation of his dragon part, who lost the argument on that part of their decisions in life. She's more trouble and thrice as annoying as her whelps combined. It had been a struggle to keep her calm and content in his lair. First, Day nearly costed her life as she tried to escape, dragging her children, only to be ambushed by those crazed, foul-tasting two legs who seemed more animal than men. It was his intervention that saved her and her whelps, and he had to dangle her upside down to get his point across that she does not do it again. She's also against his habit of rolling around his prey, mostly two-leg screamers, and their horses, which he collected every time he hunts to throw over the edge, that amused him so much. She'd also began polishing his lair squeaky clean with sticks and began laying out piles of hay where she and her whelps slept on every night. She also began shrieking one day when he returned carrying more prizes to play with, and he had to deposit the crying, screaming and begging two legs he planned to roll around later or eat to one of the nearby rooms away from the whelps that finally shut her up. He simply sighed in contentment as he let his head return to slumber mode as Rhaenys began rubbing the softer scales on his belly with a stick while giggling, her blood resonating once more with the thrumming of his. This is his life, and despite having its ups and its downs, both human and dragon parts had to admit that they're rather enjoying at the moment. Even if she returned to her homeland at Dorne, she can't be at peace there. The Dornish army is tired and weary after loss against the armies of the rebels who probably won by now. Sure, they would fight for her and they might be able to succeed against any invasion on the hot sands of her country. But too many would die. And as much loved and respected House Martell is, public opinion against them would be unfavorable once the mount of dead bodies started piling in. Like all born in the noble families, Elia have heard stories about the Targaryen dragons that had died off. Of course she didn't believe it and alluded it to legends and fantasies only. Seeing the insignia of the house which she married and rolling around and amusing her daughter to no end the first time almost made her faint. Many thought that despite being sickly, Elia is useless. They couldn't be farther from the truth. Seeing that staying here would be on their best interests, she had tidied up the place as best as she could and managed to pilfer many of the more essential needs, which is clothing mostly, that she salvaged on the ruins of this tower that once belonged to the freehold, and make this place human habitable. Food is provided by the gold dragon, and he had some innate intelligence that Elia did not miss as he roasted whatever it is he brought back, minus his plaything humans cough 2x. Thankfully, raising the children isn't much of a chore, and watching also over them. They stuck to the big golden beast like a wart, and she had observed enough from him that he bears no ill will against her kids, giving her time to focus on the more immediate demands on her attention. First time she worried so much that she grabbed Rhaenys and made a ran on the exit that earned her the dragon's displeasure. Walking towards one of the stone rooms she tidied up, Elia sighed as she took the wash basin filled with heated water. It's so easy to heat stuff. All she needed to do is poke the dragon with Rhaenys' stick, which he seemed not to tolerate with her, as he sent puffs of heated fire through his nostrils, hot enough for the water she brought. Entering it, she stared at the pale face of her old friend, which she managed to pilfer from the dragon's mouth one day when he arrived hunting with half her leg chewed, thankfully still intact despite the large wounds caused by the dragon's mouth. Elia had been scared to death when she saw the state of her right leg, which infection is setting in, and she had to smack the dragon to let the body go, which he thankfully did with what seemed to be a confused expression as Elia dragged the body and wrapped her wounded leg up and stitched it as best as she could with her hair and some needle that she had been to sanitize. Thankfully she had enough skill watching the maester at Dorne work and managed to replicate his deed to save the leg and life of her childhood companion. "Ashera, how are you, my friend?" asked Elia, smiling as she entered, seeing the small smirk of reply from her best friend sweating on the bed. "Good enough. Can I get up now so that I can smack that overlarge lizard outside?" Chapter 4. I'll fight by my right, and for my kind. Smaug 2. Dawn greeted the morning, giving the world a bright light and awakening the first telltale sounds of life as everything that the light touches stir awake, signifying that it is time to get up and start the day. Birds fly in the air. Animals emerged from their dens and holes as the next rising of the sun starts the new tomorrow that everyone yesterday is expecting. However, inside a gray tower in the middle of a land filled with mists and intrigue that once housed the largest empire of the known world, not even the disturbing wajki-wakey warm heat of the sun could bother the large golden figure, who simply shrugged off the approaching fingers of the dawn easily as it rolled on its back, accidentally making its nighttime toy shrill in agony for a split second before it is crushed to paste by the massive form of the dragon, who snored away with half of its tongue lolling out in pleasure. The older dragons get, the more enticing the thought of sleeping is to them, and this one is no different. Already he could see an entire day of boredom and sleeping waiting ahead of him, which is extremely appealing for him. He had hunted yesterday and brought enough fluffy forelegs whose bleats annoyed his ears. Normally he don't hunt these fluffy and cloudy prey, seeing that their will tends to stick into the gaps of his teeth and at the rare occasion gives him indigestion for some reason. The family of 2 legs, however, living in his lair for reasons he cannot fathom, preferred the fluffy forelegs to eat, and he's not one to begrudge them their choice of food. After all, Elia tended to become sick every time he gobbled up some of the screaming 2 legs that he hoarded or simply played with them by rolling them around his claws, their cries music to his ears before throwing them over the edge, enjoying the sight of watching them flap futilely with their arms before splatting down below, smacking his lips to savor the taste of the 3 winny forelegs he ate last night. He is prepared to doze off in a more welcoming angle when his nose twitched as a familiar smell came closer near him. He simply ignored it, letting off a snort that sent puffs of smoke from his nostrils as he returned to his beauty sleep, hoping it would go away. Unfortunately, his luck isn't just that good today. Wakey Balerion. Come on. You promised to take me flying today. The rather annoyed voice of Rhaenys sounded extremely loud on his sensitive ears, and how he wished he could just swat her away and be done with it. Rhaenys, he rumbled, the girl's name sounding almost unrecognizable in his growls. Off. Normally there is no way in the seven hells that a dragon would be able to speak any form of language communicable to man. However, he is not just some sort of random dragon, no sir. Part of him is human that constantly warred against the draconic part that dominated his heart and mind, making him do some humanized things if pushed properly. If truth be told, however, the only reason why he successfully managed to integrate speech is due to Rhaenys taunting him that maybe he's too dumb to learn it. Let it be said that dragons can make the impossible possible once their pride is at stake. Incensed and fully pissed that her label on him is some kind of dumb creature just because he can't speak their language, it hit his pride to the core. Accepting the challenge, it took him still almost 11 years to master words and phrases. Apparently, despite his best efforts, dragon vocal cords aren't just designed for speaking human words. Still, at least he could communicate with his two-leg family and be smug about it at the same time. But you promised, whined the 14-year-old two-legs with dragon blood, climbing on his stomach as he lay at his back in relaxation before jumping up and down. Wakey Balerion. Come on, let's fly. For a moment he simply entertained the idea of throwing Rhaenys at the edge of his tower lair to sate her need of flying. Snorting, he kicked off the doziness that so sweetly invited him back to sleep as he rolled to his two limbs, throwing a laughing and delighted Rhaenys. Seeing that he is finally up before yawning, showing off rows of sharpened teeth before looking at the girl dressed in a brown homespun dress. Ready? He growled, amber eyes blinking in question as she nodded happily when he lowered his massive head to her, as she swaddled up to the middle of the large two jutting horns of his head. I'm ready now, she chirped, patting his head with her small hands. Let's go, sending off twin jets of flame at his snort on her enthusiasm on taking the skies. He heaved his massive bulk over the stones of his lair to the edge where he tossed his playthings to fly. Hold on. He garbled once more to Rhaenys in warning, who held on his horns as he prepared for flight. Massive wings opened in all their glory and claws bent on the ground before propelling himself up in two flaps, the drafts of the wind mixing with the magic on his blood and lightening his body enough as he took the skies with his passenger laughing in happiness as they sailed over the clear realms of the gods. His golden form passing over the clouds, barely being hidden now on unfriendly eyes as the lands below seemed nothing more than pinpricks for their eyes. Listening to the musical voice of his little friend as they wafted over the clear skies, he let his mind wander on the past years. A lot of it have changed on not only him, but to the two-legs family that also call his lair home. He is bigger now that he could fight one-on-one against one of the largest animals that dwelt on the sea with ease and win. This posed a problem with him, for some reason that even he don't understand. His instincts are screaming at him that showing himself to the entire world is detrimental for his health. His magic also got stronger, and it is obvious on the things going on the surrounding lands outside his lair, which is saturated with the presence of his magic. Unknown creatures ranging from sea serpents, half-man, half-horse which is tasty to eat, merfolk both terrifying and beautiful, lions with tails of serpents big enough to kill 10 men with ease, and nymphs of all kind began appearing on the man-deserted ruins of Valyria. The stone men which called that place their home are pushed out to its borders by the spirits from the trees, making them scarce appearing any longer. One fact remained though, all of the said creatures are afraid of him. As for the two-legs family that lived with him, they too managed their own growth spurts. The two whelps that had endeared themselves to him are not so whelpish anymore, with Rhaenys on 14 years of age and Aegon on 10. The two couldn't be more different from each other. Whereas Rhaenys spent most of her free time pestering him and, if possible, ride him, the smaller whelp preferred poring over the countless scrolls and books that are found on his hoard. In fact, he's so timid and quiet that it worried him a bit. In his draconian mind, timid and weak whelps don't live long on the harshness of the world. He would have tried throwing him over the edge to tough the whelp up a bit and give him some grit like his sister if not for the human part in him wresting control and stopping him from carrying out the deed on making Aegon a smear design on the mountainside. That of course involved him fully revealing himself, scaring to death the two females before planting his nose to sniff out the extracts between Ashara's legs. To say that his once supposed to be prey two legs smacked him just as she promised to her lover became literal. Still with his place now in the family intact and the two whelps with dragon blood adoring him. Life couldn't be more perfect and simple once more as he soared through the evening skies with Rhaenys at his back. The golden dragon on heaven's skies didn't know how fast his life would soon come to change once again. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. I'll fight by my right, and for my kind. Smaug 2. I hate this place. Chills me to the bones. Rats whispered despite the fact that there's no reason that he should be whispering. I agree with you, man. What in the world possessed the captain, anyhow, to volunteer that we be the ones to look over this place? The very air gives me the creeps, replied his friend on the same hushing tone, pulling over the oar as the medium-sized ship skimmed over the calm waters. Too calm, in fact, in their experience. Everyone on their crew, despite not voicing their protests like the two of them, also felt the same. The ruins of old Valyria is eerie even at the best of times, but right now the old stones and towers looming over the thick fog of the once powerful empire is downright terrifying, like looming sentinels looking down on you and giving anyone breathing the feeling of being warned to stay away. Even the captain, Jones, despite not voicing his concern like the rest of the men of the Seabreeze, is already starting to regret his decision on ever agreeing on this venture. He had been a regular merchant ship docked at Pentos when he was approached by one of the magisters and paid a rather hefty fee that could set him for life literally as long as he agreed on doing reconnaissance on this part of the known world and report back if he sighted anyone on this isles bearing the color of silver hair. Jones is knowledgeable enough to understand that asking questions even more other than his mission objective is a big no-no, especially since the amount of gold he received is enough to make him understand that there is something more here than dishing out some information, and this goes somewhere all the way to the top that would be bad for his health if he backtracked or failed. Right now, however, the gold pouch that contained his fee weighed heavily on his belt as his ship sailed over these unknown waters. Every sense of his body is telling him to go back the way he came as fast as he could, and only the threat of failure made him stay his course. This part of the world had been abandoned for so long that no one knows what unknown horror called this place their home. Shaking his head to get rid of the fanciful thoughts, Jones focused instead of keeping an eye on the waters and the shores. Stone men might be in and about. Those crazies lived on this place, and despite the sizable guard he had on his ships, it's better to be prepared than be caught off guard. The sudden sound of some rocks falling nearly made Jones and the entirety of his crew jump out of their skin as they turned to the direction of the source, somewhere up high, in a panic. Nobody dared breathe, as the only sound everyone could hear is the sound of the ship skimming over the waters. A minute passed, then another. Everyone waited in bated breath for something, anything to happen, only for the silence to continue on. Letting out a sigh of relief that he didn't know he even held, Jones looked at his first mate ready to bark out orders to keep the ship going on the small river they are in, when the mists broke from the sky, making him piss in fear as a massive and terrifying dragon glinting with its golden scales on the sky appeared, roaring and heading straight for him and his ship. Elia watched in terrified silence as the boat, which looked very small from the height of the tower that she and her family now called their home, burned as the massive golden figure flew over it, spouting out pure flames and bouts of magic with words that she didn't understand from its mouth, sending blasts of different jets of light that either exploded on contact with whatever it hit or sending man levitating for a few seconds before falling down once more. The battle or massacre barely lasted a minute before the ship is reduced to nothing more than flotsam and jetsam floating on the waters. In her heart she knows that none of the crew would survive. The river is filled with sirens that looked like the most beautiful of women are in fact carnivores that would eat anything that has meat on it. The only reason that they didn't attack the boat the moment it touched their waters is the fear of the larger predator hovering over the skies above the ship. Not saying anything as the golden dragon that had been their host for the past 13 years landed back on the opening of the tower, Elia only watched as the 16-year-old figure of her daughter climbed down with a smile and laughing as she walked to the front of the golden dragon, patting the side of its head fondly, and the dragon only thrummed in contentment as it waltzed back with Rhaenys walking alongside it to the caverns where the dragon kept the screaming Dothraki or anything it managed to bring during its hunts. Now that happy-go-lucky attitude it had are slowly turning serious, and Elia herself would admit that it worried her. The once silent river down below them is now being visited every now and then by ships who didn't appear until last year. It didn't help that the first ship that dared visit the Forsaken Land ever since they arrived here is that bearing the sigil of the House of the Usurper. Elia nearly hyperventilated in fear as she saw it the first time, fearing the danger for her barely grown-up children, and she didn't relax until the golden dragon swooped down from its perch and turned the large ship to floating sticks on the water. Every now and then, a ship would appear and the process would repeat, with the golden dragon sinking them or turning them to ash. Elia herself is worried that there might come a time when the dragon might be out hunting and they left defenseless on the tower, when a ship might appear and drop people that would scout the area. The tower that they lived in isn't exactly hidden. Keeping her thoughts in order, Elia only watched with sad eyes Rhaenys lying at the top of the dragon's head, somewhere between its horns, chatting amicably to it as it munched a Dothraki arm, the bones cracking on every bite. At its belly, sitting at its side, is Aegon, now at 13 years old, sharing the dragon's warmth as he wrote on his book, another masterpiece that he must have written. Her children are safe, and that's all because of this creature whom she slightly disliked. Stealing her nerves and ignoring the half-eaten arm that the dragon spat away, looking half-nibbled and filled with spit, Elia strode towards them to enjoy their companionship. Rhaenys giggled as she laid her slender frame over the snoring body of her huge friend, and enjoying the warmth that tingled over her body from his warm, massive warm one. She'd never told anyone, but every time she is near Balerion ever since she was small, her blood sang and she loved every second of it. No words she could find to explain what she felt. The closest she could get so far was as if he was part of her and she was part of him. Also, unlike what she knew her mother thinks, she isn't dumb, not in the slightest. She knew of the dangers that her family name brought her, and she also knew that the sighting of ships so near on Balerion's lair signifies that this place sooner or later would be discovered. As strong as Balerion is, he could not watch over all of them all the time. She must learn how to fight like her mother, making sure that Balerion and Aegon atop his head is asleep. Rhaenys pulled the golden knife she nicked from Balerion's hoard of treasures as she walked at the edge of the dragon's lair, the night sky illuminating her black hair and accentuating her beauty in its most regal form as she prepared some poses of knife fighting. She never noticed the large amber eye that opened the moment she turned her back. Legelmans, for a dragon whose mouth is as big as a battering ram, the small whisper of words is barely inaudible except for the sharpest ears. Balerion, or at least that's what Rhaenys Dragonblood named him, grinned as he watched past memories of his human part siphon from his brain and straight to the mind's back of Rhaenys doing her practice with her metal thingy. At least this memory part of his previous life is useful, other than the spells that he can breathe out and annoy him. On his previous life as the boy who lived, yuck, disgusting title even for two legs, he had innate knowledge about the metal thingies that all two legs seem to love wielding and poking each other so much with. Normally he won't even bother with the effort on sharing his memories as a two-legga to anyone. He is the apex predator. His thoughts are too precious and unconceivable for any of the prey. Rhaenys, however, is a special case, and the dragon blood within her is too precious to ignore. If wielding metal sticks help her be safe and feel much comfortable, he had no qualms on sharing some of his memories to her, though she wouldn't know it since it would only trigger in her subconsciousness. Faking a yawn as he moved his head in a much better angle to watch the child that is now slowly growing to maturity, he smiled within himself. Despite the two legs with dragon blood not being dragons themselves, he still managed to take care of them and keep them safe. He may not be their parent, but there is something just satisfying with the thought of successfully raising whelps into full maturity. His instinct is screaming at him that he had done a good job, and let off with a parting thought that sooner or later these whelps would soon fly off with their own wings, and there is nothing he could do stop it. There's also the fact that some two legs would soon come to take his Rhaenys away from him. Oh ho ho, not for this dragon. If they ever plan to take part of the life of the two legs in dragon's blood that he raised, they're going to do the ritual that all dragons do, and the challenger must fight the ones who raised their whelps before claiming them as their mates. Oh, he planned to fight fair and square. Dragons might be powerful creatures, but they treat duels with other dragons with honor and fight fairly. Already he's almost done with his project that he started ever since Rhaenys and her family came to his life. A plan that will make him able to walk side by side with the whelps he raised. Yawning, he is just ready to doze off, bored watching Rhaenys do some complicated moves with her knife and body when his nose twitched. His entire massive frame suddenly rose, waking Aegon up on his head and Elia on his tail. It even stopped Rhaenys as they watched the massive dragon drag its massive frame over the entrance of its lair, sniffing once more to double-check before making a feral grin. Another ship to burn and 2 legs to hunt. Chapter would finally include some Targaryens on it based on canon. No, there would be no tonguing Elia on this FIC. That's so weird. But I might be tempted on writing a one-shot about that. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug 2. Are you sure that it's gonna show up? Of course, Your Grace. My informant has never failed me yet. If he says it would be here, it would be here. Good. If I found out this informant is lying, then he would face the wrath of the dragon in its truest form. I tremble at the mention of such notion, Your Grace. Examined her to be presented to Khal Drogo. As of right now, she wanted above all else to return to her own bed safe and sound on the Magister's house. It had been 3 days. Now, 3 days of roughing it out here on the heated edge of the mountains of Lorelou, watching the small tribe to Dothraki screamers camping below them. Apparently, according to the Magister, rumors are coming around that a dragon is roaming these parts of the region, and is regularly preying on the smaller groups of Dothraki. No one knew if it is rumor or truth, and even Dany herself didn't believe the report that the Magister told them one dinner evening. However, Viserys for some reason completely insists to go and find out. So here they are sweating it here under the rays of the sun for the 3rd day. As it is, she spent her time watching every morning the small group below her live their life. Dany might not be as courageous as Viserys, at least that's how she thinks. But she is wise enough to know that she must understand this people and how they live their lives if she is to marry that massive brute, no matter how afraid the very thought is of a call. It's better that she knows at least something than absolutely nothing when the time comes. Reclining back on the comfortable cot inside her tent, Daenerys prepared herself for another day of boredom when a sudden tingling all over her body nearly threw her to the floor. As it is, she barely managed to hold on the couch as her entire body itched. It is as if her blood is burning and resonating inside her for reasons that she cannot explain, making her frantically look around. Everything is normal as far as she can see, with the others looking not the least bothered compared to her, who is almost dizzy with everything swirling in front of her eyes. Also, the urge to upheave her breakfast this morning is almost frantic, and if not for the fact that it would awaken the dragon, she would already have done so. She looked again at her companions and wondered why in the world they are not suffering as she is. In fact, everything is perfectly fine for them. Viserys is sitting on a small table with Illyrio, making a monologue about how he would take the throne and the gifts he would bestow to the fat Magister in heaps for his aid in helping them. That's when she also noticed something that she had been missing, that she can't put her finger at. The silence. Not the silence that gives off the aura that you are safe and there is nothing to fear. No. It is the silence that tells you that something mysterious and dangerous is lurking somewhere just at the side of your eye, but disappears every time you look at it. There are no other sounds, not the sighing of birds, the splash of the fish on the water down the river below. Heck, not even the soft touch of the wind as the silence loomed over them, so oppressive. Dany really wanted to bolt now and ran to the hills in terror, even as her breath got shorter and shorter each time she inhaled. Dropping the small book about the Dothraki she is reading, she darted out of the flaps of the tent as the panic in her chest nearly overwhelmed her. They needed to get out of here. Viserys, she piped out nearly pushed her brother out of the chair just as he is taking a sip, causing him to drop his drink at his pants, making him look like as if he just pissed himself. The result is immediate. His face contorted in rage as he stood up, and before Dany knew what just happened, a ringing pain is registered by her left cheek and her leg wobbled as the impact force of the strike caused her to lose her balance, and before she knew it, she is down on the ground supported by one arm, the other holding her left cheek which throbbed from the hit she took. "How dare you shame me in front of our host?" roared Viserys, standing up from the table he shared with Illyrian and stomping towards her. "How dare you, sister? How dare you? Now you have awakened the dragon." He finished each question with a kick at her ribs, making her curl up to a ball at his brutal attacks as she tried to cover her body as best as she can with her limbs. It didn't help that the others simply ignored it, as if nothing's going, as the servants continue with whatever business they are in. They are too used seeing him beat her all the time, and the Magister, Illyrian, even looked bored at Viserys' cruelty. "Please, Viserys. Please, I'm so sorry," begged Daenerys as a rather powerful kick struck her on the arm. Viserys, however, is having none of it. "You've awakened the dragon, Dany, and you're going to pay dash." He never got to finish his sentence as a rather powerful sound echoed from the skies, sounding somewhere between a piercing shriek and a roar, making everyone fell to their knees as every available hand went to cover their respective ears. Even Viserys, who was about to kick her, squeaked like a little girl as his eyes rolled up and he fell flat on his back trying to block out the sound. And just as quick as it came, the roar vanished, only to be replaced by the vibrant thrum of winds moving as a very large shadow gleaming brightly on the morning light literally parted the clouds, nearly made her eyes pop from their sockets as the very representation of the sigil of her house dived down on the gathered group down below its maw's opening as a torrent of liquid fire literally set the entire riverside on fire and sending the small group of Dothraki Khalasar breaking off in 10 different directions as the golden dragon passed over them, scooping 3 to 5 running people before swallowing them whole. Maybe that's the reason why Daenerys shrieked in full terror as the dragon turned its flight away from the burning Dothraki and straight towards them. 2 of the guards, who managed to regain their wits and senses, scrambled up, spears leveled at the massive shadow, only to be swiped away into a bloody smear by the dragon's tail, their girlish screams echoing on the distance. Illyrian himself is just lucky to roll off on the side, else the tail swipe would have sent his fat body flying too. As it is, the watching group remained petrified as the gargantum golden shadow landed, amber eyes looking at them, especially her piercingly. He was both proud and annoyed. Proud of the fact that his little 2 legs, whelp with dragon's blood Rhaenys riding at his back, didn't look the least bothered by the carnage he had just wrought. It's a good sign in his opinion. She had learned slowly to embrace the fire in her blood, unlike Aegon, who prefer the peaceful way of living. That's so wrong. Dragons are made to dominate as the apex predator, and no one, and he meant no one, is greater than they are. Not even if he's the last one of his race remaining. And at the same time he's also annoyed. Not a great issue though. He really needed to get that tail whip of his more precise. He had been aiming to send the 2 brave 2 legs that charged him recklessly flying over the mountainside, not turn them red smears on the ground. Well, what's done is done, and he turned his full attention back to the real reason why he bothered to land here instead of chasing the 2-leg screamers riding 4 legs halfway through the grassy dunes down below. He had been planning today on continuing Rhaenys' education on tracking prey below. Thank heavens they can communicate despite how hard it is, and at the same time indulging her with her love of flying with him with his hunts when he felt it. Another thrumming of dragon magic, though not as alarming as the time when Rhaenys accidentally activated hers and called him to her. After a small debate with his rider, he immediately descended on the source and, well, found it hilarious to scare them a bit first. The instinct that had warned him for so long to keep his existence secret to the 2 legs didn't bother him for some reason, and he decided to act according to his will. No self-respecting dragon would introduce themselves, after all, to someone, especially 2 legs, without killing something to show off its power. To say then that he was surprised would be an understatement. He had been expecting 1 blood of the dragon, not 2. Though there's something wrong with one of them if his nose is to be trusted. The barely grown female 2 legs with dragon blood had the same thrum just as Rhaenys did, however the other one feels tainted, as if someone had mixed his blood with foul water. Unfortunately, he's also as dumb and lacking in respect as he smells. "You're a dragon," he exclaimed, raising from his butt on the ground, though the other 2 legs remained where they are. "You are a dragon," he repeated, laughing hysterically as he raised his arms onto the sky, sending thrums into his body to where Rhaenys is sitting on his back, indicating that he had no desire whatsoever to bother replying with this insignificant insect. He remained silent as he watched Rhaenys straighten up stiffly in a condescending manner that Elia had taught her when dealing with lesser beings. "How fortunate of you to recognize that he is a dragon," she sniffed disdainfully, giving everyone an impression that she is looking down at them, and for good reason. "I am Rhaenys Targaryen, daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen, and this is my friend Dragon, whom I owe my life to, Balerion." "Who are you strangers?" "So it is true," cackled the smelly 2 legs, looking in wonder at Rhaenys. "There are rumors made by the usurper that he had finished you, your brother, and including your mother. We are family. I am Viserys Targaryen, rightful king of Westeros, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the real." It is my pleasure to finally meet you, my niece. As he finished, Harry or Balerion can't help the small growl which in fact sounded like thunder for the gathered men as he smelled the pheromones from the smelly whelp king. He wanted Rhaenys and badly too if the way he's checking her up and down is any indication. Nobody touches his whelp without his consent. And certainly not this little shit. He didn't fail to notice that he neglected to mention his sister, who remained flat on the ground in terror of his presence. I see. She simply replied unimpressed, suppressing the urge to snigger at the incredulous look that appeared on his face that he immediately hid with a smile. All right. I wanted to thank you, my niece, for bringing this creature that will help us bring our vengeance for the usurper. I myself will ride personally this beast and regain the Iron Throne from fat excuse of a dash. Viserys never got to finish his words as the dragon opened its maw and roared in front of her, taking off a few meters from the ground with great flaps of its massive wings, and even Rhaenys at its back had to hold on for dear life as his fury went full overload. How dare this whelp call him a beast and a creature? They two legs are more of a creature than he ever will be. It did not help that his name is Targaryen, the name of the family that enslaved his fellow dragons and trapped them on that pathetic dragon pit of theirs till the last sickly dragon died. Hey. Aegon read to him everything despite his best efforts to make the boy stop. He could tolerate Targaryens like Rhaenys and Aegon, or Egg as he liked to be called. But this, no words he could find to describe this shit stain as his anger made him see red literally. Revenge. I'll show you revenge. He roared, speaking on the tongues of men that Rhaenys taught him with, and before anyone could recover from the shock of hearing him speak, he immediately lunged forward like a snake ready to swallow the shit stain whole. Fortunately for him, his sister tackled him to the ground that the massive maw of the golden beast missed him by mere milliliters, preventing him from his fate of meeting the stranger a little early. Unfortunately, the attack didn't stop, and the fat Magister Illyrio got easily snagged by the dragon's jaws thanks to his large frame despite lying on the ground. The Magister's cries of help are pitiful as his fat body got dragged easily when the dragon pulled. His stubby fingers with jewels left gouge marks on the ground as he is thrown into the air upward, his body wobbling airborne with all the fat as he spun twice, then thrice before falling down on the opening jaws of the dragon. Everyone just watched in abject terror as the screams of the man turned high-pitched as the dragon crunched him for a few moments before it went finally quiet as the evidence of a gulp was seen. He nearly lost his anger though as he smelled the piss out of two legs without bravado. There's no way he's going to eat something that just urinated on himself. That's way too disgusting. Still, he had an image to put up and he kind of respected the bastard sister for his bravery, so it's two birds with one stone. Besides, he's still pissed and he needed to vent a little. Heed my warning. I would not be subjected under any human again. Understand? He roared, making the very ground shake. Unfortunately, shithead in two legs simply can't take the hint. How dare you refuse me? I am a Daenerys. He didn't finish his words as his sister covered his mouth from behind and nodded in reverence to him. Satisfied that he made his point, he thrummed to the rider at his back to hold on as golden wings opened in full expanse once more before flapping in powerful gusts that made them disappear on the crowds. Time to hunt down those escaping Dothraki and get over with. Rhaenys' lessons for today. It is after all more important than just what happened in his opinion. Chapter: a little readiness for the big chapters following may be in canon. Sorry if I can't post every day. Life is hectic with midterms and research coming in. By the way, the size of Harry as a dragon is that of Smaug in The Hobbit: Desolation of Smaug. Just imagine him as that big with that awesome voice. Hehehe. P.S. The other dragon story is Song of Endings. P.S. I don't understand why everyone is referring to my dragon Harry as OC. I've seen fics with more different Harrys that can't do jack shit magic on got crossovers. Mine can still do, only he's primal and very much a dragon, but he can still use magic. What do you expect? A docile dragon as Harry? The horror. P.S. I'm sorry, grammar Nazis, if you think I'm bad at grammar. My English is mostly self-taught since my mother and father disapproved of me writing, saying that it's useless and can earn no money. So don't shit me too much. I'm trying my best, you know. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug 2. His poor ears simply can't handle Elia's lectures of responsibility and Rhaenys' interrogations as to why he is leaving her behind. So here he is, creeping on his own damn lair like a thief with 2 fingers on every paw to make sure that he did not make any sound whatsoever. He almost felt relief as he finally reached the opening end of his lair. Finally he could get out, finish his business and return in the morning. None would be the wiser. Unfortunately, his luck isn't as good as he think it is. And where do you think you're going? Moving his head slowly to the source of the very familiar voice, he can't help but sweat drop at the tapping form of Elia glaring at him. It's amazing how much difference her 13-year stay here at his lair had changed the relationship between them. The 2-legs mother of his adopted whelp remained true to the words of her house. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken, and despite the numerous bullying and scaring he tried on her, she had never backed down, unlike Ash-Era from him, despite the uncounted times she accidentally pissed herself in fear. It's the only reason why she's sharing the tutelage of her children with him, else he would educate them fully in the draconic way. For all intents and purposes she gained his respect, and that is a big thing since his kind rarely gives their respect, and to a 2-legs rarer. I need to hunt, he replied, simply wincing at the rather unconvinced eyebrow that immediately rose up the moment he finished his sentence. Oh yes, Elia had extreme talent on finding out lies thanks to her time being the princess consort of Rhaegar Targaryen. Thank you, Aegon, for reading that information for me. Fine. He simply huffed, making his voice as silent as possible despite knowing the fact that everybody would have heard by now, for it almost echoing from room to room. Personal business. When she still doesn't look convinced, he finally gave up a weary sigh before struggling to form the words in his mouth. My kind's business. The 2 of them simply remained where they are, staring at one another, neither side blinking and cowing down before Elia finally conceded. Good. Safe journeys wherever you are going, Balerion. Seeing that it is the end of the conversation, he prepared once more to go to the side of the ledge when she called out once more, making him turn his head back to her, with a small sigh, only to be surprised at the small smirk adorning her face looking back. And please do come back on the morning. My daughter would be distraught if she found out that you accidentally killed yourself in a ditch and would not be returning. Having said her piece, the Princess of Dorne walked off, leaving a flabbergasted dragon at the touch of concern she just said before chuckling softly to himself. 2-legs really are weird creatures. Still, it's a good thing to have someone worry for you other than yourself. Walking towards the edge, he inhaled once the smell of the fresh air, delighted at the taste of evening air before finally jumping over the edge. Yes, jumping and not flying. Feeling the air waft over his face on his freefall, he smirked at the feeling of falling. This must be how 2-legs feel every time he rolls one of them over the edge. It's a pity that they don't have wings like he does. The sensation is extraordinary. Closing his eyes as he focused on his magic, it did not take long for him to find the familiar soothing feeling that he inherited from the former human life conjoined to his, which only increased tenfold as his entire being laced with magic made connection with the alien one in him. He smirked as he felt draw closer, and the magic in him bending finally to the full might of his will and filling every nook and cranny of his flesh before finally the sensation of being pushed into a rubber tube emanated. If anyone is watching from afar, all they would have seen is a massive golden figure almost hitting the ground before disappearing with a loud crack. At the last second, the paper he is rolling over his palms right now contained the most troubling of messages he had received in the past decade. Illyrio is apparently dead, and that alone shouldn't have worried him. The Magister have his uses, but not to the magnitude that he would damage the Spider's long-term plans on putting the Targaryens back on the throne. The manner of his death, though, is the complete opposite, if it is to be believed in any way at least. A dragon of all things, apparently ate the fat Magister and killed 2 of his guards before leaving. Now, if not for the fact that it is written by one of Varys' most trusted spy on Essos, he would have waved it off as nothing more than rumor or hearsay that the Targaryens spread to terrify the fat king keeping the Iron Throne warm. As it is, he knew that he needed to keep an eye even more of the things going on at the east to really prove the authenticity of this message. At least this time he had a direction where to send most of his spies compared to let them wander the entirety of Essos without direction. Who knows, maybe they would even find clues on the lost wife and children of Rhaegar Targaryen. For now he needed to find a way to report this sighting of a dragon to the small council and the king without making them too overly believable. News is Viserys, after all, is on his way to finally negotiating the final touches for his sister's wedding to a Dothraki call, and he needed the boy to survive and focused, not dodging assassins every now and then. Did he ever mention that he hated the cold? As it is, he simply pushed on despite the numbing feeling sweeping over him as he flew over the clouds, guided only by his instincts and his blood. Apparition half an hour ago brought him closer to his destination, but also made him almost crash down on a humongous wall of ice that appeared out of nowhere. Let's just say that he simply did not enjoy crashing down headfirst on the cold construct. Thankfully, the single two legs in black walking along the wall proved enough of a delicacy to minimize his annoyance at best and give him semblance of his common sense. He'll admit, though, that his time here on this land is interesting. Magic guided by his will to follow his instinct brought him here, and despite the tragic landing, he gets to see new sights at least. Everything he felt so far is magical. From the humongous wall big enough for him to perch comfortably to the trees down below, which made him feel as if someone is looking at him, and even to the very stormy weather that is proving to be more than an annoyance as he spend even more time wasting energy to plow through it and follow the directions dictated by his instincts and fate. To put it into words for him is complicated. He is a creature of fire, and something had awakened in him that made him not only want to go here, but need to go here. An ancient enemy. One that his kind both feared and hated the most ever since the dawn of time, when the world is young and a war that is almost forgotten by men are fought in dominion of the land. If that same enemy still lives, or at least a part of it that made his instincts call out to him here, his blood demands that they die. Easier said than done, though. He grunted despite his immense pride as his wings felt heavy on every flap. It is as if every buffet and every snowflake that touches his body weighed him down. Magic laced the very air he breathed, and despite his own magic and heat countering it, it is not enough to make him comfortable, and damn, since when did he become uncomfortable in the long years? The farthest he can remember is when Ashera plopped a soap bar in his mouth when he's sleeping as revenge for licking her private's drool. Now that's very uncomfortable. Too lost on the thought and memories of making that violet-eyed female scream in alarm as he tasted her. He almost missed the white flying thing flying at him in high speeds and would have skewered him if not for the sudden wake-up call that made him bank in time to avoid the deadly projectile by cartwheeling on the air. The move, however, is clumsily done, and he roared as the mixed heavy weather and the weight of his bad maneuver made him lost his balance, and he barely managed to channel the necessary magic for a cushioning charm at his back before bracing himself as he impacted the ground with a thunderous crash. He groaned as he immediately pulled himself together despite the pain of his wounds in the back. He is sure that if he turned, the wounds would look horrendous to look upon. To someone his size, however, it is nothing more than a scratch and would neither bother him nor reduce his abilities. As it is, amber eyes glared hatefully at the figure that slowly emerged from the ice, pale blue skin almost invisible in the eyes as he advanced towards him. My old enemy, you cannot hide from me. No matter what form you choose to wear, let your true self be revealed. A roaring sound echoed on the ice as golden maws opened to the fullest, bathing the walking figure with pure flames even as it held its hand up, a cold barrier blocking the majority of the dragon fire. It didn't cover it fully, though, and the pale skin melted bit by bit, and also the small storm surrounding the pale figure showing off black scale armor over blue skin. The hair at its head also melted, revealing a jagged crown made of ice glinting despite the massive storm. Cold blue eyes, as cold as the dead, stared defiantly back at the amber ones as the fire finally dissipated, leaving the two glaring at one another in sharpened stares. You've got a lot of nerve coming here, abomination. The icy voice of the Night King sounded like cracked ice as it glared venomously at the overgrown lizard, already a spear of ice slowly manifesting on its hands. And you will die here today. You should have stayed dead. He simply snorted in response, puffing out twin jets of flame before charging forward. In the land of always winter, the battle of fire and ice is witnessed by no one. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug 2, you're still waiting here? You should come in, Rainies, and take shelter from the rain, else you might be sick. He's late enough as it is. Come on, Ray. Balerian's a big dragon. Surely nothing on this world can pose much a threat to him other than those nidwalls he seemed intent on rambling about, reasoned Aegon with a little bit of irritation at her sister's obsession on keeping the golden dragon within her sight always. The heat at the edge of the ledge of their home is making him irritable, and he wanted nothing else than to go inside and cool off and read some of the new books he managed to nick from Balerian's hoard. Don't get him wrong, he doesn't hate or dislike Balerian. Not the least. In fact, he's also fond of the gargantum lizard like her sister, not to mention that he's also painfully aware that it is only through the golden dragon's efforts that they are still breathing right now. It's just he can't understand why Rhaenys wanted to be so close to the dragon, to the point that if not for Balerion threatening her to sleep on her own quarters, she would have made her bed beside the dragon's without a doubt. As for Rhaenys, she simply ignored her lazy and bookworm brother, who now left her side as she remained where she is at the edge, waiting for any sign of her big friend to return from whatever errand he deemed important enough not to inform anyone but her mother, who caught him red-handed. A large part of her, of course, knew that she's simply being silly for worrying too much. Balerion is a dragon, and a big one at that. Precious little could harm him, and rarer is something that had the capability to kill him. He could take care of himself without her troubling herself too much. She didn't know how long she'd been standing there, but soon the familiar sounds of flapping wings brought her out of her stupor, as she beamed, seeing the familiar shadow blocking the sun and slowly descending over the entrance of the tower's lair. However, one look made her immediately pause, as telltale signs showed that there's something very wrong with Balerion, as he looked barely skyworthy, the right wing almost hanging limp and the left barely half moving. Not waiting for the particles to settle, Rhaenys immediately put her feet beneath her as she rushed at her friend, who was lying half in only on the tower with his other half hanging out. She almost cried at the damage at the golden dragon, and she can barely muster the necessary air, calling for her mother and her aunt Ashera to help. Damn, did it hurt. He almost regretted going on that land now. His entire body is sore and more than one part of him felt raw and painful. Despite his massive pride, he had to admit that he barely got out of that scuffle with his hide intact only by luck. Dragons have been the main enemy for those ice demons for centuries. Not only because those freaks are not natural, but they are the very representation against a foe for his kind in power, and no respectable dragon would dare allow something as dust to continue walking the face of the earth. Now you might ask how he got this news. Though having memories of another life, another time, thanks to the soul that conjoined with his, the dragon part of him is more prevalent by a large margin, and memories of the old enemy, as his forefathers called them, is one deeply ingrained on his very blood when the ancient dragons fought those monsters and barely succeeded. Of course, according to the two legs history that Egg read to him in boredom, they had some sort of leader wielding a metal fiery stick that drove off those ice demons single-handedly. If the author of said history is still alive, he would have hunted the poor bastard down to the very ends of this world before barbecuing him. Ancient dragons fought alongside that man. If he had been alone, he would never have stood a chance against that thing. Even then, they barely won, and a lot of dragons died at the process. Thinking about that thing alone made his damaged body wince in pain even more as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Now that he thought about it, he supposed that charging alone towards that icy land laced with their power is folly at its highest. He had let his pride dictate his actions instead of his common sense, and he almost paid with his life. The thing is greater than he anticipated. Sure, he had more firepower and magical arsenal compared to it, but the thing for some reason are immune to Two Legs' killing spells that his human soul had a host to call upon to. He had tried Avada Kedavra on it, it remained standing looking smug. He had tried piercing it with a piercing spell. The little shit didn't look the bit phased, even with a hole on its heart. Heck, even he had tried Entril expelling curse on it, only to be given a raised, non-existent eyebrow of disbelief. In the end of the day, he had given up on human spells and tried to find it the traditional way, like his ancestors. Fire versus ice and scales against sorcery. To say that it is easier said than done would be an understatement. Apparently the thing, despite having enough power to negate everything but the strongest of his flames laced with Fiendfire Cough 2x. Cheek Cough 2x have some ace in his sleeve, or to be more accurate, aces. The moment the dragon-laced Fiendfire started ravaging the area, the very weather turned against him, throwing him down on the ground, crushing his right wing on the crash in the process. And if the fact that the cold could barely be held off by the heat of his magic and body, not to mention zero visibility alongside it, is bad enough. Hundreds of Walking Dead Two Legs immediately appeared out of every corner and started dogpiling him, trying to bring him down with sheer force of numbers. Of course that alone could not bring him down. Oh no, far from it in fact. Despite their large numbers, the dead-smelling Two Legs laced with magic can do only superficial wounds at him with their best. His scales more than protected him on the rough onslaught. Every move he made threw large numbers of them off too. Not to mention wide area attack spells that is more than enough to slow the ones at his front at least. However, having to deal with them made him vulnerable to the magic of the White Walkers, and let's just say the thing have summoned 6 of his buddies, and the little shits began throwing high-powered ice spears at him, cracking open parts of his scales that the Whites began to take advantage of. Now don't get him wrong, the things he believed he could handle, the raging ice storm, maybe the Whites without a doubt, but put them 3 together and pit them against him? That's another story. Both his body and magic have been put to the test, and he barely managed an apparition out of the skin of his teeth that brought him a few leagues back to his tower severely wounded. He had barely managed to fly back here in 1.5 wing, and even that is a tantamount effort on his part. Suffice it to say, both human and dragon in him recognized the fact that despite the power, magic and strength they wielded, he is still mortal. Damn this! Cursed Ashera for what could only be the 100th time as she handed to Elia the blood-soaked rag that they are trying to siphon from the wounds of the golden dragon still lying unconscious half in and half out of their lair. To say that she's panicking would be a complete understatement. She and Elia had been sleeping together when they were awoken by the panicked screams of Rhaenys and ran only to find this. She never suspected that something would be able to wound a dragon this size in fact, and seeing the magnificent beast almost dead made her wonder what or who did this. She may not be a maester, but she had spent enough time fooling around with Starfall's maester to learn some of the more basic healing skills, much to the chagrin of her father, who preferred if she spent her time making more connections for a possible betrothal to one of high station that might catch her in his eyes. Now she's glad that she didn't listen to her father as she, Rhaenys and Elia tried their best to heal the more dangerous-looking of his wounds. Main word there is tried. Large craters filled with what seems to be jagged ice remain latched on large patches of broken scales all over the dragon. Each of those craters is oozing with deep wounds attached with dozens of superficial ones. It had taken the entire morning and afternoon for the 4 of them to finish cleaning said wounds, and now it is midnight and they are still cleaning the blood from the seams for her and Elia to try and tie or so if it would work together the damaged flesh to stop the bleeding. She's not stupid, of course. She may not be buddies with the dragon like Rhaenys, Aegon or Elia. She's going there slowly, but she's not stupid. She knew of course that without the dragon guarding over them, the surrogate family of her best friend, whom she found new meaning of living, would be under danger again. It didn't fail hers and Elia's attention that a lot more ships are braving the ruins of Valyria despite them being dangerous, and most of them are Westerosi in design. Sure, the lair of the dragon is surrounded by magical creatures that are sentient in thought. But said creatures, except the sirens, maybe tend to avoid men unless they got too close to their own lairs by accident. Now as she worked the last of the blood splattered over the golden scales of the dragon, she can't help but pray for this overgrown lizard that took disturbing her and Elia during their lovemaking as its career to live. They need him more than ever, and for some reason, she can't help but feel that maybe, just maybe, she'll be able to forgive the bastard for licking her. But when she's baiting on the springs a few years ago, Chapter 9, Author's Message. The swordfish mysteriously disappeared. Readers and fellow writers, I had no idea why. I'm going to repost it bit by bit as much as my schedule allows. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug 2. Come on Balerion, say oh by all the gods real and unreal, please don't let this be true. He hot glumly as one irritated amber eye peeked open, wishing with all his might that his source of annoyance would disappear, only to groan in disappointment as the fact registered that she is still there standing and tapping her foot irritatingly. It had been 3 weeks of enduring something that can't be endured in his opinion. 3 weeks of being stuck here on his lair, unable to fly and hunt, is unbearable. It didn't help that the company he's living with isn't currently happy, with him choosing not to divulge the reason as to what, where and why he went. Who knew that Ashera could be quite sadistic when sewing the damaged muscle membranes of his skin? It was Rhaenys, however, that made him worry, though he'll never admit it on the pain of death. The girl, unlike Elia and Ashera, who gave him quite the musical ear-splitting beat down about the subjects of responsibility, carelessness, stupidity and many more that he simply allowed to escape his eardrums by muttering a soft silencio to tune them off. He still had to act awake though, with the two not taking it well when he almost slept off on them. As for Rhaenys, the half-Dornish, unlike her brother who stated that he's glad he's back, the girl had been silent. Extremely in fact, as she went on with their daily lives, inventorying their supplies with him unable to hunt for them anymore while he's invalid. That worried him. His little whelp had an air of sadness in her that seemed to wear her down like a rock, erasing the happy-go-lucky whelp that have an unquenching sunny disposition over the years. He knew of course that like everyone else she wanted to ask him where he went. But unlike them, she recognized that he won't probably answer her. Oh, he would answer her all right if she asked. The things are problems for anyone with dragon's blood, even insignificant two-legs. He just had to wait and see how much her courage plucked up that she would nag him about it. Still, as of now, she hid her thoughts and reactions brilliantly from everyone including him, as she acted like nothing's changed when he left when she's facing them. Like she's doing today. Balerion, come on, she urged, irritated as he contented himself on snoring. Once more he contemplated on terrorizing her with half a swallow to brush her off in terror, like he did once more with Ashera to stop hers and Elia's screaming questions and demands that hurt his ears when he's not maintaining the silencing spell. But no, that would not work on Rhaenys. He does simply not want to take the risk of accidentally swallowing her, which both his human and dragon side fully agreed upon. Grumbling mentally about annoying whelps, he satisfied himself with resting once more on dreamland and tune off Rhaenys' nagging. His beauty sleep, however, was disturbed quite rudely when a very foreign object was introduced to his nose without warning whatsoever, causing amber eyes to open wide in alarm, and no small amount of annoyance as he hissed loudly before sneezing it out and sending it clattering somewhere to the side. Of course he knew who the culprit is, as amused giggles came from his front, and it took all his effort not to squash her flat into jelly. Growling, he simply settled himself on his resigned fate as he glared at Rhaenys with his head on level with her. "So glad you're awake now, Balerion," said the two-legs, whelp innocently, too innocent in fact, showing just how much an evil which she could be when she wanted to. Evil, he grumbled in annoyance to her, making her smile if even more, the wider as she obviously was pleased that he deigned to even take the effort on speaking to her. "Balerion, eat," she commanded once more, pouring the small pile of fish in front of him from the pail, making him perk up at his favorite delicacy. That doesn't mean that he liked being commanded around, though. Puffing a cloud of smoke from his nostrils that engulfed the half-Dornish girl in front of him in retaliation for bossing him around, he chuckled as she dissolved into coughs even as he started to dig in on his meal. It's warming to feel that having them around is not a bad idea. Now only if he could somehow convince Elia not to give him that disapproving glare every time he rolled one of his screaming playthings off the edge to their doom, his day would be complete and satisfied. Whereas Balerion and his little family of humans is resting and relaxing with the golden dragon being safely tucked on their own bubble of safety. Things aren't so well, however, on the warpath that the dragon left behind so carelessly. On the Lord Commander's office at Castle Black sat a very disgruntled Lord Commander alongside Sir Alistair Thorne, who's scowling heavily as usual as both of them faced a completely terrified Marcus Shortnose, who's reporting things that can only be said when men are too drunk and up on their cups already. "So let me get this straight," Mormont sighed, feeling the telltales of starting headache as he pinned the patrolman reporting to him in a hard stare. "A dragon appeared out of nowhere from the sky and landed on the wall and killed your partner wolves? Am I right?" "Yes, Lord Commander," nodded the man so quick that he's almost bobbing his head off his neck. "It ate wolves and flew off to the north, leaving that part of the wall damaged." "And it simply didn't eat you?" asked Sir Alistair sarcastically. No, it didn't, Sir Alistair. I made a ran for it the moment it got wolves. In fact, I believe that it didn't see me, else I would not be here telling you of this, Sir. Grumpkins and bollocks. Lord Commander, I say this man is lying. Have him whipped and put on sentry duty for a week and we'll wring the truth from him." The knight snarked angrily, making the man in front of them splutter and spout his reasons of deniability as to why what he's saying is true to the knight. Mormont simply shut the two off as he focused instead of the words that the knight's watch brother reported to him. Like everyone at Castle Black, he also have heard the sound of part of the upper wall crashing and rushed off with 50 men, worried that the wildlings might have done something to the wall. The day that wildlings gain the idea on how to demolish the wall would be a grim day indeed for not just the north but the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Instead of finding groups of wildlings there, however, doing God's only knows what they found is part of the upper wall demolished as if something or someone launched a boulder on it. They've also found the tattered and bloody remains of Wool's cloak, who had been assigned to patrol this part of the wall alongside Shortnose. He sighed as the need to find something to drink came into his mind. Dragons, the entire realm must know by now if there is one flying around. Still, He needed to send word to the capital to provide more supplies to repair the broken section of the wall. As outlandish as Shortnose's story is, he needed a reason to put why he's asking for extra supplies. Hopefully the king won't reject his letter no matter how mad it sounds. The Night's Watch is in decline and he can't have the wall also breaking apart. It would be too much for his old bones. Down the Straits of Tyria, a lone ship sailed. On its prow stood the tall form of the brother of Balon Greyjoy, the current ruler of the Iron Islands. Exiled, he had led himself on the Ironborn way and had amassed enough riches that when the proper time comes, he could unseat his brother from the Salt Throne and claim his rightful birthright. Long he had gathered news and men for this adventure, and as perilous as it is on braving the ruins of Valyria, he had finally gotten his prize. When he first set out on this journey aboard the Iron Maiden, it had been 3 ships with 100 men each. Not every man would be willing to brave the ruins of the once powerful freehold, but the gold and gems that Euron offered the men is more than tempting enough that the fools followed him without question. It had been a desperate journey full of danger and deceit. And out of the 300 that had followed him, 50 less remained as they finally made their way outside the waters of the freehold. However, his expedition had been a success. At his hands, a golden dragon horn adorned with rubies sat that would enable him to force the powerful gods of the sky to submit to his will. She had been asleep for so long, and her dreams have been vague as of late, dreams of fire and destruction, dreams of extinction of her kind, dreams that had been plaguing her ever since she flew away from the fires that tore apart her home. She had fled here, as far north as north goes, and she didn't stop until her wings are heavy and her body faint from hunger. She had trusted the cold to keep her safe from the fire that swallowed her home, but the cold encased her, buried her alive and weakened her already weakened heart. It betrayed her when she looked to it in salvation. She had been strong, very strong, but the cold sapped that strength bit by bit and it caged her, froze her to the bone. Thus her eyes closed, she felt herself dying, frozen, buried, turned to stone for so long than she can remember. Until she felt it, something wet and sticky that dropped on her eye in over centuries. Power coursed through her. There is magic, fire magic so powerful that it awakened a dead mind, power enough to remind her what she is. A ruler of the sky, a goddess among other creatures. Derelict muscles tightened, powerful limbs stirred, and the once frozen heart awakened. The blood is a single drop, but it was enough to awaken the fire inside her. And boy, is it a blazing inferno as her pride stung on being such a weakling. She is not a prey. She is a dragon. Slowly, powerfully the very ground quaked and cracked like continents, ripping itself asunder as the large blue body ripped the very muscles of the earth. Powerful wings that had once been weak unfurled in its entire glory. The prison of ice protested. The small hill that had encased her struggled. But she would not be denied. The entire fury of her race filled her, and she thrashed as the desire for freedom and the sky filled her soul. Millennia of her kind's freedom and strength is represented in all its might and fury. The hill cracked, the sky broke, and the air boomed with thunder, sending what few wights that remain roaming around, flying everywhere. Earth and ice flew everywhere, some the very size of her. And suddenly she was flying again. Her wings once more took to the skies, and her roar echoed throughout the world. She set out east, letting the great drafts of this world take her. It is time for her to go home. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug II, Targaryen, current heir of the Iron Throne and son of Rhaegar and Elia, self-proclaimed scholar and greatest maester that Westeros ever will see, screamed out his lungs in a completely girly way that his sister Rhaenys won't let him forget till the day he die. "Oh, come on, Egg. It's not that bad," chuckled Rhaenys, amused at his reaction as she aided her younger brother scramble from the claws of the massive golden dragon towards his back nervously, and with many a panicked added girlish shrills as he more than once slipped on the golden scales before he managed to right himself squarely and securely behind his sister, his arms going around her waist automatically for protection and for something to hold on. "Speak for yourself," panted Aegon as he felt his heart beating rapidly in his chest before glaring at the golden beast flying him and Rhaenys over the clouds, looking not the least perturbed that he nearly caused Aegon a mental breakdown. "Don't do that again," he hissed, making a point to stamp the sides of the golden scales with his boots quite forcefully. Unfortunately, that was the wrong thing to do. He only had a second of warning from her sister's words of a small "oh, shouldn't have done that," before he found the large body beneath him twist in a complete 90-degree angle midair. Yelp. He's pretty sure he pissed himself as he felt his butt leave the safety of the golden scales, and his arms, who was not ready to hold on, slipped from his sister's waist as he free fell on the air after being dropped from the dragon. Somebody help me. Okay, he might be a boy and had a boy's pride, but when you're plummeting to your doom in 100 miles per hour, survival takes precedence over pride by a very large margin. Grumbling about insane dragons and traitorous siblings, Aegon Targaryen, supposed to be crown prince of Westeros, settled on hanging like a trapped gazelle at the claws of their host and protector. This is not the first time he had been dangled by Balerion without warning, and so the panic of feeling nothing beneath him is not that prevalent anymore. He made a mental note to put something spices on the barrel of fish for Balerion's dinner tonight, though. The dragon owed him a dropped boot after all. Whereas his young ward is thinking less than happy thoughts, he, on the other hand, can't be more jolly and happy. This is the third day ever since his full recovery, and he expended every single one of it flying. He had been cooped up after all for a month, ever since his disastrous forced exit against those ice demons, and being free once more on the sky is heaven for him. Rhaenys, of course, as usual, chose to fly with him, being a bit more clingy than usual ever since his ordeal, which puzzled him. It's not as if he could be defeated, yeah right? Sarcasm, but he allowed it. After all, she is all but in blood his whelp, and he enjoyed her company, plus the fact that she loved flying as much as he does. As for Aegon, well, the boy had been cooped up trying to bury his nose in another tome he managed to excavate, and he, Harry or Balerion, ever the vigilant aide when Elia is having trouble with her children, managed to overhear the Dornish two-legs confiding to Ashera that she's worried about Aegon not being too social. Thus, as usual, it's up to him to remind Aegon about his place in the world. It's a simple grab before takeoff today, and all it takes to straighten out the poor boy is to drop him 1,800 feet from the sky. To say that it rankled him enough to get out his funk and remind him of his blood and his place in the world is a complete success. The boy currently is looking at peace, as he also observed the beautiful horizon that those with wings can only be blessed enough to look at. Smelling the sweet scent of the air, Balerion smiled as he let his mind wander. The entire month of him sitting around stuck on dry land is not wasted for naught. As his body recovered, he had spent a large amount of time meditating and getting to know himself even better, both the dragon and the human inside of him. It is these meditation and self-acknowledgement that made him aware that what he did against the ice monsters is just plain idiotic despite respectable in dragon standards in the first place. Sure, he had great power as a dragon, but he had so conveniently ignored the learned magic of his human soul that it isn't even funny now that he acknowledged it. He literally had an arsenal of spells he could have called onto battle when he fought the ice demons. Sure, direct damage against them proved to be a little less than useless, but there are massive spells that can be used to manipulate the environment that might have won him the day. As majority of him being a dragon considered using the strength of his human side is an anathema on itself, but now that he thought about it, it's just a matter of pride. Besides, now that he's thinking about it, both dragon and human in him, though the dragon had to be browbeaten first, are interested on wielding the innate magic within the shared body. And that's the reason for his secret project. Something that Rhaenys failed epically for the first time to make him spill. Flying overhead over the clouds, watching the sun at its highest, he let off a roar signifying his dominance over the air as its overlord. Being a dragon is great. Being a dragon is perfect. Being a dragon is wait. Is it just him, or is that a return roar he just heard? Banking southwest and surprising the two whelps with him as he diverted from his usual flight paths north away from the Dothraki Sea, where his hunting grounds are usually allocated, and straight southeast at the direction on the place that the two legs refer to as the Red Waste. Alone, he knows that he could traverse the large body of sand alone years if need be to search for whatever it is that caught his attention. With both eggs still clinging to his claws and Rhaenys, though, he knew that he had a few hours tops before the two suffer under the stifling heat that enlivened his scales. A wry grin formed in his draconian lips, though, as a very familiar thrumming resonated within his blood. Now he knows what made those noises, and by whatever deity that is present, he would make sure that they be safe and put under his care. His race's very existence might just depend on it. Are you sure they're not just hungry Khaleesi? They've been keening in there for a good long while now, pointed out Jorah Mormont as he glared at the 3 dragons that his queen has hatched a few weeks ago. The 3 had been keening non-stop for some time now, and it is irritating not just him, but also the rest of former Khal Drogo's khalasar. I don't know, Ser Jorah. I've just fed them, but they seemed intent on crying out despite being just fed, answered Daenerys, trying and failing to hide her worry for her children as their cries echoed on the sands of the Red Waste. The 3 seemed completely intent on letting the whole world hear their cries, and that worried the exiled knight more than he admit. The Red Wastes are filled with cutthroats, bandits, smaller khalasars and slavers that just might be more than interested on procuring to themselves the last Targaryen and her 3 children. Jorah was just ready to suggest to Daenerys to muzzle the 3 lizards when he stopped abruptly as a deafening shriek and his washed over the mountains, making the very hairs on his arms stand as the men and women behind them covered their ears in discomfort. It didn't help that the 3 dragons, the moment they've heard the shriek, became even more agitated, and Drogo, the black one, even managed to be free from its cage as it hopped on the shoulders of its mother and began jumping up and down, squeaking its heart out, looking to the heavens even as its yellow eyes roamed back and forth at the sky. "Drogon, calm down," ordered Daenerys frantically as the little dragon struggled with all its might to fly away even as her hands held it down on the sand. "Khaleesi, what's wrong with them?" asked one of her khalasar who had ran at her side and is aiding her on keeping the flailing dragon on the ground. I don't know," answered Daenerys truthfully as she held the thin membranes of her dragon down before continuing. "Our family only has records about dragons, not notes about their behaviors on Dash." She never finished her words as the same shriek echoed again, but this time sounding very much closer than before. "We need to get out of the open, Khaleesi. It's too dangerous sitting here out in the open," suggested the exiled knight and former lord of Bear Island. He had been many places on Essos before coming into service of the Targaryens. He had fought men and beast alike. Yet in all his years of travel, he'd never heard anything such as this. It felt plain and simple terrifying, the hairs on his arms even not denying it as he aided Daenerys on securing a frantic-looking Drogon. Just as the rest of them managed to tie up the protesting dragon back on his cage and cover it with one of the hides, a black shadow passed them so fast that if not for the gasps of the rest of the khalasar, Jorah was sure that he must have imagined it. 3 of the horses immediately bolted away in alarm, and more than one person fell to their knees as it became painfully obvious that whatever it is that passed them isn't just some random wisp of cloud blown in the sky, as many of them looked to the sky in pure and simple terror. Jorah himself completely wetted his britches as his brain registered what his eyes are seeing. It is something out of a nightmare, and if not for the fact that he heard the outrageous stories of Viserys about the beast that killed Fat Magister Illyrio and seeing for himself the 3 dragons that Daenerys have with them, he would have questioned the kind of drink that he had inhaled in the past few days. For out in the distance, a massive golden dragon flew gracefully in the air, its scales glinting brightly on the morning sun. Everyone nearly bolted though as the gargantum beast curved around in the open air and headed straight for them. "Run! It's gonna eat us! My baby! Please save my baby! I hope that's one of yours, Khaleesi," whispered one of her handmaidens at her. Well, Dany had to give her credit for being more optimistic compared to the rest of her khalasar. With her 3 children, she's not afraid. Seeing, however, a fully grown dragon in all its almighty glory for the second time made her shudder both in fear and excitement. It is one thing to see banners of a dragon. It is another to witness one in the flesh. Every inch of her wanted to call out to the creature, but self-preservation is the only reason that stayed her hand. "Don't!" hissed the exiled knight, wonder as to why in the world is he whispering in the first place as he stayed the hand of one of the massive golden figure didn't show any signs of simply passing them by. Instead it swooped down and landed on the ground in front of the gathered khalasar, which resembled more a flock of frightened sheep instead of the desert wolves that the free cities fear. The very earth shook as it touched down, sending many off their feet even as plumes of dust covered the air. One foolhardy Dothraki lost his nerve though and made a dash for it at the opposite direction. He'd barely made 3 steps before he was engulfed by flames. Daenerys, however, retained her cool despite the murder and the screaming of her people as she stared at the massive golden dragon with its wings unfurled to their greatest. She may not show it, but every fiber of her begged her in toes and knees to run at the opposite direction. The three hatchlings though showed no sign of fear as they screeched at their older kind, looking not the least disturbed. The massive draconic iris turned at her, amber eyes sharp as it let off what could only be a chuckle of some kind. Daenerys only closed her eyes as the gaping maw opened and roared loudly, making her soil himself without meaning to. If she ran, where would she ran? There is nowhere to hide and nowhere to take cover on this barren place. She could barely hear Yora calling her name as the large mouth came closer and closer, that she could feel its putrid breath, when something happened that caught her and everyone else completely off guard. Balerion, stop frightening my aunt, or I swear I'm not going to rub your scales for an entire month. On the shores of Pentos, a blue dragon slept. She smirked as her dreams filled with fire and hope for the future of her race. Hopefully there are males yet there that could enable her to whelp and give a future for their race again. On the outskirts of Vis Dothrak, the forgotten corpse of Viserys Targaryen lay even as vultures surround him. He is not killed by a sword, or a boiling pot of stew of gold, or by any weapon made by man, mind you. He is not even killed by nature or dehydration, no. Viserys have been halfway from Vis Dothrak with the goods. He stole from Ser Yora's stash in a fit of rage after the night prevented him from taking the dragon eggs when out of nowhere. A boot with heavy soles came falling down from the sky and cracked his skull open. Said boot is now laying beside the dead form of Viserys Targaryen, with its owner none the wiser of the kinslaying that just happened. Chapter 11. Author's response to that annoying guest review. Why wait? For starters, I am reposting this out of the goodness of my heart, and I am certainly under no obligation to do so. Secondly, I am dealing with personal issues, that's why I forget sometimes to post every day. Thirdly, do you have any idea how tedious to put everything all at once and how time-consuming it is? Fourthly, you're reading for free, so suck it up. Chapter 11. I'll fight by my right and for my kind. Smaug 2. Daenerys Stormborn. Targaryen isn't sure which part of her current ordeal should be shocked at. The part where the same golden dragon that she had met before is facing her within biting distance, or the part where someone called her aunt. The fact that her brain is still registering that a massive golden beast that is the very sigil of her house landed in front of her at the very moment like last time, giving her the feeling of déjà vu, didn't help things, as those terrifying amber eyes literally made her feel like the smallest of beings. Is this how a mouse feels when it faces the cat? Daenerys can't help but think to herself as she maintained her eye locked with the terrifying ones of the large lizard. Something tells her that if she break the contact, this large beast would surely devour her and those whom she is responsible of whole without a shred of remorse whatsoever. She had to be strong and steadfast like her namesake, Daenerys the Dreamer, who is the reason why her house survived the doom. She nearly lost her nerve though as the golden dragon grinned, showing off rows upon rows of jagged white teeth. It didn't help that said teeth also contained large amounts of bloodstains, some old and some new. There also appear what seemed to be the remains of a human arm lodged in the middle of two teeth. Just as the so-called mother of dragons believed that she's ready to regurgitate what little of her breakfast this morning, the sound of flesh-meeting scales snapped her out of her stupor of terror as her violet eyes focused on the rider of the said dragon, who had slapped one of the jutting horns of the massive beast playfully as she dismounted. Immediately all eyes in the vicinity turned from the dragon and down to the girl who looked to be its rider. She looked positively Dornish, with her yellow polka-dot dress with red linings hiding her slightly buxom body tightly. Her hair is straight and colored in deep ebony, falling in straight tresses behind her back. Earrings of silver in dragon design hang from her ears, and golden rings with sapphire and rubies on their middle ringed her delicate hands. What caught Daenerys' attention though is her eyes in deep violet, just like hers, a true sign of Valyrian descent. Who is this person? You promised not to scare her, Balerion. Behave. The Dornish woman chided, not noticing the corundum that she caused inside Daenerys' head as she talked to the dragon, who only snorted and engulfed her with a plume of smoke as it snorted on her direction, causing her a coughing fit as it rumbled or laughed. Their attention is broken once more, and this time drawn away from the dragon and the rider as faint muffled sounds are heard somewhere near the dragon's tail. Oh, and Balerion, please do raise your tail, so that we can retrieve my idiotic brother and entertain our guests. Rhaenys would never show it right now, but she's nervous as she stared at the dumbstruck people watching her brother wriggle himself out from the trap that her golden friend had made. Of course she recognized their identities. or to be more specific, the silver-haired one's identity. She had enough information gleaned from some of the more daring Westerosi sailors that had been stored by Balerion in his playroom, who were brave enough on daring the ruins of Valyria, and simply had the bad luck on being near Balerion's lair and land. She met her supposed-to-be aunt before, and she didn't know it then. Of course, other than her brother, she never expected that she would meet another member of her family. Alive at least. Who would have guessed that she would meet Daenerys Targaryen here of all places, and with baby dragons no less? Of course she herself didn't know how to react with the fact that she had no idea how to feel for her father's side in her family. Rhaegar after all left her family for the cunt of another woman, and Rhaenys still remembered that fateful night that would have been the end of her and her mother if not for Balerion's timely intervention. Behave, Rhaenys half-requested, half-ordered Balerion, who was looking very amused as Egg wriggled his way out of his paws covered in sand and dust, who then glared at the golden dragon. I hate you, you know that. The firstborn of Rhaegar Targaryen simply ignored the squawks of her brother, as he is engulfed with the puff of smoke that left the dragon's nostril. Instead she focused on the ragged-looking group, who had remained frozen, still watching them. Knowing that it is up to her on breaking the ice and handle the introductions, Rhaenys stepped forward, schooling her best poker face of seriousness as she sniffed in disdain at her aunt. I believe you're Daenerys Targaryen, am I right? Asked Rhaenys, meeting the eyes of the silver-haired woman with her own. That somehow brought the people out of the frozen shock which they had been caught at, where 4 people immediately started forward, 3 wielding the traditional Dothraki rocks, while the last one looked Westerosi by standard, especially with the longsword he wielded. They all looked intimidating, at least until a golden blur suddenly shot out over her head, stopping the men dead in their tracks. Unfortunately for them, the blur didn't stop, and one screamed girlishly as enormous maws clamped shut over him, his body disappearing in one gulp over a fiery gullet. The big softy, fortunately for them all, her aunt can recognize the proffered olive leaf that Rhaenys is handing her since she stepped forward. Rhaenys only smirked at the superiority complex of her aunt. It seems that despite not having the Targaryen madness, her aunt still had that superiority complex that their family is well known to have. Rhaenys Targaryen, daughter of Rhaenys Targaryen and the idiot behind me. Rhaenys nodded at the direction of Egg, jumping up and down to avoid the wishy-washing tail of the dragon. Is the current heir of the Iron Throne my brother Aegon Targaryen? Rhaenys nearly lost her composure to laughter as she watched her aunt's jaw drop at her words. She must have really believed that she would be the last Targaryen, judging from her introduction before. But Viserys said that you and your brother died during the sack of King's Landing. She exclaimed heatedly at her before her countenance tightened. Liar. Rhaenys only scowled at the accusation, even as Balerion at her back growled dangerously. I assure you, aunt, that I am alive and well. Your brother was right in a way. The Mountain and his fat companion tried murdering me and my entire family, and he would have succeeded on it too if not for Balerion's intervention. Rhaenys patted the snout of the golden dragon fondly. We have been living together with him, then, ever since, in secrecy. You mean it? Commented the Westerosi-looking man beside Daenerys, making Rhaenys frown at his direction. Him? Not it, sir. Jorah Mormont of Bear Island, introduced the man, not lowering his sword despite the dragon glaring at him. Well, I believe you owe an apology to Balerion Mormont. He is after all fully sentient, and I assure you that my friend here would eat you if you don't apologize to him, warned Rhaenys as she noticed the familiar glint at the amber eyes of her dragon. I won't apologize to such a beast that protested the man, and he would have lost his life too if not for Daenerys gripping his arm tightly. Ser Jorah, apologize now, ordered the silver-haired woman, who didn't also fail to notice the same glint that Rhaenys had seen. The man looked conflicted for a second or two, but the fierce glare of her aunt and the salivating dragon seemed to cow the man as he made a stiff bow before apologizing to the dragon. Rhaenys herself didn't hear the words as her brother finally stumbled beside her covered in dust after escaping the swinging tail of their caretaker. So what now, Ray? Asked Aegon, looking at their dust-covered aunt. What shall we do now that we had introduced ourselves to her? Like Rhaenys, he had deep silent disdain for his father's side in the family for leaving them to die. I don't know, Egg. Rhaenys sighed before looking at the golden dragon, still eyeing the boxes where the 3 dragon whelps are screeching their hearts out. I guess it's just for Balerion to decide what direction we should take next. I'm almost there. Oh gods, cried Ashera Dane, feeling her body almost reaching the blessed bliss that climaxing can only bring when a sudden powerful impact literally made the tower shake, throwing Elia off of her and onto the cold floor. What was that? Asked the former wife of Rhaegar Targaryen as she wrapped the bedsheets around herself, even as another powerful impact shook the entire tower, sending plumes of dust everywhere. Don't tell me it's Balerion? Oh, if this is another of his ways on pranking us, I would kill him. This is not funny, hissed Ashera Dane, wrapping her own covers at herself to protect her modesty as she slammed the door open and went to the entrance of the dragon lair to give the golden dragon a piece of her mind. She stopped dead on her tracks, though, as the dragon that greeted her is not the familiar golden amber-eyed one that she was used to, but a rather sapphire dragon with deep red eyes glaring back at her. It is as large as Balerion, if not bigger, and it is hovering half inside and half outside the lair already, part of the graceful archways already destroyed. Fortunately for Ashera, she had been used on having a dragon as company and therefore can predict what kinks she would need to look out to, especially when it is a pissed one. She only had a second to notice the familiar twitching of the muscles in the neck and the tenseness of its veins when her body moved by instinct, jumping to one of the remaining pillars just in time as a torrent of blue flame suddenly engulfed her left and right, searing half of the bedsheets she covered herself with. Ashara. The sudden terror-stricken voice of Elia Martell made Ashara's heart sink as she saw the Dornish beauty standing at the open hallway. She must have been attracted by the sounds of the dragon's snarls and angry fire breathe that she had come to investigate. Her interference may have stopped the dragon from melting the cover she had taken refuge in, but it may just cause the former princess her life. Eliano. Ashera can only cry out in fear as the blue dragon turned its attention quickly from her to Elia Martell, its massive jaws opening and darting like a snake to swallow her whole. Chapter 12. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Rhaenys made a mental note never to let Balerion make important decisions again, after she and Aegon decided to let the Golden Dragon dictate whatever happens next. He simply nodded his overlarge head before taking off in the air, grabbing her and Aegon on its talons. Of course, the sudden takeoff of the overgrown lizard surprised her aunt and her pitiful excuse of a Khalasar, and that is where the fun begins. Apparently Balerion, as usual, showed his skills on being not well versed on being polite and sharing his intentions. No surprises there. As usual. Arrogant to the core and proud, the large dragon simply darted its massive head forward like a snake, catching everyone by surprise as its massive jaws immediately cracked the 3 small boxes, revealing the 3 infant dragons that are now hanging between the middle of its teeth. Great wings then flapped, taking into the air, and it took Rhaenys 5 seconds to realize that Balerion literally stole the 3 whelps from her aunt, who had also retained her brain function, and are now crying with all her might as she urged her mount to ride hard on the barren deserts as fast as it would take her to try and catch up with them. Balerion may be heartless when it comes to the plight of 2 legs except for her and her immediate family, but Rhaenys is not. Unfortunately for him, and surprising even herself, she managed to coax and reason him out to land and wait for the panting Daenerys, who looked ready to collapse in tears and sorrow as she embraced her 3 dragons. Now said 3 whelps and 1 adult dragon are lying on the sand, one looking sleepy and bored while the 3 pranced around, trying to get the attention of their larger kin. Lucky Dragon is not the one who is facing the music, Rhaenys mentally thought as she sat on the desert sand comfortably beside her brother, unlike the one facing them who didn't share the same enthusiasm on kipping it out on the hot ground. She made a mental note to feed Balerion later extra fish for this. Her camping trips with the dragon surely did help on making her adapt on the hot ground that the course outline did little to none on annoying her. It's a little comfort against a very dragon human supposed to be mother of dragons. She had to shake her head off at that. She had been around too long with Balerion that she's starting to adopt his speech. So, began Rhaenys, looking at her very irate aunt and a Khalasar that looked more than ready to murder her for stealing the prized children of their Khaleesi. The only reason she knew that she is not being pounded to the ground by this Dothraki and Aegon, not strung up by his intestines, is the big-ass dragon ready to make into his dinner the next person to draw a blade. An apology would be nice after your dragon stole my children, snapped her aunt in front of her, eyes wandering back to the 3 whelps now trying to poke the nostrils of the bigger dragon, testing themselves if they could fit in. You should have better control on your dragon. It took all of Rhaenys' effort not to let the scowl that immediately appeared on her face to be thunderous as she glared at Daenerys. I don't control Balerion Ant. He has his own will, and he is not simply some weapon that I plan to use like the rest of our family used to do long ago. He is my friend, and most importantly, he is my family. The sudden outburst of the older girl literally made Daenerys' irate attitude disappear as she stared at her fuming older niece and still unperturbed nephew who was biting his nails disrespectfully. Do you agree with her, Aegon? Asked Daenerys, firing her question to the current heir of the Iron Throne, who looked very unkingly. Material if she's honest with herself. The end of his sentence ended with a piercing girlish shriek as a snort of flame from the said subject of his description lit his long silver hair on fire, sending him scampering around like a 5-year-old, with the 3 dragon whelps mistaking his screeches for a game hopping after him. Does he always act like this? Asked a speechless Daenerys, watching the heir to the Iron Throne of Westeros trying to pry off Drogon, who for some reason have a fascination on entangling his silver hair. Precise. The silence only stretched as the 2 women sat beside one another. Daenerys watching Aegon Targaryen play with the whelps and Rhaenys observing a half-asleep Balerion. It's hard for me to imagine that you and Aegon would be the nephew and niece that died, said the daughter of the Mad King after a while. I've always believed that I and my brother are the last Targaryens left until I've seen you two and your friend. If not for it, I would have never believed you. Him, if not for him, corrected Rhaenys, annoyed that she's still calling Balerion an animal. We are never interested in the Iron Throne or in Westeros until Balerion noted the dragon whelps. She didn't dare say you're dragons. We are happy on our own, and it is not in our plans to show ourselves into the world. Would you mind telling me how did you two manage to survive the sack of King's Landing, Rhaenys? Rhaenys only watched the curious eyes looking back at her before nodding. Of course. And he snorted, sending twin plumes of flames from his nostrils as he stretched on the sand, enjoying how the coarse ground rubbed his scales. Like all dragons before him, he enjoyed flattery in great amounts. And the tail that Rhaenys is sharing to the other 2 legs with the dragon's blood on them is flattery to the highest order. Not that he would let his guard down, though. He may look bored and sleepy on the ground, yawning every now and then to show off his large fangs, making sure that he's facing the direction of those 2 legs, following the so-called mother of dragons. Gods above and below, the very title made him want to eat her. No self-respecting dragon would allow a human to lord over that title on them. The every now and then flinch of her followers as he showed off his mouth that could swallow them whole is poor recompense for the insult that everyone's unaware of. Still, Rhaenys would be annoyed and pissed if he swallowed the mother of dragons whole and murder her followers. A kind and happy Rhaenys is a far better company than an annoyed one. Not to mention that he needed her to share the same fondness to the 3 whelps that this other dragon-blooded 2 legs have hatched. For the life of him, he still didn't know how she succeeded. Dragonfire laced with magic is the only way for dragon eggs to hatch. And honestly, the 2 legs female, in his good opinion, doesn't look like she's ready to breathe fire anytime soon, much less dragon fire. But how? That's one of the main reasons as to why he's lying here on the ground sunbathing on the sand and not dragging Rhaenys and Aegon alongside the 3 whelps back to his lair. Sure, he may consider Rhaenys' feelings on the matter, but he sure as hell allows little of it to influence him once he made up his mind on something. As he listened to the 2 share experiences, he let his mind wander, and the magic that he's been practicing for months now once more flow over his body. The 2 legs female can be allowed to believe that her 3 whelps is still hers. He would be with her along the way until the instincts of the 3 leave their mother and he would take them away. Then it would be fair game where he could whip them up into shape about their blood and their place on this world. No dragon will be bound again to 2 legs while he lives and breathes. They would be educated the draconian way, and his race will rise up once more on the ashes to take their place as rulers of this world. The strong rule the weak, that has always been the hard truth about the world, and unfortunately for them, dragons are the strongest when it comes to the pecking order, and the world will burn under the shadow of their wings.
Elia no.
Run, Elia, run. More screams from Ashera forced the former Princess of Dorne to struggle in all fours as she crawled beneath the long blue-scaled neck, slowly retracting for it to zero once more on her again. Her heart beat cruelly in her chest, and every breath is as long as life itself as she closed the distance between her and the passageway that Ashera is hiding. It came closer at every drag her arms pulled on the cold floor. Almost there, almost there, she thought frantically to herself as safety and refuge is almost at hand. Her skin felt on fire, and it felt as if it's ready to tear itself off on every pull that Elia did to drag herself to safety. Only for her to gasp and freeze in horror as she felt the end of the long blanket suddenly fell prey to the jaws of the dragon, slowly pulling her back to its maws and losing the precious few meters that she had crawled in desperation as it dragged her back. The pure terror that had slowly loosened by a scant amount when hope started to shine as she saw the passageway that the dragon won't be able to fit itself in, now dispersed into a black hole as she found salvation distancing itself as she is pulled away from it. Elia! The firm hands that suddenly gripped her wrist brought her senses back to overdrive as she found Ashara's hand intertwined with her own. The sister of the Sword of the Dawn had knowingly left safety and cover to play a futile tug of war with the dragon, with her as the rope. Oh, she wouldn't succeed, Ashara knew it, and so does she, but she did anyways. Touched by the sacrifice that her friend and lover is willing to give to her, it took common sense to finally kick in, and if not for the fact that their lives is in terrible danger, she would have kicked herself for forgetting. Its roars of anger and frustration of its prey escaping is immediately as clear as day as the entire tower shook with its roars and strong strikes of frustration. Fortunately for the two, the tower is made of Valyrian architecture, designed specifically to withstand rogue dragons that might get out of control and held firm. Unfortunately though, the wooden doors are not as stable as the stones of the tower, and Elia and Ashara clearly heard the door that held the snacks of the golden dragon snapped open somewhere on their right. Now they had another fear compared to the raging dragon outside as they barricaded themselves on the refurbished kitchen, arming themselves with whatever knives that have served for cutting food facing the door. Dothraki and other such unpleasant people now roam the inside halls, and they are trapped with them. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Powerful thuds sounded above the empty waters of the smoking sea, reminiscing the land of an ancient time when dozens of dragons flew back and forth in the height of its glory. Now there was just one flying over it with its freeloader. There's no way in the seven hells he's gonna say that it's his rider. Dragon Pride Cough 2x and the 3 bags squirming at its arms. Do we have to carry these 3 nuisances back to the bloody lizards lair? Asked Aegon on what seemed to be the 100th time as he glared balefully at Blackie aka Drogon hanging on the pads of his left arm with its teeth like a hyena unwilling to let go even as the rest of its body wrapped carefully in the leather bag for Aegon better to carry them dangled into open air. He only snorted as he watched the boy try to shake off the black dragon swinging like a pendulum while hanging on with dear life with its teeth on the hard leather at Aegon's arm. He had to admit, the black one, he dare not call it with that pathetic name that the so-called mother of dragons had given it, had spirit compared to his siblings. It is certainly fierce enough despite it being still a whelp. Unlike the two, it hadn't firstly accepted him as their new caretaker as it challenged him with its red eyes. Of course it's easy to put him down into submission, but the point remains. This black dragon back in the day would have been a great leader of his own territory. Of course he had to get past the whelp stage first and grow fully, and then Valyrian could properly assess him then, banking his body to adjust his direction alongside the wind currents to take them back to his lair. Valyrian sent a small pulse of magic with his blood, making sure to listen back to the resonance reply of his Rhaenys. The girl has opted to remain at the moment with his aunt's side to extract some information from her. Frankly, Valyrian isn't worried when he left her alongside those dirt-ridden 2 legs. He had made his point enough for them, not to harm her when he demonstrated at one of the more outspoken of their group his displeasure if he find a single hair on her head harmed. Happy to say that the rest are cowed rather quickly there and then as the fleshy strips of what remained of the example 2 legs hang from his jaws. Of course he still need to insurance other than threat, and dare he say it, if they take something precious from him, he'll take something precious from them, aka the whelps. The so-called mother of dragons of course turned harpy immediately, but he paid her no mind as he flew away with them and Aegon, who expressed his desire to return back to their home, not the least interested in conversations with his aunt. In Balerian's good opinion, the whelps seemed to enjoy his company more compared to the cages they are being lugged at before. The first warning that he noticed is the screaming, terrified screaming coming not only from the tower that he called his lair for many years but also from the forests down below where his subjects lived. To think that something could terrify some of the most magical and territorial of all creatures spoke volumes already to him, that whatever he is about to find here right now would be no slouch. Maybe it was one of those icy monsters up on that frozen wasteland looking for revenge. Tucking his wings to the side, he dived from the safety cover of the clouds with a gust of wind snarling in anger. Whoever this is would feel his fury. Nobody messes with his home and property without living. Just as he was ready to exhale, the helium gathered on his throat to whoever or whatever that was badgering his home. His brain froze immediately as his eyes registered what he saw, that he nearly fell from the air in shock as disbelief overcame his psyche. In front of him is a dragon, and not some dragon whelp like the ones Aegon had tucked safely on his belt, as he noticed also the devastation littering down below them. Thank heavens the boy can be serious when he needed to be, despite his laid-back attitude most of the times. The one in front of him is obviously fully grown, and completely bigger than him, something he fervently noticed. It is hard to surprise a dragon, but after seeing the large blue bigger than him staring back completely caught him off guard. To be honest with himself, he didn't know how to react. On one hand, he is obviously glad that his race is not as doomed as he expected it to be, if this blue dragon is any indication real. On the other hand, however, he is annoyingly pissed. Dragons are possessive creatures, thus the reason why they hoard resources in large amounts. This is his home and this is his people, the other one is feeding. The dragon in him snarled in anger, ready to attack and kick it away from his territory. Only the fact that they're probably the last of his kind stayed his flames and claws. Unfortunately for him, the decision to attack or not was made for him by the massive blue. The moment it saw Aegon riding atop on his head, its calm and serene expression turned thunderous and transformed into one of extreme hatred as it took off with one massive beat of its large wings. Straight at him. Hold on. Balerion barely managed to call out in warning to the 4 passengers at his head, as he twirled mid-air to avoid the incoming collision course heading straight for him. The sudden movement of course threw Aegon and the unfortunate 3 whelps into the waters below with a small splash. As he managed to right himself, the golden wings finding purchase on the air facing the opposite, where Big Blue is also flying, glaring hatefully at him. He fervently hoped that Aegon and the whelps landed on the waters of the good flirty mermaids and not the cannibal ones. Rhaenys would skin him alive, scales and all, if she finds out that her brother is made into luncheon by the fair-faced singing cannibals. You'll find more cheer in a graveyard. Rhaenys can't help but think to herself as she trudged alongside the pitiful excuse of a Khalasar owned by her aunt. Things have been a little bit tense after her Balerion left. She knew immediately that the rest of them wanted to rip her limb from limb after that presentation by her dragon, when it tore again another of her aunt's remaining blood riders. Still, the dragon managed to put the fear of God or fear of the dragon to the rest of them, and her aunt don't want her dead anyway, so they stayed their hand. Not that they can take her, of course. At her thighs lay strapped 4 of the Valyrian daggers that she nicked from Balerion's hoard, and she is more than capable of using them. Ashera trained them despite Aegon being extremely bad at it, after all, at their mothers insisting that they learn how to fight in order for them to defend themselves when needed. And like any self-respecting Dornish woman, Rhaenys is extremely good at it. Not that she needed to be good anyway on dealing with this bunch. They looked ready to fall any moment now, and it seems that every step seemed to take a lot of effort from them. She doubted if they could fight, much less stand straight, in the next hour or so. Compared to them, she looked extremely refreshed, plus the fact that the desert heat is something which she is used at. So, began Rhaenys, stepping beside her aunt, trying her best to organize her features to one of neutrality, ignoring the glare shot to her by Ser Jorah, the Undull whom she passed like a brick on the wall. She may be her aunt in blood but not in heart. She is a Targaryen, and her kind bind dragons as slaves to their will. Until proven otherwise, Rhaenys would be wary of her. Balerion is hers and hers alone. No one's taking him from her, especially not this kind of dragon slavers that would be harming Balerion if she got the chance. Without Balerion, she knew she would be lost. Thus, until proven otherwise, she would not trust this silver-haired tart. Karth, answered the girl, woman not looking at her. Your dragon promised to meet us there at the entrance and return my children to me. So there we shall go, not to mention that it is the only and closest city we could come to for supplies. Khaleesi pointed out, Joran interrupting the conversation between them. Oh, that's good then, Rhaenys had to roll her eyes as the silence stretched once more. Talking to centaurs back at home seems more interesting and fun compared to this. She should have went with Balerion home. Balerion certainly is glad that Rhaenys did not come home with him. For the second time in his life, he felt worried that he might not survive the day. The blue dragon currently chasing him is not only bigger than him like all females of their species, but also stronger and far stronger in might and flames. Balerion himself is no slouch, but the blue dragon took Ariel fighting into a level far more than anything he had witnessed yet. If not for the fact that he can cheat, with the knowledge of the magic spells that he received from his human half, he would have been dead already. Of course he can still outrun her. There's just one problem. She's just too hell-bent on killing him after seeing Aegon riding him. Traitor! The draconian language roared, and he barely had the time to pull off the whisper of Protego from his lips as the flames reach him. The power behind it is so strong, and he barely had the time to flap upward just in time as the shield charm got overwhelmed by draconian flames. "What's your problem?" he hissed back as he flapped above the blue-scaled lizard whose eyes are glaring hatefully at him. "Traitor! Kinslayer! Oathbreaker!" was the only reply he got back before his opponent charged at him again. Wings tucked in at her sides to increase speed upwards. "Damn you for this!" he hissed simply as his tail and instinct lashed out in defense, striking the face of the charging lizard, making her roar in agony as the barbed spikes at its middle took off some of her scales and made her misdirect her charge at him. Now that he struck her, he knew it's on and no magic this time. Dragon fights are like honor duels, claws, flames and teeth only. Even if his human side wanted nothing more than to call up floating rocks like he did before when it started chasing him as he led it away from his lair, his dragon won't budge on its decision on fighting fairly. Pride is a dragon's main Achilles heel and strength, especially male dragons. His body is moving even before its mind registered what it is doing, and the human side of him barely had the time to scream like a rodent in fear as the two dragons collided with a bone-shattering crunch, roaring and screaming its frustrations at one another as teeth and claws took its toll. The blue dragon has strength and stamina at its side while he had speed and intellect at his. Superficial wounds he created instead of critical ones like she does, designed more to wear her out by blood loss instead of outright killing her. Ignoring the searing pain that immediately impacted his chest, cracking one of his ribs as one of its claws smashed on his front on their interlocked bodies. He hissed in anger as his own claws literally tore the thin membrane on its left wing from top to bottom. The result is instantaneous. The female dragon, too busy trying to get its teeth around his neck, didn't notice that little tidbit until it's too late. Tangled in claws, teeth, blood and scales, the two titans of the air remained interlocked, trying to get the better of each other until they crashed to the ground together with a resounding earth-shattering quake that everyone in the ruins of Old Valyria heard. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. There it is, Khaleesi, Qarth, the greatest city that is or ever will be, declared Yora as the small horde that her aunt is leading finally arrive at their destination. For the life of her, she still doesn't know what possessed the self-proclaimed mother of dragons to enter or even dare to get near on this city. Years of living and spending under the rough and tumble tutelage of Balerion made her more than good on sensing magical auras. And as faint as it is, she could feel magic inside Qarth. Also one of the main reasons why Balerion never flew over this place. Balerion taught her that the closer you are to other magic users, the stronger your magic will become, and like it or not, the 3 dragons that Daenerys is carrying, Balerion still has the baby whelps are walking beacons of magic. I wonder how she would handle this, thought Rhaenys to herself as she watched the small group of men came out to meet them. She almost lost it seeing the fattards hiding behind their guards. She shook her thoughts away just in time. She really needed to stop spending too much time with Balerion, seeing her opinions become more like his every day. Ignoring how easily the fat man riles up her aunt with his words of insult by denying her entry to Qarth without seeing her dragons first. She easily tuned him out as she stood leaning happily on the remaining pack horse of her aunt's Khalasar, wondering what took Aegon and Balerion so long. It had been 2 days already, and who might this be? The fat man in front of them suddenly asked, making Rhaenys blink as she realized that the attention of everyone is now focused on her, with her being pinpointed by said walking dumpling. Quite unusual to see someone dressed in Valyrian designs of clothing in a Dothraki horde. Well, speak up, little girl. Ignoring the rage that nearly escaped from her mouth at the insinuation of little girl, Rhaenys simply cleared her throat as she rearranged her features to one of blankness and amused neutrality, just like her mother taught her. Of course she had expected to be singled out. Compared to her companions who looked more like beggars crawling, she looked like a walking flower with the blood-red dress that she nicked out of Balerian's hoard. I am Renria, my lord. Rhaenys inclined her head only to said marshmallow. She'll be damned before she bow to someone not with the blood of the dragon. I'm simply a simple dress merchant that got lost in the desert before the Khalasar here found me and saved me. I've been following them here for refuge. Interesting. The fat man obviously labeled her uninteresting the moment her introduction finished as he returned his attention to her aunt and continued the one-sided negotiation. Rhaenys never noticed the bald man on the group staring at her intently with nightshade blue eyes. Traitor. ITH breaker. I'll rip you to shreds, you traitor. If Balerion had visible ears, they would be flat down on his skull trying to tune out the insults of the opposite dragon facing him and currently glaring at him in such a way that made him feel like a rabbit ready to be torn to shreds by a rabid wolf. Being a dragon despite being part two legs, talking isn't exactly his strongest suit, preferring to act on things. The angry larger female, however, is talking enough for 5 dragons in a space of a week-long conversation in only matter of hours. Traitor. Face me. And he would die a happy dragon if he doesn't have to listen to the word traitor one more time. Already his human side is doing its best to rein in the dragon, one not to overreact at the rather creative insults being thrown at him. Currently the two of them are facing one another on the ground, panting as the toll between the clashes of the two powerful titans finally took its due. He winced every time he breathed, feeling some internal damage inside his scales thanks to the overpowering brute strength of his opponent. More than one major bone is broken and bruised. Of course his opponent is faring no better. Dozens of superficial scratches littered her form, dousing her blue scales with her crimson blood. Large tears on her left wing also rendered her flightless at the moment. That is the main reason why she's not gnashing on his skull in victory right now. Yes, he had acknowledged that she is far stronger and superior than him in terms of brute strength, like all self-respecting male dragons. His pride, though, still took a beating despite the acceptance that only the threat of being killed could humble at the moment. Currently they are at a stalemate. One too damaged to fight with his body aching all over and the other almost ready to collapse despite not showing it from blood loss. Now what is your problem? Hissed Harry Balerion, amber eyes glaring at the white ones of the blue dragon. You're trespassing in my lair, attacking my pets and claiming what is mine. Did you sincerely expect me to stand aside? This is my home and you're destroying it. Pets. Or do you mean masters? The female dragon only sneered, her draconian growl dripping with sarcasm. You let these two legs ride you like you are some dumb pack animal that they lug along the deserts. Have you forgotten your honor as a dragon? We bow to no one, and you brought shame on all of us by dipping yourself down on their level by making them ride you. Did you forget the two legs that bind our ancestors, making nothing less more than beasts? Balerion or Harry only growled at the implied insult, resisting the urge to tackle her and continue the fight until one of them is a corpse on the ground, preferably her. I did not forget the blood that flows in my veins, female. For a long time I thought myself the last of our race until you showed up. I won't let any simple two legs ride me. The two legs that dwelt with me have our blood on them. Pure blood. Purer than anything have I ever felt. Tell me, blue scales, if you believe you are the last of your race, won't you take comfort at anything that is familiar as possible to your kin, or nothing at all? Somehow his words finally cut through whatever fog of anger that clouded the blue dragon's mind as she stared at him suspiciously. Explain yourself right now, amber eyes. I hate you. Chirp. You're ugly. Chirp. Smelly. Chirp. And extremely noisy. Chirp. Chirp. Ugh. Hi. Aegon Targaryen, son of Elia Martell and the deceased Prince Rhaegar and current supposed to be heir of the Iron Throne, stamped his feet in what he guessed to be the 1000th time as he trotted on the familiar long passageways of his home, winding all the way up to the main chambers of the tower where his family settled with Balerion. Of course the 3 whelps did not separate from him, encircling either in his neck or in his shoulders, while the black one chose to perch itself on his head. Bloody freeloading dragons, he mentally grumbled as he opened the wooden door, leading to the entrance chambers inside with the key at his necklace. He can't help but feel impatient. He is wet, he is tired, and he still had to babysit these dragons until Balerion returns. What did Balerion and Rhaenys find so adorable with these three squirrels anyway? They're scaly and noisy and demanding. It's not as if he is planning to use them for fighting. They may be animals, but they're intelligent for... Aegon's hands instinctively went to the leather belt at his waist, grabbing the hand and a half-sword that he borrowed from Balerion's hoard. The Valyrian steel designed specifically for close fighting, whipping in the air, cutting the throat of the limping Dothraki savage. 3 daggers followed, hitting straight to the 3 friends it had following it, their bodies crashing on the stone floor lifeless. How in the hell did the Dothraki manage to get out of Balerion's storehouse? Aegon questioned to nobody as another 5 Dothraki in varying stages of limping with bloody and missing limbs charged at him from another side of the hallways, their screams echoing on the stone. He is just ready to fall back into one of the narrower corridors for a more defensible area to narrow the attacker's advantage of numbers into nothing when something he didn't expect to happen did. The 3 whelps that he forgot still clinging to him in dear life breathed fire on the advancing 5 Dothraki screamers. Many would label Elia Martell as brave, in good opinion too. Who after all would dare stay in the Red Keep with the risk of being the Mad King's daughter-in-law? Any time the Mad King would have found an excuse for her to be burned the moment she stepped a single toe out of line that might displease Aerys Targaryen in any way. Elia Martell braved all that. The accusations, the snide remarks, and the prohibitions that would have made any noblewoman worth her nobility to explode in anger and outrage at the insults offered to them. Kings, after all, despite being the ultimate power in the land, still need to adhere to etiquette if he wants to please the lords under him. As she listened, however, to the heavy axe falling again and again at her door, she can't help but compare herself to the worst of cowards, as every blow brought the possibility of the door cracking open and the Dothraki to come pouring in. She can no longer hear the cries of her best friend and lover that had delayed the enemy when they broke in on their room. Ashera had delayed them as best as she could as she forced Elia to make a break on the small room cupboard and barely managed to bar her in before they laid their hands on her. Now, as her cries remained silent as the grave, Elia can do nothing but cry, knowing that she too would follow soon as another cracking sound thudded on the door between her and the Dothraki. Blue eyes stared in silence as the 2 of them took to the skies once more. The golden magic laced mail of her kind is the largest enigma she had ever seen in her entire life. She hasn't been old when she escaped the ruins that the doom of Valyria brought. In fact, she's still relatively young, even in dragon standards, when she fell on her icy-induced slumber that preserved her well, if she might say so herself. As she flew alongside the drafts of the world with what she guessed, the last adult of her kind, she can't help but both be intrigued by him and fear him at the same time. He wielded magic in ways that dragons can't. Magic he can direct fully to heal and destroy. It is something that even older dragons can't do. Sure, they are filled with magic, but they can't control it, can't guide it. The best of them at her time may be able to lash it in times of severe need. However, it is random and never happens consciously. To use it in ways that he does, she can't help but be curious. The only hiccup she found in him was his fondness of these dragon-blooded 2-legs, as he called them. By all aspects she does understood why he tolerated them. Knowing that you are the last of your kind would put even a dragon under stress and duress. However, to like them is another matter. She could tell by the way he talked about them that he doesn't consider the family of 2-legs under him to be beneath him. It is something that she can't understand and fear. 2-legs, after all, with the help of magic, enslaved a large amount of their ancestors. What makes this group different? Still, she had to wait and see why he tolerated them. If she is in any way correct in her assumptions of them, she would personally end them, and remind the golden-skinned male his true place on this world they have. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug too. He frowned as he watched the form of Aegon and Elia gently tuck in the now asleep form of Ashera. The dragon in him wanted nothing more than to snort at the frailty that the 2-legs exhibited against limp 2-legs. The human in him, however, prevented the dragon part of him from fully taking control and reprimand the distraught family over their supposed-to-be loss. It had been 3 hours ever since the end of the fight and the last of the 2-leg screamers that had managed to escape his prison. which is nothing more than a big empty meeting hall that was used before for magnificent gatherings, are either eaten by him, killed by him, or thrown from the air by him. Of course, the loss of his toys saddened him a little, but with his prison currently broken, and with no Rhaenys and a distraught Aegon and Elia to repair the damaged doors, he is stuck. Of course, reparo always works, but the dragon part of him flat out refused in using magic for something so menial, no matter how much the human in him pressed the issue. He is a dragon with powerful magic. He won't use magic for something so beneath him. Not a chance in 7 hells. Amber eyes stared downward at the silent form of Egg walking on the edge of the balcony before stopping as he leaned on one of the scorched pillars looking outside. Before the dragon part of him could dismiss the thoughts about the whelp, the human part of him seized control of his body, and before he knew it, he had already padded the small distance, sitting at the side of the dragon-blooded 2 legs, his large size easily dwarfing him. And she was the one who caused the near death of my aunt. I agree, he seldom talked with Balerion, preferring to converse mostly with Rhaenys, but for now he humored the male whelp who seemed unmanly until the occasion calls for it. What? He could feel violet eyes staring simply up from the whelp towards him. She is a dragon. Do you know what that means? Asked Balerion, meeting the eyes of the 2 legs with dragon blood. I don't. He stammered, but Balerion cut him off simply. We take what we want whenever we want. It is in our nature, your nature. Remember and learn that, little one. As I've chosen to refuge you and your family, so is she free to choose for attacking my lair, for taking you in. It is in our nature to be strong and proud. For what good is life if you lose your pride? A dragon without pride is no dragon at all. But that doesn't excuse the fact that it's her actions that led to my aunt's situation and demise, protested Egg. No, it doesn't, agreed Balerion. However, that doesn't mean that she is your enemy. She does what her nature tells her to do. Can you fault yourself for trying to swim if I drown you, little one? Well, no, but it is the same thing. Don't overthink it. Remember, we are dragons. You might not have our body, but you have our blood, and that means something. Yesterday's enemies can be tomorrow's allies. And trust me, little one, you don't want someone who could be your ally as an enemy due to grievances, her most of all. We are quick to be angered, but we are also quick to forgive. Remember your blood and what its value, little one. I see. He watched only as the young man took a deep breath before exhaling slowly through his nose, watching the blue figure still flying over the night sky. You can feel it, can't you? The golden dragon asked wryly, following his gaze. She isn't your enemy, I know. It's just a little hard to process. The dragon surprised even himself as he chuckled, his voice rolling like stones on a riverbed, making the current air of the Iron Throne gawk at the usual serious and doom-sounding reptile. We'll make a dragon out of you yet, young one. For the record, you fought bravely today. Now that certainly made the young man nearly lose his footing over the ledge as he openly blinked at the direction of the golden dragon. Praise is unusual from Balerion. Both Egg and Rhaenys knows that, with them being under his tutelage as they grow up. It would take a lot for the dragon to openly comment about something, and it would be really something to make it steer, at least on the positive, which is extremely rare for the dragon. I did? Blinked the young man in disbelief, surprised and elated at the praise. He certainly didn't expect that. Nodding to Egg, large golden wings opened in full view as he jumped from the ledge, the joyful shrieks of the 3 whelps at his talons trying to mimic his as he soared on the open air. It did not take long for the blue female to also fly beside him, echoing her roars alongside his. Nodding to her for the companionship and grateful that she's not staying with the now recovered family, the golden dragon turned to the direction of his most favored whelp with the last of his kind. Life can never feel so much better. For the life of her, she doesn't understand why Daenerys had to drag her along with her. Her aunt seems for some reason obsessed on having her within sights, especially with her 3 children now missing, with them accompanying Balerion. She'd even remained waiting as Rhaenys bathed, calling out several times to make sure that she is really inside the bath. Seriously, if she's planning on escaping, Daenerys would never. No. She would be in and out before anyone else noticed. Not that they have to worry about it. Ready now, my ladies? Asked Doria, one of the more finer handmaidens that her aunt have. As usual, she gave the young woman a sultry smirk, making her cheeks tinge red as Rhaenys' hand slightly touched the shapely bum of the young woman, making her squeak. "Is there anything wrong?" asked Daenerys, who turned at the sound emitted by her friend. "Nothing, my lady," replied the cherry-faced woman, glaring at Rhaenys, who only winked at her. Oh, the things she could do to that body if she got the chance. As it is, she stepped alongside her aunt down the stairs where her sworn shield, the Mormont knight who is failing to hide his appreciation with what her aunt is wearing, waited alongside the remaining blood riders that she had and the black semi-whale whose name is too troublesome to remember somewhere in another parallel universe. A rather pinecone-shaped genius in Konoha sneezed at the stealing of his favorite word. "She'll just call him Blackie to make things simpler. You look beautiful, your grace. This is what you should properly look like and not the rags that I have found you in," commented Blackie as he extended an arm to her aunt, who raised an eyebrow at the politeness before acquiescing to his words as she took his arm. Rhaenys had to hold in the cough she is holding back in laughter as Blackie's eyes trailed shamelessly over the exposed skin of her aunt. The dress that Daenerys wore is extremely revealing, unlike hers, which is a deep red of golden stitched flowers accentuating her black hair of Dornish descent even more. "Right this way, my lady," gestured the man to a small open wide space where the feast promised is waiting. Now don't get her wrong. Rhaenys has been raised by a dragon and she had never been to any parties. Despite her wariness, she is still curious and Doria. Her aunt's handmaiden nearly got her arm torn off as the excited girl dragged her along to the ride to see everything. "I've never seen so much food in my life," whispered Rhaenys more to herself before turning to her partner, questioning her about everything that she doesn't know about. Rhaenys may not be as bookwormy as Egg, but she is as curious as he is when it comes to things they don't understand. That's the reason why they can wield magic that Balerion had taught her in self-defense. In the shadows, a bald man with blue lips simply watched in slitted eyebrows at her. She watched him as she flew. She'd been wrong about him. She may be a dragon and her pride is big as the mountains themselves. She had enough humility to know it when she's wrong. That's the big difference between male and female dragons. Whereas male dragons would explode and fight first to settle their oversized egos before thinking, females would think first and then explode with anger if it is rightfully deserved. That's the reason why it is directed to females on raising whelps. Males left alone on a clutch have a tendency to kill half of them when the whelps misbehave. As for the rest of the Two-Legs family that she had met when introduced, she had been wrong about them. Stories passed down from wild dragon to wild dragon for generations describe Two-Legs as either beasts that are terribly afraid of a dragon like sheep or the ones with magic that looked at them as beasts and enslaved them for their own purposes. At her time, she had seen a fair share of her broken kindred being used as nothing more than weapons and trophies for the Two-Legs with magic. The family she met, however, is different. She might not be an expert of Two-Legs expressions, but she can understand enough the light in their eyes that they acknowledge Balerion as a member of their family. She'll bet her fire that if the time comes and the golden dragon would be disabled, they would not run and leave her alone. The young ones, especially with dragon blood, showed a sibling endearment that was supposed to be not possible between the two species according to the stories. Just what happened when I am knocked out? She thought mentally as she stared once more at the golden figure flying in front of her. The three whelps at his mouth are taking turns trying to wriggle free from the cracks of his teeth. She mentally smirked at that. The three may be small, but they are true dragons inside. Like all whelps, they would soon try to fly, and that is a good thing. A dragon always belonged to the air and the sky. It is their domain. It is what sets them apart from their cousins, the nidwalls that grew feral on the seas. They are the lords of everything that flies and stands on four legs. A dragon without its wings is simply not a dragon. Following the golden-scaled male to a steep dive on what seemed to be a bustling city below, she smirked as he roared, sending the Two-Legs down below, scurrying like sheep trying to escape a wolf as he landed on one of the more lavished houses, completely flattening it. She followed his example as she also landed, flattening a fair amount of Two-Legs under her weight, roaring also her place as a queen of this world. Chapter 16. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Daenerys watched with silent contemplation as she observed her three children stare longingly at the sky at the direction where their two larger counterparts have left this morning. It had been an hour already. An hour ever since the two behemoths turned her world upside down. It's nothing big and history recording really. The two dragons simply crashed the party by landing at the middle, crushing dozen or so guests along the way, the golden one gobbling up Blackie as Rhaenys labeled their host in one gulp since he is near test to it as the guests remain shocked, and the blue one swiping with its talon, the blue-lipped person showing magic tricks turning him to a stain on the wall when he crashed into it. Few minutes later, the rest of the guests and nobles of the city are on their knees and begging for mercy and hailing her as their queen and begging the dragons as if they were their gods to be merciful. It is too much even for Daenerys to take up that her life as a beggar just changed into one being queen in the matter of a few minutes once the dragons take their entry, the draconian way. Jorah, bless his faithful heart, is thankfully still there to advise her and guide her, led her back to Black's manse, which is fortunately now her manse. None of the former merchants' guards and servants dared stop her, and it took all of Daenerys' command and sternness to stop her Dothraki Khalasar to start looting the place of anything worth of value and take their privileges on the servants. Apparently going on and ordering the servants to barricade the gates and doors of the manse is a wise decision on her part, or to be more specific, in Jorah's part. She barely finished giving her Khalasar the dressing down to be civil to her new servants when a crowd immediately gathered outside and started rioting and calling for her head. Apparently, despite cowing the nobles and majority of the merchants and anyone with pocket money that attended the party, majority of the people in Qarth did not take it well that a foreign invader had unjustly called her dragons and massacred some of the most influential men who granted her access to their homes. They started rioting, and Black's guards, which is now her guards, barely held the door against them, when the noise of their rioting irritated the same lizards that turned her world upside down, who was lounging on the roof. Simply said, they would not be rioting anytime soon. Fortunately for her and unfortunately for them, large parts of Qarth's population got the memo that messing with the Dragon Queen would lead to an untimely end, and thus are on the opinion that allying themselves with her would be a far healthier option for their health than being against her. They are right, of course. Now, as she watched her 3 children who refused now to be either collared or be put in a cage longing for their elders, she can't help but wonder what the future will bring to her. There's of course positive and negative sides of the coin. On one hand, with Qarth almost submitting to her despite unwillingly, she now had her city, finances and needed gold to start a small fleet of ships that would ferry her to Westeros. She'd make sure, of course, that they respect her first and be loyal not by fear. She had seen enough what fear would lead to, and at other hand she can't help but worry for her dragons and the 2 elder dragons. It is painfully obvious that they are wild dragons with the very definite definition of wild on it. They are bound by no one and bear no. There's also the issue of her 3 dragons. The brief time ever since Balerion returned them to her, she immediately noticed that not everything is the same with her children. They're rasher, more independent and more prone to do things their way, fighting back whenever it suits them. In all ways, they are more unruly, and she may not voice it to anyone, but she's terrified that they slowly prefer their elder kin compared to their mother. She don't know what she'd do if they ever chose to leave their mother and take to the skies like their kin. They are her aces and her ticket on recovering the Iron Throne. Without them, she would be the beggar queen all over again, and Daenerys would never want to enter that stage of her life again. She needed to find a way to bind her children back to her command. She needed insurance in case that ever happens. Her ancestors did it. Surely they would leave some record or clue how to do it too. Glad that the 2 elder dragons have gone to heaven knows where, and Rhaenys is apparently exploring human anatomy with her handmaiden at her room. She immediately stood from where she's sitting to look for Jorah. She needed to share her concerns and opinions, and who better to question for answers than the loyal knight that traversed halfway the known world? This is fun, she thought mentally as another set of blue-lipped 2 legs appeared from the tunnel on the ground, and she wasted no time disemboweling the first 2 at the front, spilling their guts on the ground and roasting alive the next 3 that followed them with a single sneeze from her nostrils. The last one apparently have some backbone despite his 3 comrades dancing in pain as they are burned alive as he conjured 3 knives and hurled it at her eyes. Smart, she mentally thought to herself as she simply closed her eyelids, bouncing off the blades even as her tail went whipping like a whip, sending the man flying off to the side of the mountain, his screams turning girlish as he splattered at its side. Did the idiot even know that dragons hunted with all senses awake? You're ruining your fun. The familiar voice of Amber Eyes brought her attention back from the red design on the mountain to the golden dragon hovering with what seemed to be 3 of the blue-lipped 2 legs dangling from his talons and another one at his mouth screaming profanities and murder. What do you mean? She can't help but ask curiously. As far as she was concerned, this was the most fun she had in centuries. Turning this temple of magic to ash is certainly satisfying, as Amber Eyes predicted, and she enjoyed hunting the fleeing priests that tried to escape from the burning temple from their tunnels. What seemed to be playfulness emanated from him as his eyes brightened at her question. "Follow me," he gestured happily as he flapped himself upward to the clouds. "Well, he didn't let me down yet," shrugged the female dragon mentally as she opened her own wings to their fullest and took to the air in one flap. The gust of the wind she left behind, making the inferno that is consuming the Temple of the Warlocks rise even more to new heights, the fire finishing off the magic users stuck inside that are too afraid to get out, seeing what the dragons did to their comrades. As she leveled with the gold dragon, she only looked at him questioningly as his merry mood is still in full effect. "Watch," he said simply to her. Unfortunately, he forgot that one of the two legs is in his mouth, and he realized it too late as said man immediately freefall into open air, plummeting down below, his girlish screams echoing back to them as he tried uselessly to flap his arms. "Oops, my bad." Amber Eyes chuckled more to himself as the two of them watched the man's feminine octaves go silent as he splattered down below. "Try again." Ignoring the pleas of his remaining prisoners not to drop them, he threw one up, his screams turning girly also as the mouth of the gold dragon snapped one of his arms away as he went down, passing them. Despite herself, she can't help but laugh as the man tried uselessly to flap his stump as he followed the first one to his doom. Amber Eyes aren't so bad after all. Varys, master of whispers of King Robert Baratheon and self-issued protector of the people, watched with careful eyes the small paper on his hand. Long before it was nothing more than rumors and speculations whispered on the wild countryside. Now it's nothing more than the ugly truth rearing its head, and none of them are prepared to face it. Simply said. 5 dragons, Daenerys Targaryen have 5 dragons, 2 are old enough to be ridden on battle and 3 are along the way on their growth to maturity. The legends are coming back to life, and the realm, simply said, is in no way to confront it. Even he is baffled. There are also rumors that this Rhaenyra, who is traveling companion of Daenerys, is no one else but Rhaenys Targaryen, the long-lost daughter of the deceased Prince Rhaegar. If Rhaenys is alive, then surely the true heir to the Iron Throne is alive, one that could easily replace the pathetic waste of space currently sitting on it, torturing people, and rally the lords to his side. He needed to observe more. According to his little birds, Karth has bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons and are already preferring the decisions made by the newly crowned queen compared to their former lords. They may be the kind of rulers that this realm desperately need and retain some semblance of order. Rhaenys yawned, pleasantly exhausted as she stretched like a cat on the bed, pulling the sweaty body of her bedmate to her. Pulling Doria to her bosom. She smiled as the scent of her aunt's handmaiden wafted over to her. She'd never thought that her mother's education about sex would be useful, but now that she experienced it firsthand, she won't be letting go of it anytime soon. Besides, she had her own guinea pig to experiment on. Her family is safe, Balerion is around, and there's nothing to worry. What more could she ask? Chapter 17. Chapter 17. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Aegon certainly never wanted to be here, but he had learned the hard way that when Balerion says something, it would be wise to acquiesce to his decision. Not that he would ever say that out loud. Frankly, he understood the reasoning behind the dragon's motives for bringing his family here. Of course, part of him can't help but be grateful that they're also here. Aegon wanted to believe that he is a competent healer, but there is a very big difference between a properly trained healer from a simple competent one. He might have been able to stabilize his Aunt Shara's wounds, but he would feel a lot better if someone really practicing the art double-check his work. There's also the case of his mother. Aegon may be goofy and lay back with a large amount of laziness somewhere there, but he didn't fail to notice that despite the protection of safety that they had living on Balerion's lair didn't sit well with the former Dornish princess. Unlike them, who had been literally raised on the lair of their oldest friend, his mother wasn't and therefore doesn't feel comfortable living on the dragon's home, despite it being comfortable and befriending said dragon later. Of course it helped that she and Balerion got into good terms later, but the fact remains that she still wasn't open fully on calling the lair her home like him and Rhaenys. He understood that, of course, there's nothing like home and his mother wasn't on hers. That's the only reasons why he agreed on Rhaenys' arguments that they abandoned Balerion's lair, which the gold dragon seemed very displeased about, and tried to move into Karth at the moment where his Aunt Daenerys ruled in peace thanks to the gold and blue-scaled lizards that used the rubble of the former House of the Undying as their temporary beds thanks to the ash that their burning of said building caused that is healthy for their scales. He sighed once more as he opened one of the books that he had brought with him when Valyrian fetched him and the rest of his family. Frankly, he had tied 3 bags full of Valyrian books, each of them detailing different subjects from the fields of science and sorcery to books that simply entertain for him to ward off boredom here. He may not mention it, but the libraries of Karth can't compare to the ones that he had back home. Yawning as he stretched over the comfortable bed of the veranda that once belonged to Blackie as Rhaenys called it. He can't help but think for the future. He would never say it, but he doesn't trust his aunt as far as he could throw her. She is a wild card and a Targaryen. Sure, they may share the same blood, but it was her people that enslaved Valyrian's kind. Until he finds concrete proof that she bears no threat or ill will to his friend and teacher, he'll keep his guard up. Acquainted at the apple of his eye. How is she? Asked Rhaenys worriedly as the healer sighed, signaling to the herbalist near them to come nearer. She watched simply as he talked to the old codger, writing off a list of complicated plants that makes no sense to her at all. Where is Egg when you need him? Before gesturing for him to leave. So how is she? Rhaenys repeated her question, earning her a disapproving glare from the healer. She made a mental note to prank him later. Physically, she'll be fine once the herbalist returns with the herbs I ordered. She'll need a lot of bed rest and comfort for the next week at least. I suggest also that you limit the time for her leaving the bed. It would accelerate the healing of her broken bones. Use the wheelchair if she became too uncomfortable with the room, my lady. Of course. Thank you, healer. Bowed Rhaenys in gratefulness as the healer blushed a bit at the influence of her beaming face before excusing himself as he gathered his things and slowly went out, leaving Rhaenys watching over the sleeping Ashera. Looking over the resting form of her surrogate aunt, Rhaenys grabbed the wash towel at one of the basins and placed it gently on the brow of her aunt. She could feel the heat touching her own skin, the only indication that Ashera's fever hasn't yet abated. She needed to keep an eye on it. Despite the heat on Karth, Ashera is shivering and she feared for her. She had become family, and despite most of Rhaenys' time being spent with Balerion and Egg, Ashera is still a constant that lived in her world. Sighing once more as she looked outside of the city, she can't help but wonder how her mother and brother fares without her to watch over them. Egg she knew would stay on Black's compound, buried on his books and contemplating the future as he wanted to do. Maybe flirt a little with some of the servants that caught his fancy. Balerion would box his ears either in congratulations or irritation. She doesn't know. And Elia. Rhaenys is just glad that her mother has finally loosened up after seeing herself back into society right now. She just hoped that nothing too bad would happen to her family after joining humans after being so out of loop for so long. There's also the issue of her aunt. She's pretty sure that with Egg alive, the line of succession falls to him and not to her. If not for the fact that she managed to let Doria spill everything that had happened to her aunt since she had been married to this Khal Drogo, she would have trusted the woman that welcomed them with open arms. Now she's not so sure. With all that Daenerys suffered, she would want compensation. And what better compensation there would be than the throne that their ancestors coveted for so many generations. And that is the 5th ship, Khaleesi, finished Yora as he detailed the last name of the ship's captain and the ship itself on the small ledger he had borrowed from one of the merchants. Looking at the target of his explanation for the last 15 minutes, he can't help but notice that slightly off look that she is sporting like the past 5 days. That worried him for the life of him. She had been like that ever since she had found out that the rest of her brother's family is alive. Waving the men to step away to give them a little privacy, he immediately sat beside the new ruler of Karth. He can't help but wonder if the stress of ruling is finally catching up to her. Ruling is a stressful thing, and despite Daenerys being a natural at it, it can still weigh a person down. Despite said city acquiescing to their new lady. Khaleesi, are you all right? Asked Yora, sitting beside her in the usual fashion that the two of them sit as friends. You're not feeling well, are you? I'm just thinking, Ser Yora. Must be pretty big if it got you quiet, commented the disgraced knight. When no response came from the lady he served, he gently prodded on. Mind telling me about it? For a moment he wondered if Daenerys would not spill the beans about whatever it is that is buggering her. But his worries then abated as words began spilling out of her mouth. All I've suffered. I've believed that I am the last hope for my bloodline to reclaim the Iron Throne. Is it all for nothing, Ser Jorah? Despite himself, the aged knight can't help but wince. He understood Daenerys' predicament, he really does. She suffered a lot, endured a lot for the sake of a family that is almost lost. To lose it all when a supposed-to-be heir of the throne suddenly emerges with full-grown dragons would be very hard to accept. No, Daenerys is the true heiress to that damnable chair. He only had to give her an army to back her up and make sure that the dragons, the big ones, be of some use before her position solidifies that even Aegon can't ignore it. There won't be another dance of dragons, not if he can help it. Reaching out to grip the small hand of his liege, he smiled warmly and confidently at her, making sure that every word from his mouth is an oath of determination to pull her up. You would be queen, your grace, I swear it. While the rest of the humans are busy contemplating each of their thoughts, the two dragons that had changed so much of their lives for the past few months have finally arrived at the cave that the Golden One had found and only known by him. It was not easy to sneak out of Qarth, but a few illusions by his magic made a very substantial replica of him and blue scales that would fool everyone. But Egg and Rhaenys. He knew of course that what he is about to do is risky, even for him. If he was a human, he would never dare to try this, but after all the trial and error he made, he finally finished his project. Come. He nodded to the blue dragon beside him who followed his large bulk as they went under the crevice of the mountain. Thank heavens that it is big enough to let her through, else it would have been a nightmare trying to get her out. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the female dragon would agree to his project. She is a curious one, that female, and an enigma that he can't solve. At first of course she had ranted and protested at his insane idea of a project fulfillment. But once that he pointed out the upside that could happen, she instantly caved in. That it surprised even him. In fact, she threatened bodily harm if he didn't include her on it. Now both of them stood on the runic circle he had been working on for years as he pushed his magic at the middle. He would be lying if he didn't admit that he's nervous. Unknown magic and rituals has always been a nasty business. Poking one can end up with one's head missing. What's done is done now though, and he winced hard as he finished funneling the required amount of magic that literally drained him as he fell on his haunches. He could feel it moving through him, shaping him and changing him like a potter would do molding clay. He could also feel the same thing happening to his companion, and he hissed as his entire body is burned and reformed. Dragons normally are immune to fire, but this fire seemed to ignore all sense of impervious ways that dragons used on being immune to the heat of the flames as their very bones are seared. He doesn't know how long it took, days, hours, and seconds. But the next second, the burning pain vanished as a clap of thunder literally made him fall flat on his face. The last of the magic forming that are running through the ritual lines engulfed him and saturated his entire being. The excess magic on the area, immediately recognizing the source that it came from, is the same person still despite being changed, returned back, leaving no trace that the ritual ever happened. As he held wondrously the 5 fingers in front of him despite it feeling awkward, he can't help the victorious smile appear on his lips. The ritual had succeeded. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug too. He's never one to show any emotion. However, as he saw fire lit his fingertips, he can't help but cackle in glee as it appeared and disappeared according to his will. Being a dragon, he was of course aware of the magic pool inside his body defining him and giving him strength. Most people believed that it was the dragon's wings that gave it the ability to fly. How wrong they were. Sure, the wings were there to obey the laws of physics, but it was not the main reason that dragons could fly. Magic was the fuel and the food that kept his race alive and at the top of the food chain. Now as he flexed his hands on and off, watching how the latent magic that had been encased in his body obey so freely with his command, he can't help the terrifying grin that plastered his face as he and Leatri walked the familiar dirt road that the two legs made leading to Qarth in their new two legs form. Yes, her name is Leatri. He had opted that being called she or blue scales would be tad too confusing for the simple minds of the humans. Thus, how better to blend in than having a name for themselves? As for him, in honor of his previous life that gave him the knowledge on bending his magic, he still calls himself Harry. A rather unimpressive name for a dragon, but who cares? It's not like he's looking for their approval anyway. If they laugh at it, he could always turn back to Balerion and show them the magnificence that he truly is. Looking at his hands again, he felt the familiar strange feeling as electricity-fueled magic danced in his fingertips. Perhaps this was the main reason why he and Laetri tolerated this form other than the purpose for hiding. As a dragon, he had an entire river of magic in his pool. He had scales and the natural defenses of a dragon and instincts that an apex predator is gifted with. In terms of brutality and strength, none can defeat a dragon. His scales are thicker and more beautiful than the finest armor. His claws, teeth and spikes are swords and spears incarnate. His tail is a literal battering ram that he can wave in all directions with ease, and don't forget the front flamethrower that no creature can defend against. Despite all this advantages though, he had one disadvantage. He cannot wield his magic. The moment he transformed to his human aspect though, everything immediately changes inside out, as he theorized, of course. Sure, he may have lost his natural defenses, but his magical ones became immediately top-notched. In dragon form, his instincts of being a dragon and his human soul fought for dominance, with the dragon one winning in a landslide most of the time. Now the two are in equilibrium, resulting into a being that has the best of both and the weaknesses of none. Magic before, which was wild and untamed, became immediately focused as his entire being changed. Knowledge and experience of being a battle mage in his previous life with the sharp senses and magical pool of a dragon gave birth to not a human per se that had the arrogance and temper of a dragon. All in all, someone that bandits and not-so-friendly two-legs would have the worst luck to meet. Hearing a startled curse at his side, he can't help but chuckle as he watched the former she-dragon trying and failing to control the frost flakes that appeared on her hand thanks to her yet unskilled control of magic. Though he tried to suppress it, the mating instinct of his form immediately came to life as his amber eyes took in the rather sensual form that the she-dragon had. Of course he expected that the moment the ritual would be done, their forms would be beautiful and someone that the humans could admire and grow envy of. His pride demands it. The ritual was entwined with their characteristics and magic, and with a dragon's character being filled with pride and vanity that could rival any mountain in heights, their forms are more pleasing than he expected. Frankly, even he was surprised. Memories of his life as Harry Potter brought him information that their forms are very elfin in nature. Lithe bodies with unbearable grace that could make the best two-legs dancer grow green with envy. They are exceptionally tall, taller than the regular two-legs here by a head at least. Their ears are long and tapered going past their heads from where they stick in the skull, only covered by long hair that fell to their backs. His is pure ebony in color that fell to his back straightly with 3 horns that resembled the spikes on his dragon form, colored dark gold jutting from the middle. Whereas Laetri's hair is tied into a ponytail of sky blue hair with long strands falling sensuously from the sides of her head, where 4 curvaceous horns hang with an iron circlet at her brow inlaid with 3 blue gems that accentuated her bright sky blue eyes. All in all, the two of them could be described into one word only in appearance. Beautiful, and that is a bad thing for him as intimate. Urges threatened to overcome him every time he looked at the direction of his unaware companion testing for the first time the latent magic within her. The world would look at them and would see hope and order, as they should. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Egg, calm down. They're going to return. Rhaenys tried to reason with her rather panicking brother at the moment as he strode back and forth on the deck of the ship that they are aboard with alongside their aunt. Said person simply did not even acknowledge her sister's call as he continued his pacing. The 3 whelps, much to Daenerys' ire, following him around, hopping at the side crates, following his back and forth pace, chirping merrily, believing that what the current heir of the Iron Throne is doing is some sort of game. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Tuning out the rapid-fire worrying that Egg is doing as he walked back and forth like a trapped mako shark with the slowly growing whelp dragons as his pilot fish. She instead focused on the horizon of the sea that she, Egg, Daenerys and her retinue would be heading off to. Normally she could care less about her aunt's ambition to claim the Iron Throne from the fatard that tried to murder her and her brother when they were younger, seeing that said fatard died when a pig gored him. However, the whelps, for some skewed reason that she can't identify, the little dragons viewed her aunt still as their mom despite admiring Balerion and the blue dragon. That is the only reason why she wanted to go with Daenerys. The whelps would never separate from her, and Rhaenys is sure that Balerion would be less than pleased if he got wind ever of the fact that the dragons would be raised by a human that would sure incense the gold dragon, and a family that stretches back that binds dragons to their will to. Sighing, she focused her attention on her aunt and her guards. 3 ships would be heading out with them as they go to Astapor to claim an army that the Knight of Daenerys claimed to be for sale. She can't help but think that there's something deeper going on in here. Her instincts, honed to its finest extent with the tutelage of Balerion, were screaming to her to be wary. But what to be wary of she doesn't know. Sitting comfortably on one of the barrels of the ship, she wished Balerion was here as she observed Egg jumping over the water as Drogon, annoyed at being stepped on the tail, set his long hair on fire. The 2 dragons have left a couple of days ago without a word to anyone, and until now they haven't been back yet. For the life of her, Rhaenys wanted them back. Even the blue scoffing one. She was sure Balerion would know what to do. This is the first time Rhaenys would be making all the decisions for her and Egg. Elia and Ashera would stay at the slowly progressing city of Qarth, who loved their new liege lords, or ladies in this case. Apparently the 13 hogged almost all the wealth, and with them gone, more riches are spreading among the common folk. Elia had experience ruling, and her mother wanted to stay with their Aunt Shera, since she isn't well yet according to the healers. Her thinking, though, was cut short as there was the sound of a Dothraki battle charge that sounded like a girl's scream, followed by the sound of something hitting a brick wall before a body suddenly went flying past the gangway. Past her. Past a drenched Egg who had clambered back now that his hair's not on fire, and past the edge of the boat where it landed with a rather uneventful splash. The sound of swords are then drawn everywhere as 2 of the most beautiful individuals that she had seen in her life walked in the ship, looking as if the very ground they walked at belonged to them. Familiar amber eyes met hers, and she knew immediately without a doubt their identities. For Egg, he had the same opinions on his sister about the 2 new individuals, though he didn't know it yet. Unlike her, though, he doesn't recognize who they were, just the fact that they weren't human. The woman was beautiful beyond words and seemed to glow from within as if light itself was one with her. She wore a simple garb of white over her pale skin, held at her waist by a silver girdle of stunning make. Ornaments of blue gems hung from the circlet on her head and from her ears and shone brightly under the day. Her blue hair is in a ponytail braid that fell down on her slender back enchantingly, and her face, despite the weird 4 horns, is lovelier than any word could say. Her posture literally screamed dignity and wisdom at first glance, and experience could be seen clearly on her sapphire eyes. This was someone not to be trifled with, despite her beauty shining literally as the very sun above him. Egg could feel his mouth go dry with desire, for her form was alluring and sensual as the very word itself. Yet she was not alone. At her side walked hand in hand a figure as tall as she is. Despite his pride, "Thank you very much, Balerion." He felt an unbidden urge of reverence climb out of his soul as he saw the tall and sagely profile. He is wearing a pristine white robe with no ornaments and design. His ebony hair fell down to his back, as long as his female companion. He was as handsome as the woman was beautiful, and in his amber eyes shone a strength and wisdom that no one could deny. A staff is at his hand, carved in the image of a dragon, and the very sight of it screeched danger in all levels. A part of him acknowledged these 2, and before he knew it, despite his pride cultivated by Balerion, Egg found himself bowing with his face to the gangplank of the boat. He didn't know that everyone on the boat is doing the same as he does, and the city of Qarth along with it. Here was someone he could follow. Here was someone he can call king. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Astapor, one of the cities of slaves the Two Legs call it, and according to the information exchanged during the long trip towards here, is where the supposed strongest warriors in the world could be found. She can't help but snort as she landed her heavy bulk on the side of one of the mountains overlooking said city. Beside her, the 3 smaller whelps also followed suit, their small frames barely making the desired sound over the wind as they stayed just below her. Shadow, with Amber Eyes gone to deal some business of his, it is delegated to her on taking care of the whelps as they reached this destination. Frankly, she can't agree more. It is the female dragon's duty, not the male one's, to teach whelps. There are secrets of their kind that was only passed on the female line, and being the last adult female, it is her duty to educate these whelps as best as she can. growling at the black one to shut up his screeching that might attract attention. She let out her tongue, touching the familiar scent of Balerian's charges down below. So far so good, and they're okay at the moment. She had been surprised when she first met the two. Amber Eyes were right. They surprisingly have dragon blood on their veins, something that was very rare. Despite being two legs themselves, they have the same blood flowing on their veins as any dragon does, conveniently canceling out the instinct of the dragon to lord his or herself over them as their betters, and give them the respect that any dragon deserves, minus the flaming greeting for good reason. She had also never met two legs so open on welcoming a queen of the skies such as her. When she was introduced to the girl Rhaenys and her brother, Aegon, or as he preferred it, Egg on the ships, she had been mightily impressed. Not only did the two not flinch when she reverted to her true form of being a massive dragon with blue scales, but they even got even more happy and impressed, making comments about her size, her scales, and asking her a lot more things that she guessed. They also asked Amber Eyes. Either the two are fools for not even spending an ounce of terror in her presence, but they also could have been draconian born as they answered her questions about anything she deemed that could make them worthy in her eyes. It is pure obvious that the two are dragons in anything but form. And despite being two legs, the two could have been labeled Amber Eyes whelps, and that is enough for her. Not to mention that she's taken a liking to those two also. Not that she minded, of course. The human form in the eyes of a dragon is inadequate and weak. Even she had the same opinion, until Balerion discussed it long and hard with her. There is grace and a lot of possibilities on it that even a dragon can appreciate. Surprisingly, the ability to mimic such form and be able to return to her true self is a tempting offer that she simply can't resist. Long life is boring, and with two forms, she could happily cross out the boredom. Waving her hand to split into two one of the passerbys on the road with a casual curse that Balerion had taught her, Leatri trudged up to Astapor's gates where Rhaenys awaited her. As she joined the main road to Astapor, where other two legs are large in number and attracting a lot of looks with her surreal beauty and how different she looks, she is fascinated. How different could it be to a two legs perspective for stuff that is considered minuscule for a dragon's perspective? It is another reason why she liked this form. Slapping at the face two legs that braved talking to what seemed to be a lost beautiful woman, and might have accidentally killing him with a broken neck. She ignored the gasps and the familiar smell of fear on the others as she went on her way. It did not take her long to see Rhaenys at the gates waiting for her with her yellow dress and her aunt's handmaiden, whom Rhaenys dragged everywhere with her. "You're late," was the first words that met her as she stepped to greet the black-haired girl who glared at her with scrunched eyebrows. Despite herself, she can't help but approve mentally at her attitude. Fierce as a dragon indeed. "Does it matter?" she asked with a grin, showing off the slightly longer canine teeth that seemed to retain despite her human forms. To her credit, the girl didn't flinch as she met her eye to eye without wavering before waving it off. "Don't be again. Now come. I had something to show you and I promise you would like it," she said, dragging her servant with her and gesturing for Leatri to follow respectfully. "What is it?" asked Leatri, falling into step beside Rhaenys, throwing a bone-breaker curse mentally at a man who whistled at her shapely form, making him scream as his kneecaps turned to smithereens without warning as he fell to the ground. She could feel the Dornishwoman's approval as the man writhed on the dirt. "It's best to show you, and Doria here would be our test subject," smiled Rhaenys predatorily, simply making Doria whimper as she is led inside a building with a smiling Leatri in tow. "A true dragoness indeed." Leatri chuckled out loud as the door closed behind the three of them. "Dragons are prideful by nature, those that they taught are also the same. Pride and evil doesn't come hand in hand though, and that is the truth for Egg," as he listened to the so-called masters explain how he created the perfect human soldiers being paraded in front of him and her aunt. Gruesome deaths normally doesn't faze him. Staying around with Balerion makes you more than immune to that, watching the dragon murder Dothraki in 20 different ways when he's bored. Needless deaths also don't hold a trigger to him. However, prolonged death does. First rule of being a dragon when hunting: never let your prey suffer. It is a dragon's way of honor to the one giving them strength. The hierarchy of life has been instilled to him by Balerion, the ones higher having power and lordship over the ones below them. It's not about pride. It's not about boasting. It's just the truth of life. Some must be higher to keep order with the ones beneath, else it's pure chaos. That's why the place around the lair of Balerion filled with magical creatures is so well-oiled. Each knows their place, and under the watchful eye of the dragon, they flourished. Strength also shouldn't be pushed past its limit. One must understand his or her own concept of strength and be satisfied with it. Sure, mold it, learn it, know how to twist it in ways that could make what you have an asset instead of accepting it as a liability. Tales told by Balerion of weaker dragons taking down dragons 5 times their size have always amazed Egg. The lesson had been instilled on him and his sister in wariness that the two of them might one day face a dragon. Balerion made them more than ready on such encounters. How to fight smart and survive not only by living through a dragon's forceful way of saying hello, but also winning its respect by forcing it to submit through defeat. As he watched and listened to his aunt negotiating for the slave army though, he wondered how she would do it. So far his aunt did nothing that might gain her his respect. If she managed to snag this deal from the rather pompous master badmouthing him and her thinking they don't know Balerion, he might just give her his. And only then would he be then able to personally tear the spine off the bald idiot spouting insults in front of them. Dragons may be prideful and can keep a lead on their tempers. They never forget an insult, however. You've got some nerve coming here, dragon. Especially in that form. Hardhoof growled in warning as he hefted the large battle-axe single-handed in one hand, glaring angrily at the rather regal-looking elf in front of him. Behind him, he could hear the nervous whispers of the other creatures which called the dragon's lair their home. Dryads, satyrs, minotaurs, wood elves, wurs, vampires, mermaids and mermen, fairies and Siriad's human owls. The gathering of leaders have met her when they felt someone or something enter the borders of the forest, feeling like the very dragon that dwelt on the broken tower, but too small, much too small. Feels as if the magic that the dragon had on its body had been pressed into a very small container that looked ready to explode in a moment's notice. Of course, having a walking time bomb enter their home made it more than essential on finding it and possible, putting a stop to it. Now every representative of their kind is here only to find out that said time bomb is the same dragon whose land they are squatting in. Good day to you, to Centaur. I see you've got your charming skills on tune as always. Hardhoof can't help but growl as he noticed the sarcasm literally dripping from the dragon's voice, and only the fact that said dragon can transform back to its original form in an instant and swallow him whole stopped the urge of him decapitating the arrogant fool in front of him. Just get to what you're here for, dragon. Snapped. The centaur eyes narrowed. Every time you come here you demand something. Now what is it? Ah, that's terribly rude of you. Did you forget? Hardhoof only had a second to register the flash of light that suddenly left said elf's hands before his front legs screamed in agony, and he found himself falling to the dirt howling in pain as he looked at whatever it is that made the unbearable feeling. To his horror, he found his front legs broken in 5 different angles, giving off the image of a pretzel. To mind your betters? Finished the dragon, smugly stepping past him, ignoring his howls as the now pretzelized legs of the centaur flare in agony every time he willed to move it. Despite the haze of pain, he could still see the smug bastard looking at the assembled council, who now looked terrified more than ever at seeing how he managed his magic. Sure, the golden have always been to wield magic, but that is rare and it is seldom and wild when he does. Now that he can do it without even an effort, it brought terror in very different levels for them all living here. Now that I have your attention and hopefully your full cooperation, I am simply here as is my right as owner of these lands, declaimed the dragon in elf form, looking at them all. For too long have we remained here, secluded, alone, shunned, afraid and cowering. No more. I have come to tell you that it is time for us to take our rightful place on this world, to emerge from the darkness and show these 2 legs that this is our world as much as theirs. No more cowering, no more hiding. Hardhoof winced as another burst of light from his hand rearranged his pretzelized limbs. The centaur only glared at the dragon before standing up in full view of everybody, looking at the dragon, who continued his speech. Accept me as your ruler and we will take this world by storm. You can choose to be slaves to fear, or you can be yourself. Follow me and we will banish fear from our hearts. And finished his speech as expected of any self-respecting dragon. Or die. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Balerion, you're back. Despite himself, Harry Balerion smiled, showing off his canines at the very happy greeting that greeted him from Rhaenys. He can't help the small oof that left his lips as the young girl almost barreled him over as she hugged his human form, her petite form barely reaching past his chin. Still smiling, he patted the back of the girl fondly. It seems almost a memory of him doubting whether he should roast the small 3-year-old alive as it bravely or innocently climbed atop his claws, looking at him with those violet eyes of hers. For the record, he's glad that he didn't roast her. "Don't leave next time without warning," said girl mumbled at his chest, making him chuckle as he pushed her away a bit despite his reluctance. His regal form is already attracting a rather large crowd, not only due to his elfish appearance, which caught the eye of more than one female. Heck, even one literally walked into a post, as she's not paying enough attention to her surroundings, as her eyes remained glued to him. He's flattered, really. Dragons are vain creatures after all, and simply finding one near the label of ugly is an insult worthy of death. Of course, he smiled back in return, making the young girl beam as she extracted her arms from him before taking one of his hands as she guided him on the road. Despite his best efforts, the human inside him can't help but notice that her young charge isn't so young anymore. Rhaenys is growing into a very beautiful young woman and filling out in the right places. More than one two-legs male are eyeing her with want, he noted. As they should. Dragons are supposed to be looked up, and his charge is definitely a dragon. Not that he would make it easy for them if they tried to get closer to her, though. He's got first dibs as long as he's concerned. "I thought you would be Leatri," Harry said after a while of silence as they passed another intersection of the road that made every eye turn to them, for Harry, with his new white robes and physical outstanding and exotic looks, are attracting a lot of attention. "I would have thought she would grant me the courtesy of meeting me when I arrived, at least." He raised one elegant eyebrow as the skin at the back of Rhaenys' ears turned a delicate shade of red, making him 100% sure that she definitely is related to what he's asking about the blue dragon in her human form. The fact that her body temperature immediately rose to funny levels made her more than guilty. "Rhaenys, are you not telling me something?" asked Harry in still the same tone, but it's the one he uses when he's demanding answers from her, and lying would be a bad idea, as he and Rhaenys finally got free from the crowd of people. "I may have shown her the pleasures of the flesh in human form," answered the young woman, who looked as red as a tomato. "Not that it's anything wrong," she added quickly, noting the slowly morphing frown in his face. "She's curious why everyone's staring, so I showed her why." "And who is the one who showed her specifically?" asked Balerion, ignoring the human part of him, imagining the illegally beautiful blue head in the throes of pleasure. Me?" was the unsure reply as the two paused on their walking, as he stared down at the nervous-looking girl, who looked ready to flinch at an outburst. "Oh, if she only knows." "Good," Balerion simply answered before walking off, leaving a confused-looking Rhaenys behind, not expecting said answer. "So," began Daenerys, breaking the awkward silence between them, trying to reduce the tension on the air. "You're here. That's very observant of you. Congratulations," if not for the fact that she had seen the guy transform into a giant monster that can kill her in 100 different painful ways, she would have happily snarked back. As it is, she just gritted her teeth, trying not to show her irritation at his talking down to her. "It's a good thing that you've come back, Balerion," she stated formally, doing her best not to let the venom almost screaming to drip from her mouth fall. "We are about to seal the deal with the wise masters here that can get me an army. I've been wanting you present just in case something comes off from the plan." "Pretty guys," I simply rose in a questioning method that made Daenerys' tick in the head grow larger. She felt like a child being reprimanded as those amber eyes stared her down. "Plan? Tell me about it." He didn't even have the decency to make it sound like a request. She thought angrily before controlling her emotions as she explained how to fool the masters. The moment she's done, however, she was faced instead of an incredulous look, instead of an impressed one like everyone else. "That's your plan?" "Yes," nodded Daenerys, surprising even herself for being surprised by his negative reaction. Heck, even Rhaenys, who had been listening to their discussion, looked questioningly at Balerion with a hint of misunderstanding. "Balerion, what do you mean?" asked the Dornish woman. Her hands, Daenerys noted, began stroking the arm of the supposed-to-be dragon. "Well, for starters, you don't have the whelps," stated the dragon, making the room immediately fall silent, that even a fly could be heard buzzing as his words registered to everyone's minds. Fortunately, it was Daenerys who exploded first. Anyone else would have met a nasty cutting curse for shouting at the dragon. "What do you mean I don't have the whelps? What have you done to my children?" Normally Daenerys would never risk calling the small dragons, or whelps as he referred to them, as her children in front of him for risk of being immolated alive. However, the mention that they are missing brought something near panic for her that left her common sense on the dust. "Your children?" was the amused reply simply, and if possible, Daenerys' ire increased even more despite Rhaenys shaking her head in warning at her at the background. "Yes, they're my children, you dumb beast. How dare you?" The lack of air immediately made Daenerys' next words stop as she found herself hoisted up in the air, the hand of the elf gripping her through her throat easily despite her weight. Gone were the amused glint in his eyes, transformed into one of warning and silent danger, reminding her of her folly and who she is challenging. Her guards at the background immediately drew their swords ready to come to their aid, but one turn of his head at their direction made they immediately cry out in pain as the swords blazed red hot, melting two of the three and making them drop them on the ground. She can do nothing as he turned back at her direction, making her very much aware that he could snap her neck if he wanted to right now without ado. "Never raise your voice against me again, girl," he said monotonely, but for her it sounded like a snap. "Remember who your better here was. And never claim those whelps as yours and yours alone to command. They're not your things to trade or barter. Heck, they're not even your weapons. For now I'll spare you, since they treat you as their mother, and me tearing you to pieces won't get me their trust. However, use them again like the way you plan to, and I promise I'll enjoy eating you as my ancestors ate your namesake. For now you'll need a lasting lesson." Daenerys simply watched in horror as he turned at the direction of the three Queensguard she had. Daenerys watched in horror as the three, including Mormont, immediately eyed each other before making a jump at the sword to kill one another. Krasny's Naklas is not a happy businessman currently, as he stared at the small party of the so-called Mother of Dragons and her pathetic excuse of a retinue in front of him. Right now the entirety of the Unsullied she had ordered is paraded with great effort on his part in exchange for the dragon she had promised. Unfortunately, he could see no dragon or a box that may contain one right now. He simply watched her expression as her translator gave his words. He had to admit the girl had spirit. Her face remained unflinching despite her threat. His eyes also wandered to his guards. Though some of them looked terribly terrified, the Westerosi-looking man at her side isn't, despite looking none the worse for wear. He had a lot of gashes and bruises on his face that indicated he ended up on the wrong end of a fight. Uncultured barbarians they are after all, he thought gloomy as his translator turned her direction back at him. "She said that the dragon is on his way now," he corrected harshly, making sure to slap her hard. "You dumb girl. It's a beast, nothing more, nothing less. Understand?" "Yes, master," she whimpered pathetically as she clutched her reddened cheeks. Just as Krasny's is about to relax again on his couch and ready to throw the next verbal insult to his guests, a rather loud roar literally brought him on his feet. "I am not a beast," and before he realized what's going on, the whip at his hands are ripped cleanly off towards the direction of one of the dragon whore's companions. The clouds parted like rivers over a bomb is out from it. A gigantic and magnificent golden dragon descended, hovering in front of him with glaring amber eyes. "Unsullied attack. Kill the beast. Kill it and the dragon whore that brought it here," shouted the frantic master, not noticing that the men he had trained didn't even flinch at his command one bit. Amber eyes glared angrily once more at him before looking at the direction of the girl holding the harpy whip in her hands, who nodded at it before staring at Krasny's Naklas dead in the eye. "Dracarys, who are you? What are you doing?" demanded the Dornish woman, trying to wriggle away and failed as the cords tightened. "Cut me loose. Oh, you don't get to order me around, sweetheart," that same alluring voice repeated. "I just came to see if you're as beautiful as Rhaenys said." Despite the gloom, she could feel the woman smiling predatorily. "Oh yes, you're definitely more than I expected," as they kissed each other again and got lost in each other's bodies. The last thing that Ashera noticed is the fact that said woman had blue hair. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. She strapped the final hem of her dress, sighing in contentment as she made sure that everything's in order before standing up. Suffice it to say that her trip here isn't wasted at all. She made a mental note to thank Rhaenys personally for all the lessons she learned. Who knew that two legs mating could be so enjoyable? Her kind's mating, after all, is harsh and brutish, that would demand no less thanks to their ego and pride. Only the strongest will the females allow on their nests. With her in this human form, her mind became less stuffy, as Amber Eyes so explained. Maybe that's the reason why the loathing she had for two legs lessened a great deal, to the point where she can become friendly with them instead of being only tolerable at best before. Looking at the forms of Elia Martell, who had fainted halfway through their night of passion, alongside the beautiful form of her best friend Ashera Dane, who had taken the full brunt of her demands, she smirked. The two women have been less than cooperative, but once she threatened them with immolation, they had seceded. Not that the two regretted it once they're on the bed. In fact, they have been more than willing once things got heated. It's funny how two legs can be alike dragons when it comes to passion, she thought mentally as she approached Ashara's sleeping form to place one final kiss on the beautiful woman before turning to the opened. Taking one final look at her two lovers, she took a deep breath before stepping over the ledge and jumping out on open air. Magic once more filled her limbs, and she smiled in a draconian manner as she retook her full form, her roars echoing on the moonlit sky. Varys could feel the headache coming in as he sat tiredly over his private couch. The table in front of him is littered with papers from his informants all over the known world. Noticeably, there had been more than normal thanks to the war currently ravaging Westeros, as every lord with any sort of army is declaring himself king. However, despite the demands of the kingdom, it was his latest report that made him almost want to seek Pycelle out for a tonic for headache. The fact that said sadist king he served is making serving a rather tiresome chore on keeping your head intact made the pain double. Daenerys apparently had conquered Astapor with a full-grown golden dragon, burning the masters there to a crisp. There's also the fact that she managed to acquire a rather large army of Unsullied, loyal to her by will. That is not the issue, though. The real issue is the fact that his informants also put out the word of two rather noticeable persons other than Jorah Mormont alongside her. One is a Dornish beauty apparently with violet eyes, and the other is a silver-haired young man with the same set eyes. Could it be that these two are Targaryen? As he pondered this news even more, he failed to notice the last letter report sitting at his desk about the pervading rumors on the ruins of Valyria. The sound of marching feet echoed on the pale regions on the road to Yunkai as 10,000+ men marches on the road to Yunkai, where her aunt is leading them as she requested. As she lifted her eyes atop the rising hill where she and her new handmaiden, Doria, that her aunt had given her, sat atop on their steeds, she can't help but marvel at fast her fortunes and life have changed for the past months. Once she had been in charge of no one but her brother and her family, making sure that they have hot food on the table to eat. Now she's in charge of an army that is loyal to her, at a fault after Balerion requisitioned it for her when he burned Astapor to the ground, both masters and slavers alike leaving the city dead to the world. Nothing will ever grow there again, not even bacteria, not with Balerions. Looking at the distance, Rhaenys could still see the silver head of her brother in the distance, sitting on his own horse reading again. Technically, she's not surprised seeing him doing that. He's a bookworm after all, as Balerion named it. She and her aunt, after the burning of Astapor, finally have a long and lengthy discussion about the future. Though not in her interests the least, she agreed with her aunt to conquer Slavers Bay and temporarily set Egg as king for the sake of the injustice that is going on here. Of course, Daenerys argued that Egg is the supposed to be ruler of Westeros, but Egg, who had finally enough on having his future decided without him being consulted, snapped that the matter would be dropped at least until they conquer Slavers Bay. Even Balerion was not against the idea. Apparently the thought of wreaking havoc without being able to hide appealed a lot to him, as he reasoned. Though if Rhaenys had to be honest with herself, the only reason that Balerion is still with them on this campaign is because of the fact that he still haven't managed to convince the three whelps that Daenerys called as her children to get over the fact that her isn't their mother. Not that Rhaenys is happy about it. She found the idea of them betraying her aunt and abandoning them distasteful. However, if forced between her and Balerion, she would choose Balerion's side without hesitation, as Egg will also. Yet as of now, as her beloved princely brother enjoyed life without regulations and duties, the tedious work of leading the logistics of food and army fell on her. Not that she minded. Leading is in her blood, as Balerion stated, making her beam every time he repeated that fact to herself. Above everything else, she craved the attention of the golden dragon, and he's as rare as the blue moon when offering positive compliments and praises. It is something that Rhaenys treasured every time he does. Thinking again? The musical voice of Leitri made Rhaenys sigh as she turned her head at the source of the sound when she was met by warm lips tasting like elderberries doused with winter honey halfway through. "You enjoy that too much," chuckled Rhaenys, unable to help herself, smacking her lips to retain the sweet taste as she stared at the sapphire eyes of the blue dragon in her elven form standing beside them. She had vehemently refused to ride a horse, and Balerion pushing got him a black eye. She had returned to their now large group with the slightly grown whelps a fortnight ago, refusing to tell anyone where she had been with the younger dragons. "What can I say? You're too irresistible, my dear." She smiled in return before exclaiming happily as the green dragon, Viserion, hovered over them, licking the end fingers of Leatri's extended hand fondly. Despite herself, Rhaenys can't help but smile as she watched the interaction between the two. Out of all the three, Viserion is the most expressive of his siblings. All the way to Yunkai, he had made it his life mission on dropping at someone's heads every opportunity he could ever since he had learned how to fly. Of course Daenerys tried to browbeat the fun, but irritating habit, he had but one threatening glare from Leitri made her immediately cower in agreement. "So you're staying this time?" asked Rhaenys to Leitri as Viserion finally took off to join with his siblings in the air. "Yes," the blue-haired elf smiled prettily, making Rhaenys shake her head mentally to refocus. "No one should be that criminally gorgeous. Someone needs to look out for you guys." Rhaenys, despite herself, can't help the grin that appeared on her face. Call her a hypocrite maybe, but if she's going to be honest, she trusted the blue dragon more than she trusted her biological aunt, and it's not only because she shared her bed with her. Maybe it's because she's raised by a dragon that she felt more at ease with someone of their kind than hers. "I'm glad you're here, Leitri," she finally chirped after the moment of silence, letting off a small smile at the other female at her side. "With you here, I can finally have some intelligent conversation around. Thank you for staying by my side." To her credit, the female dragon only laughed out loud, stepping a little away from them. "Now don't get sappy on me, Rhaenys. Don't forget, what am I after all?" Her form vanished in a plume of smoke that transformed back to the magnificent blue beast, which looked at her with one large sapphire eye in fondness one more time before taking to the air at the direction of the whelps, her roars echoing on the sky. Sieges are always messy, both for the defenders and for the attackers. He knew that thanks to Egg's discussions when the boy was younger. Egg would sit at the side of his head, happily droning on and on about battles he read from the books he found on his lair, boring the golden dragon half to death. Now, as he personally lead one, he can't help but thought out that the stories from the Book of Egg about such battles have been terribly undermined. Archers aim, concentrate fire on the low wall. Make sure that no arrow falls from that tower as the satyrs advance. The call of the centaur bane echoed along the battlefield as makeshift catapults continued their bombardment over the city. At the front of the massive army, the different magical species that have lived in hiding and flourished at the lack of humans in Valyria continued their advance even as human defenders tried to hold the wall. Piercing amber eyes watched in little concern as his newly combined army, each as different as each other both in culture and appearance, pushed onward eagerly to bring their wrath against the humans that have hunted them down like cattle. He had been quite surprised, in fact, at their ferociousness with their initial reluctance during the gathering. Today is what he would call their debut. Today the world would fear them and know the ignorance of folly. Mantaries, one of the richest of the cities of Old Valyria that managed to survive the doom, will be their first victim. Neither its walls nor its mercenary armies will save it, as the 150,000-strong army of magical creatures sieged it with magic and skills long forgotten. And so the world will know fear once more under the sky. Balerion Harry muttered to himself, looking at his hand, feeling the power of magic coursing through his very fingertips. Taking a deep breath, said hand immediately whipped forward at the direction of the walls, and the results as fast as the hand came. There was a crack of thunder followed by a very large explosion as the walls made by Valyrian knowledge, and have withstood the siege for hours, immediately cracked like an egg before exploding inwards to the city. Pure unadulterated silence followed as the screams of pain and death from the soldiers guarding it, and the people inside crushed by debris echoed like choir of the damned as both his army and the defenders stood frozen in shock at such destructive display of magic and the fact of what just happened. Ignoring the temporary silence, Harry immediately transformed back to Valyrian, golden wings flapping as he took to the sky at the front of his army facing the burning city, his massive form gleaming under the moonlight. Push forward. Stand as one. For the Alliance. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. The first that made him aware that she's coming is her presence. Frankly, he's not surprised at her coming. She must have sensed the destruction caused by both him and the newly christened Alliance to whatever that's left of Mantaries. Dragons, after all, have a second sense when it comes to identifying either large amounts of magic and destruction. Despite his stoicism, despite his self-control, Harry, as he preferred to be called in this form, are unable to stop the blood rushing on his cheeks and lower appendage as the she-dragon in elven form smirked victoriously at his reaction. Leatri, after all, in this look, is more beautiful than any being alive, as dragons only should be. Even then, it is taking a level that is borderline illegal and outworldly. Her blue hair was shining under the morning sun, and her bare skin glistened, looking as if it's bathed in starlight, like what you see, Amber Eyes. Her sudden words brought Harry back to the present, facing the smug-looking face of Leatri grinning at him. He mentally scowled as he realized that in his lack of sense, he must have looked like he was ogling the very tempting she-dragon in front of him, not that it's a very bad thing in his opinion. Do I really have to answer that? No. She smirked victoriously as a wave of her hand created a white dress that covered the magnificence of her body. But I'm glad you liked it. For a second there, Harry thought his ears must have malfunctioned as her words was registered by her brain. Is it just him, or did she sound flirty? Are you even going to ask why I'm here, Amber Eyes? Her sensual voice nearly made him insensate. Or are you going to remain silent forever? Be like this? He got a nagging suspicion that Rhaenys once more got a hand in this. I'm not going to ask why you've come here, Leatri. Harry spoke regally. Dragons are proud, after all, trying to keep at bay raging hormones and instincts. It would be stupid not to realize the fact that all this carnage attracted your attention, and your magic, she added, making him blink. What? She only smirked as one slender finger traced circles on the robes at his chest. Didn't you know that dragonfire was laced with magic, Amber Eyes? Yours is so potent that I could feel it all the way at the road to Yunkai. Interesting. I didn't know that it would be that potent. Harry muttered to himself, not noticing the sudden fallen look that his companion wore as he monologued on. I'm faintly aware that dragonfire was magic-based and it could be felt for miles around, but that far? I wonder if... No. That would be wrong unless, of course. Are you planning to ignore me all day long, Amber Eyes? The rather annoyed tone of Leatri shut him up completely. Seriously? I've come all the way here and you're ignoring me? In Harry's respected opinion, she looked terribly cute with her cheeks puffed up as she huffed, irritated. Fine, my lady. What do you want? He finally asked, hoping to amuse her and get her off his tail at the moment. The annoyed she-dragon might accidentally transform back to her original form and wreck his new tower. That's more of what I do want. She continued, irritated. Why didn't you tell me that you have gathered an army and sacked this city without my knowledge? To his credit, he managed to retain his poker face despite the distractions battering his senses. Do I have to tell you? He asked incredulously. I barely knew you, Leatri. Give me one good reason why in the world should I tell you of my plans? The lip bite she did as she leaned closer, that their faces are only inches apart, was definitely illegal. For starters, I am a dragon, Amber Eyes. I enjoyed destruction. You denying the invite on Meet This Battle not only insulted me by giving me the presumption that I can't handle myself, but also because of you being my mate, you just gave me the impression that you consider me weak. Harry's brain, however, seemed to stop the moment she said mate. The dragon in him crowed in victory and acceptance. The human, stunned, reacted in a way as the clueless human it was. Mate? Since when did you become my mate? He asked finally, after the dreaded silence where a pin falling could be heard. Later he would wonder why the beauty in front of him didn't murder him for asking such a stupid question. The very fact that she didn't bite his head off then gave him clarity later on that she's very patient and forgiving. In dragon standards at least. I'll pretend I haven't heard that, for unlike you Amber Eyes, I have done the math. I am the last female of our kind and you are the oldest male there is. So unless you want dragons to forever say goodbye on this land, you better man up and treat me as I deserve. The fact that she's already lying atop him with her slender and graceful form pressed to his did not escape his attention. His instincts were almost overriding his occlumency defenses as the dragon in him screamed to take the one atop him. So what now, Amber Eyes? Asked the dragoness, leaning as their lips and noses are almost inches apart. Will you still ignore me? Words seemed to have lost him as his very mouth turned dry with desire. The very smell of Leatry is intoxicating and the air she breathed is ambrosia to his very soul. Her presence can be compared to a toast of honey in a trap and he's the unlucky bee. Breathing air is becoming shorter and shorter as his lungs it seems suffered temporary paralysis and before he knows it, he's already shaking his head in negative at her question. And just like that, the very aura of her seduction vanished as she stepped away with the pissed-off look she had before gone replaced with an amused mixed with victorious expression. Her sapphire eyes looking at his amber ones. You're my mate, Amber Eyes. Whether I like it or not. We are the future of our race. So please, at least make an effort to act as if you're interested. She spoke before leaping through the open window, transforming back to her original form. Her roars echoing on the heavens, leaving a confused golden dragon behind. If he's honest with himself, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't attracted to the she-dragon. She's beauty impersonated. Both her elven form and her draconian one. She's not one to simply push around. In fact, if he's a betting man, he would bet that if they ever had a relationship with one another, she would be the one carrying the direction of their relationship. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, both dragon and human in him agreed that at least they should be accommodating her, especially since she took the trouble to check on him here. Despite being arrogant, proud, and having an ego the size of a mountain, he still recognizes kind deeds after all. Jumping over the open ledge, he felt the familiar change as he morphed back into being Balerion. His roars filling the air as he followed the scent of the she-dragon circling back and forth over the burnt city curiously. She's right. They are the last of their kind and despite not having strong feelings with each other at the moment, and they are mates for the sake of bringing a future for their kind. He mentally groaned then. He would need to introduce her to the alliance. A lone boat carrying 5 figures landed gently at the edge of the Sea of Sighs. The 3 remained behind to hide the small floating vessel with bushes at the shore to keep away thieves from finding it while the other 2 stepped over a raised ledge overlooking the city of Mantares, or what's left of it. Even now as the siege have ended, the plumes of smoke still rise over the sky giving it a red glow in the morning light. Are you sure about this, father? Asked the younger one who sounded more like the fresh vestiges of youth despite the armor he wore. Are you sure we can trust whoever it is that is leading this army? What choice do we have? Snapped the older one, irritated at the same question that his son had been repeating again and again all the way here. This is the only place that we could find some semblance of revenge for our fallen comrades. Steel your heart, boy. We did not come here in vain. As you wish, father. Bowed the young man, obviously downed by the chastening of the older one. Trust in me, Anduin. Peace is the noblest of aspirations, but we must always be ready to fight first. He patted the large pauldron of his young son before nodding to their 3 companions to follow as he led the 5 of them down the forest road towards whoever is leading this alliance. But for Egg, the throne in his opinion is nothing more than a nuisance that would cut down his leisure time. Not to mention the 101 reasons giving people a reason to murder you in different ways. He had read enough about the chronicles of the great houses of Valyria. Despite their achievements and their glory and their wealth, many of the house leaders have met a nasty end with very few dying on their deathbeds. He didn't want that. He wanted to die with his family around him, seeing the grandkids that have come from his blood and meeting the creator of their world saying a job well done as he entered the eternal rest. That's the way he wanted to go, not gurgling and choking on his blood as an assassin's blade hewed off his jugular. looking at the grand army of 10,000 strong pledged to his sister Rhaenys and through her, to him. He wondered what the future would bring. He is a dragon, and despite his pacifist opinions, domination and conquering is part of who he is, no matter how much he pinned it down under layers and layers of ideals. As Balerion always loved to repeat to him and Rhaenys when they're younger, "We would never be slaves, but we will be conquerors." Chapter 23. Chapter 23. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug too. He had always expected Two Legs to be dumb, however he never expected them to be that dumb. He had always known that after the debut of the destruction of Mantares, many of the nearby Two-Leg cities would be made aware of what happened. The smoke of the burning city, after all courtesy of him, could be seen towards Astapor. Despite the centaurs killing any scouts or outriders sent to investigate, the fact that Mantares just got sacked by an army would be plenty obvious to the Two Legs of the known world. And as also he expected, the nearest city, which was Tolos, sent a rather large army of 2,000 men to investigate and if possible engage their trade partner that had been burnt to the ground. After all, in Two-Leg logic, fear of the unknown was always the greatest, and with no information whatsoever on whomever it was that destroyed the city nearest to them was no friend of theirs. The logical action, of course, is for them to keep their forces intact and wait out the incoming storm, but as he expected, years of being at the top of the food chain and with no one to challenge them other than the occasional Dothraki horde which could be bribed, or pirates that their small army can overcome, have made the masters of Tolos arrogant of their strength and, importantly, complacent. And Balerion especially was banking on that. "I still can't understand how you can predict how they would react precisely," Leitri muttered beside him. Despite his initial misgivings of her rather frank statement that they are mates now by necessity still rattle him until today. He had never seen himself in fact with the Blue Dragoness as a possible mate, though he would not be opposed to the said idea. If you had a surrogate son who spent half his time reading books and speaking them out loud to you, you would get a thing or two of learning something, lied Harry, poking his head out to see the rather crude lines that the official army of Tolos made. To be honest, what he knew were memories of his human part of strategies effectively used against human armies against Voldemort during the Wizarding War. Currently him and the 3,000-strong army composed of centaurs, satyrs and a fair amount of wood elves that he had allotted for this mission were hiding under the rise of the hill knoll with the beach behind them. It is early in the morning, and the fog that pervaded this area clearly hid the advance army of the Alliance. Leitri this time have deigned to accompany him, not willing to miss the fun this time. When he pointed out who would look over the 3 whelps that they're supposed to be watching over, she had simply waved it off, saying that her wards were more than capable of looking after them at the meantime. Thus, she is here despite his misgivings. Not that he's worried about her. She may look like beauty incarnated, but she's a dragon and very little can harm her, either magical or physical. "So what's the plan, my lord? My lady?" asked Beleg Strongbow, the wood elven lieutenant crouching behind them in a respectable distance. He had finished introducing Leitri to the entire Alliance as his mate, much to the smug female dragon's appreciation, and everyone now knows about her and how to defer to her presence, which is like his. "Archers at the back. Centaurs will hit first and satyrs will follow after the breach on their lines," explained Harry, Amber Eyes not leaving the line of Two Legs, now bypassing them. He did not give the order yet, making sure to raise a hand to keep the excited army from leaping out of cover as the humans passed. He knew that in an ambush such as this, timing and placement is everything. Traveling in large groups might have the advantage of intimidation and strength for any attacker. An individual soldier would feel more at ease if he feels victory, as he would be marching alongside thousands of soldiers dressed like him. It is the purpose of attacking armies. Morale for any defender, no matter how entrenched their position might be, would be an all-time low if they peeked their head out and see a horde arrayed against them. Harry, however, would use the very strength of such positioning and tactic against them. The marching goes on, and he didn't give the signal to attack as the entire ambushing army grew tenser by the second. Even Leitri, who looked at ease as they waited for the army to arrive, was still like a rubber ready to snap, with her breath coming deeper at every cadence march that the army merely a few feet away from them was making. It's a miracle that no one has noticed them yet. Counting in wordlessly as specifically as he could, Harry raised a hand in readiness, immediately making the tensing army freeze as they recognized the first signal for the bloodshed that is about to come. Nodding to Beleg and Leitri, Harry immediately stood, making the marching human soldier nearest to him pause in confusion as someone popped without warning at the side of the road. The golden dragon in elven form only smirked as his hand made a cutting gesture, and immediately a flash of yellow appeared from his fingertips, heading straight towards the soldier, who noticed him, who yelped in alarm before gurgling as the cutting curse bounced like chain lightning, killing 10 of the men behind him too slow to duck. For the Alliance, that was the signal. Bane, who had been impatient for all the waiting, immediately whinnied in his front legs, raising the massive broadsword in the air as he yelled 4 words only: "Charge!" For the Alliance. The waiting army needed no more urging. The sound of swords being drawn, followed by roars and cheers, immediately followed, making the human army stop even as the first blue fireball struck their lines, sending men dancing in pain as they were immolated alive. Arrows followed in showers, catching the confused line by surprise as dozens fell from the precise shooting of the wood elves, giving ample time for the ambushers to clear the raised knoll before gaining speed. The sounds of whoops and cheers of the Alliance army filling the morning air, following no coherent order as they let gravity do the work, pushing them faster and faster downwards. Even Harry, who was used to carnage, flinched hard when the two armies met with a large crunch, literally breaking the stillness of the morning air. The human army, confused, tired, and not expecting of both the facts that A. they were being ambushed, B. they're facing creatures that can only come from their worst nightmares, immediately panicked as they were bowled simply over. Centaurs wielding massive broadswords and two-handed axes went like a freight train over a field of weed through their ranks. The momentum of the charge and their heavy bulks easily carved out paths and swaths through the middle of the panicked army. It was on these breaches that the rest of the ambushers pushed themselves in. Howling satyrs using long spears followed behind the charge, carving the disoriented line even more to 12 different pieces, and whatever pockets of resistance that brave captains and officers of the army from Tolos managed to rally behind were torn to ribbons as Harry personally gutted them. He had joined the charge, of course. A dragon, despite in his form, currently won't miss the fun for anything. He laughed as he fought on, of course. The joy of battle only his kind can feel. He needed no swords or armor, his hands turning to scales and claws, easily disemboweling anyone and ripping off armor without ado. Magic came in intervals in continuous chains, cutting curses, killing curses, and 100 different more as men went down in heaps at his command. At the side of his vision he could see Leitri also doing the same. The little knowledge he imparted to her during their time of companionship she put into full effect. Fireballs in large intervals followed her command as the she-dragon fought like he does. No armor except for her robes, and with her hands as claws and talons. It's more like a massacre than a fight, as Alliance forces simply cut down anyone too dumb to recognize defeat, even when they saw it in their face. Just as Harry disemboweled another soldier sure of victory, he never noticed the whizzing sound heading through him and hitting his right calf. The result was a large crack, making him howl in surprise and pain as his right leg lost balance. Bone broken from a slinger's stone. His leg not supporting his weight, he felt himself outbalanced and nearly lost his footing if not for Beleg dashing in to steady him and gut a soldier ready to behead the staggering elf. That apparently was the final act for victory, as Leitri, who panicked at the sound of her maid in pain, immediately transformed to full dragon form, making the entire human army pause, first in alarm and disbelief at the sight of the massive reptile, before falling back into a rout as the group of slingers a little away from the battle turned to ash at the flames of a pissed-off dragoness. The resounding cheer echoed around as the forces of Tolos break cover and ran with the Alliance hot at their heels as the retreat turned into a full rout for the forces of Tolos. Those too slow or wounded were caught and easily killed as the centaurs, taking advantage of the rout, hemmed the panicking soldiers behind like wolves on a wounded deer. Despite his wound, Harry smiled as he watched the Alliance forces celebrate as they hewed their ancient enemy to pieces. The day was theirs, and Tolos had no army to stop them now when the rest of the Alliance forces catches up to them. "Father, are you sure this is a good idea?" asked Anduin as he walked beside his father and 5 of the gladiators from their group that had volunteered to come with him and his dad. After all the reassurance made by both his father and his companions, he still felt very uneasy as he walked along the line of creatures surrounding them at both sides. Frankly, he had been plain terrified as he watched the battle before, when he and his retinue managed to climb over the mountainside ledge. Frankly, it's more like a massacre than a battle. The human army of Tolos never stood a chance. Panic gripped the army as its middle ranks is cut in half, causing the rear and the front to lose coherence and command as fear engulfed every soldier. They lost it completely when the dragon showed itself. Now as they walk to meet whoever is in command of this battle group after following it for a time, Anduin got the feeling that he's walking to his death. Though he's wearing the bulky armor of grays and blues with the lion insignia of his father's fighting unit. Unlike the other gladiators who managed to escape the fighting pits with his father, he had never been in a true fight yet. "You've got some guts, not bowing, boy." A stern voice brought his sense back to the present, and Anduin's heart sank as he noticed his father and his companions bowing over to a tall robed thingy with sharp ears sitting on a raised chair patting the snout of the blue dragon. He's the only one not paying respect. And like all youth when caught red-handed, he spoke out the first words that came into his mind. "Oh shit." Violet eyes gazed forward as the city of Yunkai came into view. Apprehension filled him and excitement. He is going to conquer it, and he's going to make Balerion and his sister proud of him. He is a dragon, and he would prove it for the entire world to see. He raised his hand and whistled. 3 dragon whelps immediately perched at both his shoulders and at the top of his head, their screeches echoing along the air, the wind taking the echoes as a warning to the population of Yunkai. On the waters of the Isle of Cedars, the bay near the island city of Illyria bubbled as the merfolk, nereids, sirens and the 4 sea serpents readied their enchantments to enter dry land led by the Lady of the Lake. Tonight, Illyria will burn in the name of the Alliance. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. The faint sounds of air beating through air made Egg immediately rise from his cot where he is resting and straight out of his tent like a bullet. Why? Simple, for some insane reason that he can't fathom. Rhaenys finally delegated to him some of the business about the army's logistics. In other words, paperwork. Thus, for 3 days straight he had endured being cooped in his tent poring over piles of paper about supplies, route courses, updates of the training of the Unsullied and some of the new recruits that joined them from Astapor and Karth, and 100 more different stuff that clearly demanded his attention. All in all, Egg is currently not a happy camper. Add the fact that her sister, now freed with some of her obligations, immediately began on getting to know the rest of the people that composed their army better. More than once he had seen her trying to teach basic education like reading, speaking common and singing to some of the Unsullied soldiers who seemed to be baffled as to the reasons why some of these things were necessary on their lives. The slave girl, now freed girl Missandei, usually joins her sister on these escapades minus the training. So here he was stuck in the tent with his Aunt Daenerys trying her best to help him out with the overload passing over his hands. Once she had even agreed to do it all by herself, but he had respectfully declined. Rhaenys would skin him alive, boil him, and repeat the process again if she found him lazing off. She does imitate their mother a lot when it comes to temper. The only one who could shove her off was Balerion, and that's the reason why he's so eager to meet him again. He could finally get Rhaenys to stop this imposed torture she had given him. Watching as the 2 dragons landing in front of him and disappearing immediately to mist as they transformed to their elven forms, he can't help the grin that's almost plastering his face. Finally he can have the rest he wanted once he got Balerion to let Rhaenys back off his behind. "Balerion, you're back. You had no idea how glad I am to see you back here. I tell you, you have to. What happened to your face?" Egg's chattering was immediately stopped as it was replaced with shock as the smoke dissipated, revealing the regal face of the golden dragon having dozens of large bruises on it. Some of them even looked fresh and newly given. "Oh, he's just a little sore on being the opposite end of merry old me." A very smug-looking Leatri chuckled. Egg had to shake his head twice to get rid of the familiar, enticing desire that almost rose within him at the beautiful blue dragon's form before focusing his common sense once more. Opposite end? It's almost unbelievable for him to watch as Balerion or Harry, as he preferred this form, grunted unhappily and disgruntled, making Leatri pat his back soothingly despite the oozing smugness literally flowing from her. All his life he had lived with the dragon. For him, Balerion was unbeatable. A constant pillar in his life that resembled strength and power. He could defeat anything and anyone in his path. To see him being patted like an honorable or sore loser was a literal slap on everything that Egg believed about him. "Come now, Harry, why don't you tell everyone here what happened?" she asked innocently, too innocently. Egg blinked. For some reason that he can't put his finger on. The she-dragon sounded even playful and teasing, exact contrast of her previous sour and bad attitude when she tried fighting them off. Something's going on between the two of them, and for the life of him, he had no idea why. I prefer sharing once we have everyone gathered, grunted Harry in a very unhappy tone before looking straight at him. Egg, it's good to see you again. You look quite tired. Now go get your sister and that aunt of yours, because I want to discuss this only once. He really wanted to protest about the fact of you're tired, and telling him to go get someone in the middle of the night was the exact opposite of each other. Nodding to the two that he would take his leave, he turned to the direction of his sister's tent, snapping glances back to the two dragons in their elven forms. Leatri is currently trying to poke the black eye of Harry, and he is simply trying to shrug her prying hands off half-heartedly. Something's changed about the two, and he intended to find out why. Who knows? Maybe Rhaenys can figure it out. 15 minutes later, and 6 people with the 3 looking so sleepy sat on the commanding tent set up by the unsullied sentries at the middle of the night. Egg had given the order to one of the sentries to have it erected when he went to find his sister. Now all of them are here waiting as to whatever it is that Harry wanted to tell them. What is it that you wanted to tell us that you have to wake us in the middle of the night? Asked a very irritated-looking Daenerys in her night robe. At her side is the ever-faithful Yora, looking funny with his attire consisting of armor in a mixture of nightclothes. Like his queen, he is also swaying with sleepiness despite maintaining formality and strength in front of the two dragons. Calm down, Daenerys. Rhaenys in her own night robe chided gently at their aunt. Give him time, besides it's not easy for Harry here to speak with large bruises on his mouth. Despite also tired, Rhaenys was the only one from the 3 who gathered here who was happy at the sight of the being that raised him and her. In typical Rhaenys fashion, she had pulled the golden dragon in a tight hug. Is it just him, or did he see Leatri's smile turn a little stony at the display of affection by her sister? Courtesy of me, spoke Leatri, happily making Balerion glare at her with no effect to her amused mood. Enough! The voice of Harry snapped irritatedly, making everyone shut up, including Leatri. The single voice sounded somewhere like his usual tone when speaking in dragon form, making the very ground shake at the strength and magic behind it. I'm tired of this, and I'm not especially in a good mood, spoke Harry, the familiar amber eyes of the golden dragon pinning everyone on their seats. I have some important announcement to make. I and Leatri here have agreed that due to the conditions of the lack of numbers of my kind, we, ahem. The small cough of said blue dragon made everyone's turn at his direction, as she smiled mischievously at Harry. I'm sorry, Amber Eyes, but did you say we? Her eyelashes batted prettily at the question. Looking as if he's having a seizure and having aneurysm at the same time, Harry simply proceeded on his speech, though it's not hard for Egg to notice the gritted teeth as he spoke every word. She thought that it would be prudent and for the good of our race to formally let you know. The people I trust, though his eyes glared at his aunt sharply for a split second, that we are now mates. If there's one thing that Egg learned during his long life on living with Balerion was the fact that very little surprised him. He can be a good witness to that reality, of course, due to the fact that he's living with a dragon whose species was supposed to be extinct on a city of ghosts where no was supposed to survive, and living in a lair surrounded by creatures of magic that in all aspects were not supposed to exist other than in the pages of a storybook. So yeah, very little surprised him, and even then, he supposed it's the little things that will. Like accidentally walking into your sister bathing? That kind of stuff. So in good confidence, he can be honest enough to admit that currently, he's really shocked at the announcement. The silence that followed after Harry's words were so profound that one could have heard a pin drop at it. Though he would never admit it, the wiser part of his head connected the dots. Harry was a male dragon, Leatri was a female. It's painfully obvious that they should be mates to restore the species. Though for good or for ill, though for the humans he had no answer currently. Still, this is great news. And as usual, his sister reacted the correct way that they should have as the female dragon reached her breaking point of them being silent about it. Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you, chirped the half-Dornish, half-Targaryen daughter of Elia Martell, jumping the two and engulfing them with a fierce hug that literally bashed their head together at the young woman's enthusiasm. His father always said there's glory in battle. As for Anduin's opinion, he might slightly disagree on that, even if they are currently winning. At his front, the walls of Illyria burned as the trebuchets and fireballs of the merfolk, and the Nereids crashed again and again at the stout walls of the island city. Forward ranks merfolk. Advance as one. This city will be ours. The melodious voice of his father's assigned lieutenant, a mermaid with human legs named Oliae Silvertongue, ordered as the ranks and ranks of gathering forces of the alliance marched onward. She immediately turned to his father even as the vanguard orderly braved the arrows and crossbows of the militia defenders of the city. Commander, we have them cornered. Until now Anduin still can't wrap into his head how he and his father's retinue, a company of 600 human gladiators aptly named the Golden Lions that managed to escape the fighting pits of Volantis, freely volunteered on an alliance of conglomerate races seeking to start a kingdom of their own without the fear of being hunted or chased. He understood, though, the appeal it made for his father and partly for him. Slaves like them that managed to escape their masters would be highly sought out by bounty hunters, and even if they escape to free states like Westeros, their chasers won't be deterred. So they pledged their services for the Dragon King, and for some insane reason that he doesn't understand. Said king gave his father command of the assault here at Illyria after looking at each other's eyes for a few minutes. He had to admit, though, that the attack is going successfully as it can be. The defenders are badly trained, badly armed, and most importantly, badly afraid. Not are they only assaulted by creatures that they never expected to see, but they're also facing magic, elemental spells that literally spout out fire and ice. Like right now. Anduin, lead the archers to cover the mermaids fighting at the gates. Some of the mercenaries are holding their own despite the fire, ordered his father at his side. The gleaming armor of polished silver metal with lions making him look like some hero. Yes, father, bowed Anduin before hurrying off. Immediately 5 of his father's men wearing almost the same armor as his father followed. Ice blasts almost singed his blonde hair off as he reached the cover lanes where the frontal archers are situated. Already dozens were dead, pierced with the defenders' arrows despite the cover, and many more were being hauled off as injured. At the front of the gates, he could see the 36 mermaids being decimated to the last by the sortie from Illyria's gates, even as they themselves hauled off their dead. Taking a deep breath, knowing that this is his first formal command, Anduin turned on to the Nereid archers at his best commanding face. All archers on me. Take 'em, fire. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug too. Ser Jorah did warn them about the Second Son's leaders' bad attitude and their lack of knowledge when it comes to courtesy and diplomacy. Rhaenys, however, didn't think that the word bad is literally taken to new heights by the idiots who made themselves comfortable on the comfortable couches facing their aunt currently. By unanimous decision by all of them minus Balerion and Laetri, who for some unspoken decision changed back to their dragon forms the moment of their declaration that they were now mates. Daenerys would continue the facade, as if she's the one who owned the army and maintain her position as the mother of dragons. Now here they are facing the 3 leaders of the Second Sons who look too mighty comfortable in her opinion despite the threat of Balerion and Laetri, who are snoozing at the side of the meeting tent, their golden and blue scales casting a rainbow color on the ground at the entrance of the tent. If the sight of 2 full-grown dragons and the 3 whelps at the side of her aunt did faze them, they didn't show it. It's either they are completely confident or they are just plain fools. Frankly, Rhaenys would bank on the latter of the 2 options, tuning out their weird names, labeling them her usual way when meeting uninteresting people. Ugly number 1 as the loudest, ugly number 2 as the oldest, and ugly number 3 as the one undressing her aunt as he sat there with a small smile on his face. You there, slave girl? Bring us something to drink, ordered ugly number 1, waving her off as if she's some kind of object he can just bully around. Thankfully, before she can show her irritation at ugly number 1 as her temper rose immediately to boiling points, her aunt beats her to it. We have no slaves here, she responded, still with that smile of cordiality of hers despite the ice in her eyes. And watch what you're saying, you're talking to my niece. Her head immediately turned at Rhaenys, nodding for her to play along. And that is when all hell breaks loose, and to be honest, Rhaenys didn't expect it to. It's only her long training with her mother that made Rhaenys duck just in time as the familiar sound of metal whizzing through the air caught her attention. Reacting immediately and mostly by instinct, the only daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen grabbed a very surprised and unexpected Daenerys to the side just in time as a blur of silver went sailing past her head straight to a very unsuspecting ugly number 1. Everything seemed to turn into slow motion as ugly number 1 fell to the ground, the silver knife embedded on his chest catching everyone's attention as he fell to the ground with a small thud, dead. Every eye immediately changed direction from the newly fresh corpse to the direction where the knife came from. "What?" her brother asked condescendingly as he twirled 2 more knives on his right hand between his fingers. "He's insulting my sister. Should I just let it go?" as he badmouthed her and threatening her with something worse than death. Daenerys at Rhaenys' side looked ready to spout something from her mouth, but unfortunately for her, the remaining 2 leaders of the Second Sons, brought out of their stupor of seeing their esteemed leader killed in peaceful negotiations, wasted no time on drawing their weapons out. "Traitors!" roared Ugly Number 2, whistling as their 5 guards that remained outside pulled out their own blades ready to charge in. Unfortunately for them, that would be not so. The familiar sound of a dragon roaring made the very earth shake, and the 5 approaching the entrance of the tent only had time to look up at the source of the sound, their faces morphing from one of surprise and utter terror for a second as a torrent of blue flames engulfed them all from the side. Ugly Number 1 and Ugly Number 2 fared no better. The 2 Second Sons commanders have barely taken 3 steps towards the tumbled form of her and Daenerys when an invisible hand yanked the 2 from the back, making them squawk in surprise, which is very unmanly sounding from them, as they were pulled into thin air backwards and straight towards the torrent of flames at the entrance of the tent. Even as the 2 was engulfed by it, it took more than 3 minutes before the searing heat of the dragon fire became safe enough for her and the others inside the tent to exit through the entrance. Frankly, Rhaenys wasn't surprised seeing that all that remained of the Second Sons' leaders and their retinue were ash on the ground. At the side, the 2 dragons remained as bored as ever, lying on the ground, their heads side by side, looking as if nothing's wrong with the world despite killing 7 men without problem. When Rhaenys turned though at the direction of the one who raised her and egg one amber eye opened to look at her in acknowledgement. She doesn't need to see the odd glint on the said eye to know that the gold dragon was amused at just what happened. It's so just like Balerion to use his magic without words and without anyone knowing. She knew that the dragon considered terrifying people without them knowing, as they were yanked by his summoning spell. Funny. Looking towards her brother, who had pulled the bloody knife from Ugly Number 1 and was currently wiping it on his sleeve, she can't help but sigh as the realization sets in. I guess it's fire and blood after all. The familiar updrafts of the world's roof are heaven as he let its currents adjust to his body. The sweet smell of the open air without being confined to the ground he almost forgot. This is what life offers him. The freedom to go wherever he wish, whenever he wish, without anybody telling him. It's a good thing too to be reminded. When he first initiated the ritual that gave him his elven form, his human soul, which at the best of times simply a minority and nothing more than a sense of memories and history that lived within him, was given equalization for the first time. Thus, every time that he transformed to said form, the dragon in him was tempered and the human brought out to equalization. Unlike Leatri, who was a full dragon and unaccustomed to being docile without her instincts, got her character in a twist of confusion with her full draconian soul warring against the human body and mind that her elven form provided. His was more refined and something he had full control over, pushing the rough instincts that his dragon soul have where the human mind's supposed to be. Frankly, he had a theory for that. A dragon's body was literally designed to handle large amounts of innate magic. Magic, however, is like wildfire. It takes a strong will and a strong sense of self-assurance and character to keep hold of it. Without it, the magic inside the body fluctuates and literally the being holding the body self-combusts. That's the reason why his kind is so prideful and arrogant. It's not just their character passed down from generation to generation. Their very minds evolved to the point where they can handle the large tracts of magical energy deep within them, which in turn gives them power, strength, and the ability to fly. Dragons don't fly on wings alone. Now, as he flew beside Leatri once more with Rhaenys at his back, he felt himself again. The familiar lovey-dovey self of the female dragon disappeared clearly every time she became her true self. The bruises at his face he still felt until now. He had been surprised that despite them being official mates already, the female dragon still insists that they do the ritual of dragons when establishing partners. That includes a lot of fighting, which he lost sorely. Now, as he realized his full persona again with the balance of his 2 minds returning to what was before, he roared joyfully in the air as the familiar feeling of the hunt and desire to carnage flowed through his veins. Maybe that's the reason why the she-dragon pummeled him so easily. He had forgotten who he was. Now it's time to reclaim what he had lost. diving down followed by his blue counterpart. He gave off a terrifying draconian grin as the city of Yunkai came into view. The original plan for unsullied soldiers to sneak in had been thrashed when he had a better alternative. Why wait for hours and hours of grueling fighting when you can easily burn everything that threatens your way? Order only follows if chaos was enacted. He would be that chaos. He would see his dream of a united kingdom under his rule and the rule of his kind for millennia to come bore fruition. Fortunately, this city got the unlucky card of being his torchlight tonight to bring himself back to his full draconian senses. Not to mention his already bad mood when Daenerys and her new knight, Barristan, subjected to his plan of simply burning them all. Down below, the army led by Egg can be seen in the distance. And so is the clamoring of the defenders of Yunkai as his, Leatrice and the three whelps tagging at her back. The three may still be young despite growing fast enough, but this would be good experience for them. Not to mention that hidden at Leatrice's back can protect them from the more dangerous projectiles the two legs at Yunkai may throw at them. Speaking of projectiles, there's two heading straight for him right now. Against any human army they would have been dangerous. Wooden stakes with metal ends sharpened in flames, it would have cut through steel like water. Fired from two ballistae down below, they would not pose a danger to draconian scales, but they would still hurt. Unfortunately, stuff like that don't do shit against magic using dragons like him. Focusing the wild magic in him, it took only a few seconds as his mind siphoned required energy for a wordless levitating spell on the two 10-meter poles. One word of command made them catapult back like a bullet towards where they come from, and even he can't help but chuckle at the confused then alarmed faces of the ballista crews as their own ammunition landed like a bomb back at them, crushing the ballistae and turning its crew into splattered grease on the ground. Even Leatri at his side chuckled at the creative way of taking destruction into new heights. Now where were we? He chuckled out loud in pure Valyrian, making the scent of fear coming down below in waves increase tenfold even more as he hovered over the now completely terrified garrison guarding the walls. Arrows immediately met him, making him laugh mentally even more as the stinging shots did nothing but tickle his scales. This is a dragon's place, not frightened, above others, doing what he want, whenever he want. They are the rulers of the sky, and those of them who goes against his race will understand the true meaning of fear. Go Valyrian! Burn them all! Shouted Rhaenys at his head, taking cover from the continuous arrow fire. As for Valyrian, he simply is happy enough to comply. Nodding at Leatri hovering at his side. The two dragons inhaled the familiar deep breath mixing with the helium on their lungs and the magic in their beings. Dracarys! And the world once more went up in golden and sapphire flames. No time for it. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. Fear, when she lived with her brother in hiding, running away from the usurpers sent assassins to finish the last of their family. Daenerys truly believed that she understood the true meaning of that word. Even her brother, Viserys, she feared, even though she followed his lead as they went from place to place begging for money, food, and even a place to take cover from the harsh elements of the world just to survive. He would beat her and blame her for their misfortune, and that fear only increased when he sold her to Khal Drogo for his army. That phase of her life is a turning point for Dany, both the good and the ill. At first, of course, she had been terrified out of her wits when she was forced to wed the large barbarian for the sake of her family and her brother. However, it was also there that she managed to find the inner strength that she inherited from her bloodline, giving her the image and strength of a leader that led her to both fortune and misfortune to where she was today. All the fear she experienced, however, she realized just now could never tantamount to the worst fear that a human could ever experience. The fear of death. Looking down from the one's tower of the masters, she had a perfect overview of the city of Yunkai, or to be more truthfully stated, the burning city of Yunkai. It had been 5 days ever since growing up. Daenerys, of course, had been enamored with the tales about the dragons of the past, about how her ancestors used such beasts of war to put the kingdoms into stability and trample anyone on their way. Hearing it sounds glorious and beautiful. Witnessing it, however, is another matter. Even from where she is, she could still hear the cries of the wounded and those who lost family members at the end of the siege, both slaves and masters both. None have been spared the wrath of the two dragons that destroyed majority of the city. It would take years for them to rebuild what was lost. In a bout of recklessness that defied common sense after most of the fighting settled down, she had confronted Balerion about the carnage, and of course the dragon didn't take her protests to his actions well. She shivered as she pulled the blankets over her form even tighter to keep the memories at bay. Fear of death she experienced firsthand when the dragon swallowed her whole halfway through her protest in full view of everyone and kept her lodged in its throat for a full 5 minutes. Even now she could still feel that suffocating feeling trapped in its maws as she felt her body scramble to hold onto anything as inch by inch she slid down to its gullet and probably her doom. The terror that few minutes she would always remember, and if possible, she would do her best to stay on the dragon's good side at least until Ser Jorah recovered some of the ancient texts that her ancestors used to bind such beasts to them. Inside she's laughing at herself for the irony she felt. She's perhaps the first Targaryen in history that is afraid of dragons. Are you sure about this egg? Of course, Ray, answered his brother surely in front of her as they skirted over the ruins littered on this block. I smell something fishy, and unless I'm mistaken, we need to get answers from Balerion. I've thought about this for a long time and I can't bear it any longer. I need to know his reasons. Why are we sieging cities like this? It is Daenerys' dream to conquer Westeros, not ours. We should have returned home, back at his lair after we found out the whelps that our aunt has hatched. Or we could have stayed at Karth with Mother and Aunt Shera. We have no reason why we are leading a large army, killing people and torching cities to the ground. Don't tell me you're not troubled by it too, Ray? Asked Aegon, his piercing violet eyes meeting hers. Rhaenys just sighed. A large part of her wanted to say no to her brother. It is after all no easy task on guessing Balerion's moods. It had been a little easier when he's in his elf form. At least that way he's expressive in a way that she can understand and guess thanks to his human expression. However, in his draconian one, well, it's not exactly easy reading a dragon's face, which is scary the majority of the time and barely changed with its moods unless Balerion's truly angry, annoyed, or pissed. The duo didn't take long to find the large dragon who was lounging comfortably on the desecrated ruins of one of the larger houses of the city, his golden form making the very rubble crack under his massive weight. One amber eye greeted them, and Rhaenys can't help the small flinch as she saw that Balerion didn't look the least pleased to see them. For some reason in the past few days, the golden dragon has been a little testier than normal and, dare she say it, quite volatile. More than once she nearly got nabbed by his jaws when she bothered him like she used to before. It took Laetri in her elven form to explain to her that her surrogate father is on some kind of soul search within himself, resulting to his rather bad mood swings. Apparently Egg didn't get the memo, unlike her. Egg, I really think we should postpone this for now, said Rhaenys to her brother, glancing worriedly at the amber eye still glaring at them, as if encouraging them to come closer within biting distance. No, not now, Rhaenys, waved her younger brother, striding on towards the golden dragon with a sense of purpose that he managed to gain thanks to leading and sparring with the Unsullied. Balerion, I have something to say to Dash. That is as far as he gets, as without warning the entire maw of the dragon opened, and for a split second Rhaenys feared that Balerion finally lost it and was about to swallow her brother whole. What happened though was a brilliant flash of white leaving the dragon's open jaws, hitting her brother, making him yelp as he was hanged for some reason midair without warning. The loose pants that he had immediately falling down, showing off his underthings as he remained there levitated. Despite herself, Rhaenys can't help but fall down laughing as nearly every eye in the vicinity glued at her brother, who is turning cherry red in shame and anger at his exposure. Why are you here, Rhaenys? The familiar booming voice of Balerion made the young woman literally stand ramrod straight from where she's lying and rolling in laughter from the ground. She winced that despite the prank that the golden dragon made at her brother, the testiness that she saw on those eyes still remains. Would you believe me if I told you that me and Egg just missed you? Asked Rhaenys, wincing as she saw familiar muscles tense at his throat before an earth-shattering roar faced her head-on. She barely just managed to cover her ears with a little manipulation from her magic to lessen the damage that it can cause. As it was, it still hurt and nearly made her wet himself as her basic instinct screamed at her to ran at the opposite direction. Don't bandy words with me, girl. Tell me why you're here and be done with it, or else be gone, demanded the golden dragon, his large form looking even more menacing at his fury. The very rocks crack at his sound alone, and despite knowing him for so many years, Rhaenys still feel like a little girl every time he does this. Fortunately for him, Egg is swinging like a pendulum knocked out, leaving Rhaenys to face Balerian's wrath alone. He's lucky too, for his sister looked ready to murder him as she turned to look for his support only to be greeted by his knocked-out figure. Stealing her nerves and knowing that in the mood that he is she had to face Balerion as a dragon. She stepped forward face to face, meeting those amber eyes that she knew would never hurt her. Balerion, all of this conquest, this war, I need to understand. Balerion, why are we doing this? Why can't we just go home now? Asked Rhaenys. She knew immediately that her question did indeed reach him, as she felt the fire resonating on his soul slowly quench itself to an ember as her violet eyes remained locked with his. Raising her hand, she touched the familiar warm golden scales, their souls feeling each other once more. She can't help the gasp as she felt the turmoil within his. It's like fire and ice thrown to mix with each other. Its chaos undivided, and the balance that all souls have were absent. What is going within him? Is this the reason why he's meditating? Is this the result of the changing forms? So many questions, and she had no answers for it. Leatri never seemed to have trouble in her character despite changing form. So why is Balerion like this? She knew she had to let it rest though. She knew better than to push him right now. She's just here for one question, and she needed an answer for it. The rest can wait until he's feeling better. Her silence for some reason must have some effect on him, for he spoke first, the familiar growling voice of his sounding more silenced than normal. Listen well, Rhaenys, do you remember of the tale that I told you about the Dark Ones on the north? This is definitely not good. There are very few times that Varys made a point worrying. Being the master of whispers and having a network that reaches far over the known world, there are very few things that can surprise him and less that fear him. Information is the key to success after all, and he made it a priority to be 3 steps forward always than anyone else. Now, however, it seems that despite all his power and contact, he is definitely worried. Why? Westeros is burning as the War of 5 Kings rage on without an end to it. The people that he is looking after are dying in droves at their care, and now this news. It has been a while since Jorah reported about Daenerys, but since his next report came in, it has been worrying. Apparently Daenerys, who was supposed to be a hope, now was just insignificant. 2 large dragons were confirmed sacked Yunkai under the command of 2 youngsters which had the makings of dragon lords. This is Aegon the Conqueror all over again. Even the 3 dragons under Daenerys apparently were slowly losing their loyalty to her as they spent more time with the 2 full-grown ones. And add salt to the wound, said dragon lords were sacking city after city without remorse, and even Daenerys can't hold them back. It's a shame that Jorah didn't mention their names or their looks for some reason. If not for the fact that he had received no report about Elia Martell being with them, he would have expected them to be Rhaegar's lost children. As it was, until confirmed, they were not. Looking at the map of Essos, Varys can't help but worry. Something is going down there, and he had no idea what. Mantares, Illyria, Tolos and Gozai had fallen at the west, with Yunkai and Astapor falling to the east. Refugees are fleeing to Marine and Borash in droves, and he had no idea what's causing this. The entire northeast of Valyria is coming under attack, and his informants there are going dark. He needed information, and he needs it now. Far away south in Dorne, a rather hyperactive prince was just finished sparring with his 3 daughters and his niece when his personal guard barged in without warning, making him glare at the interruption. You better have good reason for bothering me, Geyser, growled Oberyn Martell at the man who just remains bowed. I do, my lord. I've word from your friend in the east, said the man, handing a sealed letter to Oberyn, making the prince raise an eyebrow in curiosity as he saw the golden lion over a shield of blue etched on its seal. Now what would Varian would be writing about? Thought the Dornish prince to himself as he unsealed the letter of his former sparring partner at Essos and felt his heart stop at the words he read. My friend, this might come as a shock to you, for it is a shock to me as well. I normally wouldn't bother sending messages since it would reveal where I am to the masters. I've escaped, yes. I've escaped with the. I've got a new employer now, and he's a big one. Listen. This is important. One of my most trusted men from Karth reported to me of something I never expected to believe. Your sister, Elia Martell, is the ruler there alongside someone whose name is Asher Dane. I trust the man who told me this with my life, and being a friend of yours, I felt bound to tell you. Go there, my friend. Find your sister. She is alive. Varian Rin. Obara. Get your sisters ready and prepare a ship. We're going to Karth. Roared Oberyn as he clutched the letter with bloody knuckles as he ran to the water gardens. His brother needs to see this, and he would be damned before he let him stop them from seeing his sister. He had thought her dead at the Red Keep at the corpses that Tywin showed, but he trusted Varian. That man never could tell a lie to save his life, much less to him. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. So let me get this straight, the reason why Balerion keeps on conquering people is to stop this enemy he's talking about north at Westeros? Asked Egg incredulously at his sister. He's annoyed with the fact that he had been knocked unconscious by the irate dragon, missing most of the discussion that Balerion and his sister made. So currently, here he was right now at her tent discussing the events that transpired when he's on Dreamland. And if he's going to be honest with himself, he doesn't quite believe it. Yep, nodded Rhaenys across from him, her beautiful face looking thoughtful and seriously deep in thought. A very far-off expression to be found on the usual happy-go-lucky Targaryen who never took life seriously. Rhaenys are very seldom serious, but every time she does, Egg knew enough to take her opinions into consideration then. Are you sure that what he's saying is true? Asked Egg, finally admitting his reluctance to his sister. I mean, seriously, Ray? Ice zombies that can raise the dead? Sounds to me like that old story Mother usually told us about the long night in Westeros when Azor Ahai banished almost the same monsters with a flaming sword. It's the same monsters. Of course, it's just nothing more than a fairy tale, but what? Egg snapped off as he stared at the still stoic expression that his sister is supporting. It's the same monsters, Balerion admitted as much, explained the young woman to him. Azor Ahai never truly defeated those monsters. Just reduced their numbers enough with the aid of the dragons at those times to the north, where the famous wall of Westeros was then built to keep them away. Despite himself, Egg can't help but wince inwardly. Normally he would just believe anything that spouted out of Balerion's mouth. The dragon is serious enough to put an iceberg to shame unless he's toying with someone he planned to kill spectacularly. However, this is just something that he can't easily just accept. Magical ice demons raising corpses with a plan to completely annihilate the living. That was something that comes out of a horror story book that mothers read to children to scare them to sleep. And if he's frankly honest with himself, he wouldn't want that to be the truth either. Since when did the simple life that he and his family lived go to anyway? He preferred spending his life reading books and exploring stuff, not leading an army and worrying about a supposed to be undead army that is coming for all of them. Unfortunately, his sister can read him like a book. You don't believe me, do you, Egg? She asked after observing how his facial expression morphed for the past 30 minutes. The wince that he made at least is evidence enough of that fact. I find it a little hard to stomach, Ray. And to be honest, I don't want all these things that you are saying to be the truth, confessed Egg, knowing very much how volatile her sister can be when it comes to anyone disagreeing with Balerion. Her next words, however, surprised him truly, as he never expected her to disagree with the Golden Dragon. So do I, Egg, so do I, she admitted as the two of them sat together in silence, each on their own thoughts. The flap of wings brought his attention to his mate as she gracefully landed at his side. Behind her, following a little more clumsily thanks to their recent growth spurt, are the three whelps that are now entering in what Two Legs would call the early teenage years, where the not-so-small ones are becoming rebellious. Something that he is banking on, since the most unruly of the three is starting to disobey their mother more and more. Normally he would not bothered himself on taking the effort on speaking to anyone without due cause. However, the Blue Dragoness is still having problems on making words in her original form, and he took it into himself to train her up. Not that he had an issue on it. Talking to a dragon and to his mate for all intents and purposes is not a waste of time in his good opinion. So far, she's doing very well as he expected her to be. Good, that is good. They need to be strong and ready for what is to come. We need to make sure that we have eggs before the end begin. The Golden Dragon rumbled on, his voice shaking the Vivori. Sorry, I lost almost half of the story this chapter. I didn't copy it. Sorry. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. I fight for my kind and for my blood. Smaug 2. The dawn was greeted with the clear ringing of trumpets as the large army composed of unsullied, free slaves, Mercenaries and sellswords alongside the occasional conscripted master that was forced into service started to move. Breaking camp for an army has always been hectic, with large groups collecting their things disgruntled at being pulled from their beauty sleep. The occasional fight is also there, with men misplacing some of their things, mixing them with some that belonged to their comrades that a passing sergeant or officer would then break up. All in all, it is the daily routine that any army, no matter how disciplined, go through every single time. Suffice it to say, Egg was less than pleased at his current situation. Dealing with all the logistics of the near 30,000 men, loyal and slightly loyal in the case of the masters, is a nightmare. Paperwork is the bane of each leader, and Egg wasn't exempted from it. He had woken before daybreak to deal with the countless reports that have been placed beforehand by Grey Worm and other unsullied commanders for he to look over. Normally such a chore as this isn't that heavy for him to deal with. Rhaenys usually is at his side helping him out. The presence of her sister eased the load of leading that he is carrying on leading such a large army. However, right now Rhaenys isn't present. Leatri have arrived last night with Balerion, and the whelps prompting the daughter of Elia Martell to pester as usual the golden dragon to fly with her. Sufficed it to say, Egg was the only one left facing the waves of paperwork, making him very disgruntled at this early hours of the morning. The only consolation he just has is the fact that he's at least halfway through with the damned paperwork. He's just ready to take another sheet related to their supplies when his concentration as his tent flap opened, revealing his aunt and her lapdog Knight that followed her around wherever she went. What's his name again?
Ser Jorah. Ser Joro?
Never mind. Aunt Dany. Egg plastered a smile at his face as he faced the younger woman, forgetting his paperwork at the moment. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Nephew, especially the ones that relate to Valyria before the doom. I've heard that you have some books that you managed to bring from the Golden Dragon's lair. Egg only raised an eyebrow at her unusual request. Is that all? He asked, letting her steam a little. Like Rhaenys, Egg doesn't truly trust Daenerys thanks to the opinionated education of Balerion of distrust to two legs minus family. But she's family, and he could humor her every now and then. Yes, that's all, chirped the silver-haired woman, though it contained a hint of irritation. Now do you have the books or not? It's at the shelves at the topmost corner, Auntie. Take your time with them, but make sure to return them to me once you're done. Those books are some of the last records that our family have before the doom, so you know how important they are. Now he's definitely worried as his aunt and his lapdog began taking the books off their shelves. There is a familiar glint of victory at her aunt's eyes from his words. Of course, nephew. I'll take care of it. Even her smile sent small warning bells at his psyche and instincts. As he watched them leave a few minutes later with the stacks on their arms, he can't help but wonder that he should have not allowed her to borrow said books. His attention about books, conspiracies and family members, however, flew out of the window as he turned back at the direction of his paperwork and groaned at seeing that said paperwork seemed to have tripled in height when he'd removed his eyes from them. I don't believe this. Rhaenys atop Balerion pouted, even as the golden dragon chuckled, more like rumbled with its definition of a chuckle at her reaction, seeing Leatri teaching the three whelps drag a screaming Dothraki, horse and all midair before dropping them at 200 feet from the air. She should have expected that the golden dragon would share his bad habits on dropping people to the four other dragons. I thought you enjoyed spending time with me doing this, young one, growled Balerion below her, making Rhaenys shiver as she felt the slightly annoyed tone that the golden dragon is using. It almost sounded to her like disappointment. The only reason that Rhaenys guessed that the golden dragon treated her and her brother differently from the other two legs, as he so eloquently put it, was the fact that they didn't get bothered much of some of Balerion's more dangerous activities. Dragons, after all, valued strength above all else, and flinching at watching carnage doesn't exactly fell on that category. I did, she stammered half-heartedly, trying her best to sound upbeat. Apparently spending time with her fellow humans must have softened her, if she began to have second doubts about her surrogate parents' hobby. Still do, in fact, she added as an afterthought, making sure not to blink at the pair of amber eyes glued at her. Very well. Better hold on, little one, was the only warning words Rhaenys received as, without warning, the golden dragon dived downward together with Leatri and the three smaller ones behind her towards the panicking specks of black, which is the Dothraki horde that the dragons used today as their target. She barely managed to hold on to Balerian's spike at her front as the wind hitting her face gave her the familiar exhilaration that it always did when doing like these with the dragon. Despite the dangers. Oh, how she missed this. Get out. Get out. There is a good reason that despite the fact that Elia loved Oberyn fully, she also wanted to cave in his head more times than she could count. Their parents have a very good reason as to why they entrusted her and Doran to watch over Dorne more than they trusted Oberyn. If he's in charge of the country, well, it would be lucky if it is still standing after a week. As of right now, after the heartfelt introductions and non-stop demands of the story about how she survived and why she didn't return home by both Oberyn, his paramour Ilaria and Arianne, the former two used the spare moment before the feast Elia made to welcome them to make a quickie with Ashera, who got alarmed when they jumped her at her own bedroom. I'm gonna say this one more time, Oberyn. Get out. Thankfully this time, Oberyn chose the wiser route out. Yes, madam, and as fast as his answer came, he also disappeared out of the doorway, leaving Ashera and Elia inside. His exit, however, prompted the appearance of one person that Elia haven't noticed. Wow, that's the first time I've seen Uncle Oberyn being talked down. The very amused voice of Arianne Martell sounded as she entered the room, taking stock of its entirety, which looked like that a hurricane had landed inside it. Really? I remember him following Doran's orders before without question. The girl merely shrugged at her words. Dad does his best, but Uncle Oberyn's been stubborn. More so ever since you've disappeared, Auntie. I believe that it's his way of coping then with your loss. Now that you're back. She let off a wry smile at her beautiful face. Maybe he can be more laid back and easier to handle. Despite herself, Elia can't help her own smile at that thought. Oberyn has always been headstrong and caused enough gray hair for their parents. His stubbornness is great enough that when he wanted something, he usually tends to get it by coercion, or if that doesn't work, through sheer stubbornness. The very opposite of her and Doran, who is usually calm and calculates things before acting. Besides, she had to admit, having Oberyn around truly does liven up things. It was never boring with him around to cause trouble. Too lost in her thoughts. She almost lost her balance as a pair of arms that belonged to the niece that she only saw as a babe before she left for the capital engulfed her midriff. I missed you a lot, Auntie. It didn't take a genius to know the reason for concealed sniffles in her yellow dress. So do I, Arianne, so do I, replied Elia Martell, closing her own eyes as she returned her niece's embrace. Once, just once, she felt everything would be all right with the world. If only her children was back here, then it would be perfect. There are many songs currently singing, songs that he knew he must pay close attention to, else everything would be lost. A single chord of a melody, after all, can ruin the best of music, and he, the musician, must always be careful when weaving his music, especially if said music can change the fate of nations. Varys sighed tiredly as he read the latest report that his spies from Essos reported. Apparently things there is as hectic as things are in Westeros. The cities and towns near the old ruins of Valyria have been sacked by monsters, as some of the lucky civilian survivors reported. Borash apparently had finally fallen, and few to none survived from that free city. Varys himself did take the news with a grain of salt. Unlike other people, he had witnessed magic and does not discount it from the equation. But monsters? Seriously. He would have believed the story that a pack of magicians and sorcerers destroyed said cities, but walking trees and human creatures? That's something that even he would seriously doubt. Putting the piece of paper aside, he made a mental note to send a letter later to some of his contacts in Bravos to hire a mercenary ship to find out the truth about the news pertaining the ruins of old Valyria. If there's one thing that Varys hated, it's the fact that he does not know about important. Knowledge is power after all, and he preferred having it in spades. There's also the issue of Daenerys Targaryen. He seriously have doubts about that girl. News ranged far and wide that despite the fact that she rescued the slaves from their masters and put the fear of God on her conquered subjects, she is a loose cannon that no one can control. Add the fact that she had 5 dragons, 2 of which were full-grown, was an added problem. Varys believed in the system of checks and balances, and apparently no one can balance the Targaryen girl currently. Moving another piece on the Sivas board in front of him, he wondered at what preparations he should make. Icy cold dead hands cradled the single blue scale that remained encased in ice. Eyes of deep blue examined a piece of their ancient enemy. Even as encased as it is, he could feel the magic of the fire that made said monsters born to be the anathema of his kind. But no matter, for the past 10,000 years, he simply did not sit twiddling his thumbs. He had practiced great magic and he had learned how to bend it to his will. Add the fact that the fire monsters born to be their rivals were now the last of their kind. This time he would win, and no living will be able to stand against the dead in equal footing. Pressing the shard to his lips, he felt a large part of his power leave him before throwing it to the waters. For the first time in millennia, the Night King smiled as a large talon of undead flesh and claws rose from the depths, clinging to the side of the frozen ice. Chapter 29. Lady of the North Star's final author's note. I'm sorry guys and gals. As I've said before, I got disinterested with the story and I didn't find it fascinating enough, so I guess this is me declaring it discontinued. But still, thanks for the support. I'll be putting up the summary of what's supposed to happen for the sake of those who wanted to know how the story will end. Summary. Balerion alongside Rhaenys, Egg, Leatri and the whelps alone with company travel to Meereen to sack it. With the help of 2 large dragons and 3 teenage ones, the city fell in a day. While that was being done, Daenerys continued her search for clues of how to control a dragon, which leads her to the possibility of a dragon horn existing. Varian with Balerion's orders also set up the foundations of New Valyria, with the magical creatures finally leaving the ruins to repopulate the entirety of South Essos. Varys' ships didn't manage to enter the bubbling new kingdom. Egg is crowned the pseudo-ruler of Meereen and all its conquered territories, much to his chagrin, and Rhaenys gets closer to Leatri, who was disgruntled that despite the successful mating with Balerion, didn't get pregnant, and becomes her confidant physically and emotionally. Balerion puts Drogon in his place, with the Black Dragon becoming rebellious. Rhaegal's name is turned to Rhaenyra and Viserys to Visenya after the two is identified as female dragons with Leatri's help. Daenerys excused herself to leave Meereen with Yora to go sightseeing. Rebellion in Meereen ensues as the wise masters inflamed the city with the help of the slaves who got toasted relatives when the dragons torched the city. The Unsullied patrols are overrun and Rhaenys was wounded, making Leatri go into a killing spree that worsened the situation even more. Varys finally made an appearance in Meereen and got to meet Egg for the first time. The eunuch swore his service in exchange with the promise that Egg would make a better world for everyone. Full-blown rebellion ensues despite the dragon's best efforts, and Meereen is besieged by the sea and land with Dothraki hordes and navy by the rest of the slave cities of Essos. Tyrion Lannister introduced himself to Egg and Rhaenys for the first time and managed to gain Egg's respect of his knowledge of the herbal herbs that helped Rhaenys' recovery. The fact that his head for politics helped also making Egg's work lighter. Leatri was wounded by a ballista bolt that nearly killed her. This sent Balerion the rest of the dragons into full frenzy, massacring everyone they could get their claws on. Ships and creatures of the sea by New Valyria under Anduin's command arrived to help the besieged the city, and also Prince Oberyn with Dorne's forces alongside Elia, Ashera and Arianne. The Dothraki hordes and Master's navy got decimated. Feasting and reunion of everyone. Declaration of the creation of the new Empire of Valria under Egg's command. Dorne made a pact with the new emperor and it helped that Arianne and Egg is besotted with one another. The two married and the reformation of their new empire starts. Peace reigns of a few years. Egg, despite his protests, remained emperor with Arianne, making sure he does not balk and abdicate the throne. Varian remained as chief commander of the entire magical and non-magical army, making sure that the humans dare not to invade them ever since the formation of the new empire. Oberyn went home with Dornish forces alongside Elia. Daenerys remained missing and there are a dozen egg clutches that belong to Visenya and Rhaenyra, that is Drogon's offspring. Despite Balerion and Leatri's efforts, the blue dragon remained barren and got depressed. Rhaenys spent most of her time watching over her while Tyrion and Varys handled political matters to keep the empire stable, especially when large numbers of humans trickled in thanks to the justice and equality that the empire practiced on its laws. Daenerys remained missing. Cold winds blow from the north and with it, fear of death. Drogon is nearly killed as during one of his hunting trips, an undead dragon came. The Black Dragon took a total beatdown and the undead managed to kill 2 of the 12 whelps that he had. It's only Leatri's and Balerion's intervention that stopped the damned thing. The attack of the undead dragon sent warning bells throughout the new empire. It is a massive wake-up call to everyone that there's something bad lurking on the north and the threat it posed to the world. Egg took command for the first time and the entirety of the army of New Valyria assembled. Valyrian revealed the truth of the great enemy for the first time and plans are made for the threat to be dealt with before it reached their shores. The Golden Lion Legion with at least half of the available forces of New Valyria set out alongside the entirety of Dorne's invasion forces. Pertained D-Day, the operation was to land on the north of Westeros and establish a forward camp to destroy the Night King once and for all before it reached their land. Balerion and Drogon opted to go and Leatri is forced to remain by the Golden Dragon since the fact remained that she became pregnant finally. Rhaenys remained with her to keep an eye on things since Varian, Anduin and Egg is coming with the invasion party. Ashera also stayed behind with the child that she had from Balerion with the result of the Golden Dragon partaking on Leatri's privileges with the violet-eyed beauty. D-Day ended up as a disaster. Out of the 400,000 men and magical creatures that attempted the landing, nearly 40,000 are lost in the first hour alone. Apparently the Night King have sensed the upcoming invasion and made preparations on repelling it. The dragons and Valyrian army retreated south of the wall where they made contact with Jon Snow and the rest of the northern families. The Northerners are skeptical of the new arrivals, especially with inhuman beings alongside them. However, help is help, and no one can erase the fact that the army is big enough to be an asset against the White Walkers. The Northerners accepted them grudgingly and with a lot of reasonable argument from Jon Snow. The story ended with Balerion sensing the dragon magic from Jon showing his true heritage and Egg alongside Anduin and Varian discussed defensive measures with the Northern Lords. The news of the coming of the armies of New Valyria also reached Cersei's ears and she locked down the entire south, especially with the proof that the Snow Bastard showed that the threat north is real during the truce. Greyjoy Euron goes to Essos to look for the Golden Company and Jaime go north. The wall is destroyed and the undead pour through with no dragon sighted. At Essos on Leatri's cave, a ragged Daenerys with Yora appeared holding a dragon horn. P.S. So far that's how I plan to end the story, and am just waiting for the next season for me to update it. Anyway, that's it. Happy New Year and thank you very much for supporting this. I'm declaring Golden Scales finished and that's that I guess. Happy 2018.